Good morning, one and all. How are we feeling? We've woken up miserable, realizing the week has begun, and it means that we have to do things other than just sitting around watching Age of Empires. Wait, no, that's not right. We can do that on the weekdays. Ha ha ha! Easy peasy pickenings. What is up, folks? Welcome back. KPMM is back on the menu. But not just that, we got a fun day, actually. We've got KPMM. The midweek muster returns. And we've got a nice roster, actually, for the first week back. I thought we were going to be a little bit lighter than this, considering some people were a little bit reluctant. They want to try and figure strats out, but this looks pretty good. I think the main ones that are missing is Dubu, Vortex, and who else am I forgetting? Someone else. I know there is. Who is it? Is there another frequent? No, I feel like we done pretty well, actually. So we got the regulars like Numidan, Louis MT is going to be in there. Voldemar, Miyamaka, Gully, Lucifer. I mean, in fairness, for the first week after the DLC, that is a really solid round of 16, to be honest with you. That's a lot of the top players and then the aspiring players, which is a nice balance. But we've also got something really cool happening today. So we are going to also be seeing a show match between Marine Lord and Lucifer, and that should be kicking off free. So in about 3 hours from now, we'll have that live here. We're going to be the official English coverage for that. So yeah, that, like someone messaged me basically yesterday about it. Really big shout out to him. Actually, it was TZTZ who organized a show match. He's like, I need someone to cast this. And I thought of you. I was like, great, I'm in on that. So we'll have them, I think it's $20 per map, $100 show match. And it should be your regular suspects like Dry Arabia Gorge. You know, nothing too crazy as they kind of figure out the new civs and whatnot. But thought it'd be a fun thing. And I even gave them an extra like veto because he asked for help with the mapping format. So I gave them like an extra pick and an extra veto so that they can put their little sprinkling of whatever on the map pool. Like, for example, Lucifer has picked Baltic, and then, I mean, Marine Lord, he told me to pick a map for him. I was like, okay, I could go completely meme 100% is going to ban it. Or I could put something in there that maybe makes him skeptical a bit. So I wasn't originally going to say mountain clearing, but I actually changed my answer to prairie. So we'll see if he actually bans that out. But for now, we kick off with this. We got Lash versus Louis MT in a best of 3. So in terms of like what we'll try and cover today, I think we'll try to get through Lash versus Louis, maybe Anno versus Mahodo, and then see if we can squeeze in like Wham versus Deniska, and if it's going really fast, B versus Jif, or Numidan versus MSN. And then obviously we have the show match, and then we'll see how long that show match takes. Depending on how long it takes, we'll be maybe calling it or coming back and doing another round of 16 or 2. And then tomorrow should be primarily the quarterfinals, and then maybe a semi-final, but I think we'll try and save them, if possible, for Thursday. Oh, one sec though, I need a drink. Oh, my throat feels really stuffy. I'm rough today, actually. Not fun. But what is fun is Red Bull. Ooh. What we got here, guys? We got the... Is that my Ice Vanilla Berry? Oh, yeah. Dude, I have not tasted this in weeks. Because, like, I was meant to receive a care package. And then, like, every single week, it's like, well, it should have arrived by now. And then, like, I check with my guy, like, no, I'm pretty sure we sent it. I was like, okay, I'll just wait a little bit longer. So I just kept waiting and waiting. Oh, it smells as good as I remember as well. You know, it's like mixed feelings of like, what I mean by that, the size of the cans has always been a funny one to me. It's like, oh yeah, so good. But you're a grown man with this very tiny can, you know? I'm not saying bigger is always better, but it is kind of like a weird scaling thing, isn't it? Like you almost look like you have to sip it sort of thing. Although they do have the bigger cans now, don't they? I have to ask my person if I can get sent those. Increase their shipping costs. Alright, guys. We're going to get ready to hop in with Dry Arabia here. So, game number 1. No new civ, actually. It's going to be Lash on the Malians and then Japanese for Louis, which is like, I mean, it's pretty standard. I.e., these two love picking these particular civs. What is Quandavio? Should I know what that is? I feel like I've been baited to say a naughty word. All right. Let's hype it up. Let's get into it. I can't think of any pro player that loves this Civ more than he does. Malians for Lash. This is the top German streamer in Age of Empires 4. He regularly plays in it, and it is my pleasure to say it, by the way. KPMM is back on the menu. That's right, return of the midweek muster, and we kick off with Louis MT on the Japanese up against Lash's Malians. And, well, Japan is quickly becoming a little bit controversial. I feel like there's a lot of people who maybe are the feeling that now with the changes to Pro Scouts and the nerfs to one or two other civs, this civ is teetering on S tier, and I could believe that. I think they were already pretty strong considering they were first pick material for a lot of players. But this might have just been the thing to kick them into overdrive. And it's happening again. Oh, this guy. Louis MT has got one of the most maniacally effective builds you're going to see, folks. This is the fast castle Japan build. The goal is to hit castle age at about 7 minutes, and it is insanely effective. In fact, we had Wham on the Roost the other day against Louis MT in a Showmatch, and Louis pulled this build, and it forced Wham to GG at 8 minutes into the game. I even checked in with Wham afterwards. I asked, like, what was up with that? He's like, part of it, his mindset was like, Roost is just really weak now. But I think it's also the fact that he never expected Japan to crack it like that. It's crazy how effective it's proving. So, looks like Lash, how are we doing? Sheep haul is actually as even as can get right now. The problem is Louis just does a better job of leveraging his food early on because he does this play. So he goes out onto the berries, and that's going to allow him to just inflate his income. Because remember, when you go for level 1 wheelbarrow, you actually gather quicker off these berries than you do off of sheep. Which is pretty nuts, considering that it's really efficient for Japan to do this play. Tawara is fairly cheap, and then, of course, you need to build a farmhouse anyway because you need to build a house, right? It's a house and it's a mill in one. So just get a 2x so that they get into the feudal age here. And Lash, he did at least start to scatter around the houses, so he knew no pressure was coming. Yeah, that's at least good for him. But I've seen Malians try and deal with this. We saw Scatterbrain try and swat away Louis MT doing this build. And it was kind of crazy to witness, actually. We had more Mounted Samurai out at 15 minutes, 17 minutes-ish into the game than there were Sofa, which is crazy when you consider that Malians can build Sofa from H2, and also Sofa are cheaper. So in theory, you should have more of them as Mali. But Kuro is just going to be the one. Dude, I feel like Louis is on a one-man mission to try and get this nerf. Because I've yet to see anyone beat him doing this. It's not just him, actually. This is a Chinese brainchild type thing. Yeah, because it wasn't just him. It was Scarlet Devil, and I believe maybe even CSO started doing this as well. So Louis just going to check in to make sure he's not being pressure played at all. And Lash is going to do pretty much what every single Malian player before him has done against this. He's going to open stables, probably upgrade his Warrior Scout, maybe add in a second. And then what? Go into Sofa? And then pray that it's good enough to save him. I hope he actually instead just tries to scale like crazy into the Fulani. But the tricky part here, I think like the solution to this build, you have to build Donzos, but the problem is if you start building them too soon, your opponent can just open Yumi and crush you. That's the really sucky part about this for Mali. And it's not like Japan can't open Yumi and then pivot immediately into Knights either, considering that Yumi is so cheap. Is there any exposure point? I guess you could say like Louis' outpost is a bit questionable. He placed it at the backside, not the forward. So he doesn't have a defense point here. But I think the reason he done this is he's not expecting javelins or archers. It's too quick. This build is way too quick to be harassed by archers. So his only threat is actually cavalry. And little tip, folks, if you're up against only cavalry, you should build your outpost more defensively than offensively. Logic being here, if a knight starts riding in and you're running towards him, well, that is some Prometheus school of run away from stuff right there. It's not smart. You want to try and run away from a melee unit. When it's ranged units, you advantage yourself by putting the outpost on the forward side because they can't reach in and snipe you if the outpost is here. So yeah, a little bit of a difference there between melee and range comps. And at 6.5 minutes in, come on. Who's gonna be able to get range comp over quick enough? Not Mali. Maybe English could? I think English might be the one. 12 on Flowing Gate here. So it's gonna be hitting Castle Age at about 7 minutes 25. And Lash, meanwhile, has got 9 cows. So he's starting to inflate. He gets the idea here. But there's no denying it. He's always going to have a slow attack up because there's no point rushing Castle with Fulani. With the fact it would be empty, you get no value. And 20. Well, 7 minutes and 19 seconds to be specific. You're sure we saw Louis do this to Mali last week? He has. Like, we already highlighted that this is not the first time. He knows how effective this builder can be. But Lash, I'll give him credit. Compared to the Scatbrain game where this happened last week, this is different, and I think this is the correct call. He's balancing Sofa and Donzo. Like we said, when you confirm it's Mount Samurai, you need to be into Spearman. You can't just trust Sofa to win it for you. Because the only way I think that works is if you believe you can out-micro your opponent on multi-rating. And that's really difficult for even the best players up against Louis. Louis is a bit of a prodigal son when it comes to that. He's so good at finding these multi-raid opportunities. Great start there for Lash, though. Does strike in, gets himself a kill, but it does cost him... Was that double scout going down? Yes, loses 2 scouts and feeds over some sheep. Not ideal. Yeah, the 2 brown ones are going to run over. That means that Lash, he only has 4 sheep left. Now, of course, he is going to eventually get the Fulani up, but that means he's probably going to have to eat more cow in the meantime, which we're seeing happen here. And that has a knock-on effect of slowing down your rage up further. Yep, he might be old and grey before he techs up at this rate. Louis, what are we missing here? He hasn't seen the Donzos yet. I don't think he'll rush into Yumi straight away. Like, you're better off just building knights to control the rest of the map, because now his objective is going to be relics. You know, if he rushes down the relics here, he gets huge gold influx, and then the cool thing is actually next Yoroshiro drop could easily go in the TC. Looks like he's going to maybe go... Was he going to go stable? I guess he's changed his mind. Farmhouse or TC makes sense. For this build, Louis usually likes to do farmhouse, just so that he has enough food to keep on pumping knights. Because he is down to, what? Soon to be about 10 sheep. And there you go. Yeah, it's going to be double farmhouse. So farmhouse, and then TC. So some players prefer to do the TC sooner because the idea is that you start inflating your worker lead and you offset the power of the Fulani. But for Louis, he understands what's even more powerful than balancing out against Fulani is stopping it from ever truly coming online. I'm a bit bummed we don't get to see a new Civ on the opening, by the way. We might have to spice up the map selection for next week. Did EDC announce the map pool yet for finals? I'm imagining they haven't added anything new. I'm imagining it's just maps from before. They've got King of the Hill in there. Oh, dude. The meme map returns. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make Sengoku Daimyo a first pick, chat. Do you know how you make Sengoku Daimyo first pick? It's so much easier than you could ever imagine. All you have to do is add High View to the roster. And that's it. But once you do that, boom. Everyone's going to be first picking Sengoku. So Lash, he did age up finally. 12 counter. Why would people pick Sengoku in Highview? Because Stealth Forests. I'm telling you guys, the Koka Township is subtly broken. It's like not as apparent as some of the other things in the expansion, but with the way that the Sengoku scale on their samurai, on their shinobi rather, into Castle Age, you can just snipe villagers with just the shinobi. Like you get 6 of them, they hit for I think it goes up to 6 damage. I want to say it was in Castle each, and then of course the follow-up shot after the first one will do 9 damage. So yeah, it's very easy to frag grenade kill workers with those. Alright, so Louis, we have now got the switch into Yumi. He confirms the Donzo. The count is fairly high. Lash doing a good job of just trying to poke raid here. He hasn't gone too hard into Sophie yet, understandably, as he tried to prioritize that tech up, and now he's just looking to fill out the rest of the ranches. Lucifer will get scared away momentarily. And now, unfortunately, their health bars are too low to stop that. That's the 4th relic. I mean, Grim Tidings, right? Like, this is the power of fast casting against Malians with certain civs. A little bit greedy by Louis. Does get caught in the flank there. Yeah, an ambitious move over the farmhouse. Even setting up 3 of them there. Now right by into the base. Doesn't find any kills, but does at least confirm the Fulani is almost full. We're looking at, what, 15 so far? So pretty decent. So, like, are we supposed to believe they're just getting this out of milk? Is that where all this food is coming? That's a lot of food in milk. And what is the mythos behind the Fulani? Like, why does it increase the amount of milk you get? Because it looks like we're just feeding them more hay, which you think would be better if we were eating them. I mean, it's either that or someone's using a medieval bacon slicer on these poor buggers. You know, take enough off to eat, but not enough to end them. Why is Lash going Musafadi? Rogan? Wait, what? Against archers, that doesn't make much sense to me. Maybe Lash is just planning to use these as ambushes. So, you know, he just wants all these Musafadi to stealth in and then snipe. I guess I can kind of understand that idea. But it only makes sense if your opponent's playing wider. Maybe that's why, like, he saw the farmhouses and thought, hey, you know, he's going to be going over there. Those goddamn vegetarians, they got to eat their berries, and I'll be waiting. But we see after that one worker went down, Louis has reformulated the way that he balances his food gathering. So he's not actually playing out the base currently. No, I think the other thing to keep in mind is because he's going more and more Yumi, he doesn't need to. Raid into the tree line is going to find a kill. That samurai. Whoa, Parfin. Whoa. Wait, Lash? He's not pulling away. Wait, what? The Mad Samurai! Oh, they get an absolute freebie! Oh my god. Lash! What's happening? He didn't even try and shift them away. Apparently distracted, looking elsewhere. That's -6, I believe, from that raid. On the gold alone, not to mention the ones before that. So Louis now with a very healthy lead. And you think the Fulanis that they're mating? But I don't know, man. I'm trying to do the math here. If we have to buy a cavalry 15 seconds. I guess we want to be a child-friendly game, so we couldn't show the butchering or the main. And I guess, like, the idea of them having little baby calves going around the ranch would have been pretty dark. They're like, no, we can't be that evil. Ooh, Sofa raid. It's only 2, though. You will have to get some troops back to reactor. Mount Samurai now coming out. The Yumi kind of worthless here. But if it absorbs shots instead of the workers, it's worth it. Yeah, which is exactly what they're doing, actually. So Sofa raid, it does net 3 kills, which isn't terrible for Lash, but the problem here is the size of the army. Like, I'm a bit worried. You know, some of his elements are a bit more trashy in quality. Louis, half of his army is in mounted samurai, which are the best of the best. Well. I would say mounted samurai are like maybe the 4th best knight in Castle. Actually, 3rd. I think Katas are still better, and then the new Ridari just get #1 without a doubt. Weirdly enough, I rank French Knights lower. I would say French Knights can be considered higher than Mounted Samurai, maybe, if you get ruled. Even then, I mean, the Mounted Samurai, they have so many upsides. The Uma Bannerman, they get an extra roughly 4 damage in Castle. Then they got the extra 1 tier of melee tech and the deflective armor. You know, the reason Ridari beat them out on that is Ridari can get like an extra 40 HP. They start with more HP on top of that already, and they move faster. And then Cataphract's kind of obvious for the cost. Cataphract's just giant beefcakes. But how's this giant beef patty doing? Because I'm still not seeing a Fulani. It's lacking, and every little ounce missing is kind of hurting here. Louis just blobbing Yumi as quickly as Lash is blobbing infantry. Wait, what? Did Lash take the bait a bit hard here? Because he's now trying to steer into Sofa, but he's doing so on a pretty big delay. Like 27 Musafadi as well as 21 Donzos. I like the Musafadi idea as raiders, but he hasn't used them that way at all. If anything, he's going to have to use them in a direct fight. Oh, boy. I mean, the idea of scaling the Musafadi is pretty nice. They are cheap, only 75 resources, but still. And may end up looking lackluster here. Yumi. Start to bait him in. Mad Samurai not committing yet. Melee blobs are sneaking into the back economy. There are some cavalry now coming to mirror the moves, as well as Yumi on the south side. And it looks like Louis is pulling the army all the way home. Lash ignores the Mad Samurai, goes straight for the kills. Clever lad, that's exactly what he would be doing here. And the retreat is starting to hurt a little here for Louis. Yeah, so he tries to start a step just to get some trades on the exit. Recommits the Mad Samurai temporarily. The Sofa have finally been cleared up, but Lash has cleared up the lead that Louis had built. It is now Lash ahead by 2 workers, and Louis never Yorishiro dropped the TC. No, with this build, it's always farmhouses with him. I've noticed this. I thought maybe this game he tried TC just because it's against Mali. So what Louis done is he's kind of given himself a slight advantage temporarily on food. But now he needs an answer in fights, and that's a good start. Raids on the flank with a single Mad Samurai. Gets himself... Was that a triple kill? Yeah, a triple kill there. Things have slowed down now. That's kind of rough here for Lash. I think when he has tempo to keep on pushing, he feels strong. But the moment it turns into a stalemate, a standoff, that's where the range mass wins. Because you're not committing anymore. You're not bullying. Yeah, and I think Lash maybe a little bit of hesitance for a moment there as he had to address his flanks. Shove him back, boys. Jump straight in. The Mad Samurai. No, Lash, he hasn't pulled the Sofa away. They're in the way. The Donzos aren't actually getting that many good hits, and you see them coming around the flank finally, slowly. But maybe a little bit too slow. Louis has been on it. Like a car bloody bonnet. Gets the strike in. Gets the kill. Lash, the mass melee comp, it just never really got to that spooky point because what Louis done so well there is hug the gold. He prevented the surround from even being on the agenda. Now Yumi just going to dive in, trade places with a Mad Samurai. So he perfectly counters right to left and gets the win. This game, it looks done. Yes, 27 Mountain Samurai. Louis, the way he scales this comp is so monstrous. And it just feels like anytime Lash has been trying to raid, Louis just mirrors the move. So what went like direly wrong there? I mean, it's obvious that Mad Samurai are going to be of better quality than any one individual unit Lash has, so it already looks bad when Lash is equal count, but you try to justify it in your brain because there's Yumi making up half the army. That doesn't work, though, when you consider that 2/3 of Lash's army are counted by Yumi, which means although this unit is low value, you kind of have to double its value in a fight. And when you do that, the numbers make so much sense why Louis just ran him over. Add in the final detail of hugging the gold vein to stop melee from getting around correctly, and you had this scramble where because Lash didn't pull his Sofa back at all, the Donzos were getting sniped, but they weren't doing much sniping. Only about, I'd say, 8, maybe 9 maximum were actually taking stabs at the Samurai. That's simply not going to be enough to cut this down. What is up, Craven? Appreciate the sub, mate. Get seen on the tail end of a video. Look at that. Subscribe to the channel and you get to immortalize yourself in recordings. Isn't that nice? Thank you, buddy. Oh, and thank you, Louis. We are one step closer to a Japanese nerf. I feel like it's going to happen. For a long time, they refused to touch the Mad Samurai because Japan had nothing else. I think we can agree now, Japan is more of a rounded out, robust civ than it's ever been. And this Mad Samurai is still a complete and utter overlord in the heavy cavalry. Seriously. Like, I just... That build. That freaking build. Every time with it. It's so strong. Like, you know what's weird about that matchup, guys? Is actually that matchup used to feel pretty good for Mali. Yo, what's up, Cammy? 2 years? 2 whole goddamn years. And you still haven't got tired of me. You know what the problem with that is? That's when you like Stockholm Syndrome's fully set in. It doesn't matter anymore. You're never going to get tired. I appreciate you, buddy. All right, let's get ready for game number 2. It's going to be China versus Ottomans. Whoopsie, flip them around. And we're going to gorge. We actually had this matchup last week, and it was shocking just how well Ottomans done against China. Let's see if there's a pattern to be found here. Chinese that have previously been S tier are starting to take the knee, and there's question marks about how valuable they are in the draft. And not just that, folks. We've got other players highlighting just how ridiculously strong the Ottomans are. Welcome back to the channel for another casted game here between Louis MT and Lash. Ottomans versus China. I mean, there was that time where this would just go into the late game, and then you had the 2 powerhouses of late game just destroying each other. In more recent times, it hasn't gotten that deep, actually. It's been rather aggressive. Timings have really aligned for Castle Age or the Feudal Age finish. Now, the thing for Ottomans, I think they look better when it's a Feudal Age finish, but the challenge has been keeping China in the Feudal Age. With the Pro Scouts meta, this Civ has just done whatever they want. But Pro Scouts has been changed, folks. It has been nerfed, it has been crippled, it has been taken out back and shot. You can still do it, but now you decay the deer when you move them around. So when a scout picks up a deer, this food count will start to go down. That means less value in general, but especially less value in one-side Pro Scout games. For example, before, China versus Ottomans, China would be the only ones doing Pro Scouts. They come over here to Ottomans' deer, and they pull them all the way back to their side. Doing this journey now with the decay factor means that you're going to take 350 food and probably end up getting around 220, 240 instead. So it's pretty crippling, and that's an important detail because now it means that although you'll still eventually want to go for that play, it's not a double win like it used to be for the Pro Scout player. All right, so we have got military school coming in. This is a pretty nice play, actually, for Ottomans in this matchup. If you get the military school, you're organically getting spearmen. And although it won't be quick enough to stop China from teching, it will be quick enough to stop China from necessarily just going Pro Scouts. They might still just hang around the gold. They might even pull more people. But the trade-off is a lot more walk time because their villages are moving around. And the other nice thing you get here as the Ottoman player is the idle around the gold. Because if someone's going to pull 6 villages to gold, they're going to start trying to shiv you. The other trade-off in doing that for Lash, it means that he'd be prioritizing Pro Scouts over getting the wood for the production buildings. So you see the kind of ripple effect that has. It knocks you off course on what you're aiming for as China. Well, looks like Lash is going to be pulling back to prioritize that wood first. Sheep haul is looking fairly even, actually. 12 sheep coming in for Lash, but 11 for Louis. That's a win, actually. I think we're going to see it get a little bit better for Lash. Yeah, so we're getting an additional 4. Okay, so Louis, he does end up 1 step behind, but the nice thing is he has the Minaret Madrissa coming in, which is going to give him some infinite food. How can anyone call Louis MT a top 5 player when he hasn't ever defeated? Careful. I don't know if we need another Philisberto type person in the chat. I mean, in fairness, I have never lost to Marine Lord, Beastie, Lucifer, Louis, or Vortex. So, you know, think what you will of that, really. Like, I'm not saying I'm better than them. I'm simply saying I've never lost them. Although, from what I remember of Marine Lord's attempt at doing martial arts, I'm pretty sure I could beat him on the map. Mainly because he'd get beaten by himself. Anyway, Spearman coming in from Louis. So he's got double spear now to try and be a little bit annoying, but he's going to discover very quickly there's nothing going on in the gold. So that means he's got to be prepping for aggro. Probably going to be seeing a stables opening from Louis. And we do already have the archery range from Lash. Yeah, I mean, this is perfect. This is exactly what Louis wants. He's stopping pro scouts from occurring. And follow up into Sipahi gets him exactly where he wants to be. Make an argument for Louis being top 2. All these standings. Oh, for the EGC Masters thing? Oh, that's true. So the rankings, Marine Lord, Louis, Beastie, then Vortex, then Anatan. Huh. You get a lot from the win, actually. Also, why is the number different? I just noticed on the ranking system. You guys seen this? Like, for the EGC Masters thing. The ranking numbers are different. So, 1200, 1400, 1500, into 1200. Master Summers seem to have more pointing value than the others. Clearly, that right there is the Chinese bias. Anyway, we have got a toggle over to Sipahi, and we have got the stables now coming in. So exactly what we were expecting. Lash has only built double archer, and he will now be switching the spears. But my argument right now is you're not pro scouting. What he's trying to do does seem credible. So he's just going to probably try to mass a military force in feudal age, because China's really good at this. They get 20% more resources on drop-off and taxation, and they can increase their production rates. All sounds great, doesn't it? Until you realize Ottomans are actually a fierce fighter in feudal age. Ottomans have a lot of things that give them a merit and power in feudal age. First of all, the light cavalry they have are incredible. Sipahi, phenomenal unit. But outside of that, you've got to remember the vizier points. In particular, the imam point where you can get healing in feudal age. Feudal age healing is insanely imber. Like, it's ridiculous when you use it optimally, what it can do in a game. But the other thing, of course, is the scaling into extra military schools for passive reduction. And also meta. The meta is kind of a huge deal, actually. In feudal age, almost more than any other age. Because in the other ages, you're probably always going to use attack speed. But the meta in feudal age has a lot of variability because of the melee armor and the ranged armor. The reason being is, like, when you're in earlier points in the game, you have less melee armor, melee damage rather, you have less range damage. So +1 ranged armor is actually 20% of an archer's DPS. But if, without upgrades, you go into the castle age, +1 range damage actually is about 15% of an archer's DPS. And then when you scale that differently, well, you know, if you go maximum on ranged armor and range damage, etc., like what you realize with the +2 per age versus the +1 of feudal, because you can get 2 upgrades in castle age, the meta just loses a lot of punch in its armor possibilities the later you go in the game. Yeah, so what that means is if Louis can just drag feudal, very thumbs up. Even more because the logic here should be that he'll have map control if Lash doesn't add in horsemen. We do have pro scouts, by the way. It just came in. Yeah, I did look quickly because it only took 24 seconds. So that's going to be a 7.5-minute pro scout time. I think Louis is very happy with this. He's already up to 5 Sipahi, and an archer switch is coming in. Now, if Flash can quickly get that horse home, then he can start pumping out the hosts. Once he has the horseman going, he has an answer to Archer Ball from Louis. In the meantime, Louis is just reaping the benefits. He did go for the Anatolian Hill, so he has the safety of food underneath his TC. Interesting choice as well. I thought he might try and sneak out on deer after seeing his opponent was not going ponies. Sipahi are going to be a nuisance. It's very hard to actually trade against these cav on cav. You know, they are slower than standard horsemen, but when you get close, they just turn around and hit you, as they're much better brawlers. You know, have the same attack speed as a horseman, but the difference is +3 damage and +30 HP. Now, the logic is meant to be horsemen will outnumber you, but when you choose to diversify your comp like Lash has, that's never going to be the case. And let's always remember, guys, what we're trending towards here. Louis wants to have a reason to build more and more army, because as he builds more and more army, he gets one step closer to the next Imam point, which could easily just be a play... sorry, next Vizier point, which could easily be Imam, which will allow him to just heal. Louis, just scurrying around the back with a second wave. He knows Pro Scouts is going on at this stage, so he just wants to try and intercept. And remember, these guys move very slowly now. 0.7 speed. And reminder, with the deer's been dropping off, yeah, you see the impact of this. He's losing 50 food off of these pulls. That's crazy. And so is this assault from Lash. Wait, what? He's outnumbered. In terms of quality, really. Like, you know, the quantity thing is similar, but the Sipahi are just so much better. Weird A-click by Louis into them, though. Just a little bit ambitious. Doesn't pull back. Yeah, the archers won't finish sniping the spears. They are now, however, which means Lash is going to lose all archers on retreat unless he gets new troops here ASAP. But Louis already brought back the previous Sipahi. Yeah, it's going to turn into a sandwich. Gets right in the way of it. Snipes the horseman as well. Activates the fortitude. And this is what we call the erase button. They just wipe the board clean. Yeah, 50% more damage taken from melee doesn't really matter when your opponent has no melee left. What the hell? This is what I mean, though. Like, the numbers. They actually had Lash about 5, 6 ahead. Now look at it. Never underestimate the power of this pony. The Sipahi is S-tier horseman. And you see exactly why. Okay, so Lash, what are we up to now? Like we said with these deer, it's kind of rough, the amount of loss on the return. You know, if you think about the fact he's losing about 50 food per deer, that means you used to get 2,450 food per deer stack. So now you're losing 350 of that. So you're down to 2,100. When you start to put it in numbers like this, it starts to sound pretty significant. Because what I just done there, to put it very simply, is with pro scouts, you're turning a 7 stack of deer into a 6 stack. When you start to think about pro scouts in that way, when you put like very clear, obvious numbers in the way you scale it, you start to realize how big of a nerf this was. Yeah, because if I'm getting 14 deer on average and I'm losing out on 2 compared to where I was before, that ends up being about a 15% nerf to pro scouts. And Louis, after that big win in a fight, look at the state of things. He's now got the meta with the ranged armor activated, which is really smart here, actually. The reason I like ranged armor a lot is because it allows him to just win off of archers. The idea is he's crippling Lash's archers, and it means he can more easily snipe these spearmen while being shot by enemy archers. Doesn't have to worry about what happened before. If you remember that defensive fight, Louis, although he won it in the end, it did cost him a lot of archers in the process. Now, with the addition of that +1 armor, remember what we said about the maths of this? You're just stripping so much damage off your opponent. You know, he's meant to be doing 6 damage. Now, due to your natural innate meta ability, plus the ranged armor coming in, your opponent's going to be missing out 33% of his damage. And to be fair, it was already a harsh race to try and win with archer into archer. Because if his archers are designed to snipe your spears, well, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Because they're going to be doing a pretty nifty 10 damage per strike. And the health difference doesn't really balance that out. Like, you have 20 more HP on spearmen compared to archers, which equates about a 25% increase in health. But you're taking 100% more damage. And Mehmed is on the way. It's going to be armory time. Louis actually has the tech up first? What? Lash shouldn't be too far behind him. I mean, in fairness, Lash did tech up already. He done Barbican, so he done second feudal before going castle. Man, what a tight tech timing though, guys. I wonder who will be quicker to age up. It is going to be Louis, but not by as much as you think. Just let this sink in. I mean, yes, China's been nerfed, but some of these things are still silly to this day. Like, the tech speed is kind of crazy. And he switches another 4 in. He switches 4 more in this late. He's still got 2 less workers. And look at what happens to the bar. China things, folks. Number 1 on tech speeds. It's just crazy, man. I don't know. I kind of understand why so many people want to play China. You know, you could drive like an old banged up like hatchback that's gonna be reliable, or you could just have a speedy Porsche, right? That's what it feels like with the economy and the build speeds. And no, Louis didn't use the Imam Vizier point in the end, and I don't blame him. He didn't really take enough damage on existing Sipahi. He has like 2.5 HP, and that's pretty much it. Instead, he opted to go for the military schools, which has been growing in popularity. Yeah, the other thing is like the Imams lose value when your opponent starts scaling archers. If Lash had been more into horsemen, I think like if, for example, Lash went horseman spearman, and this is the trap, by the way. If you go horseman spearman against Ottomans, they will go vizier point, and then nothing of theirs dies, and you slowly lose. So that means Lash had to go archers. But the moment he goes archers, Louis says, okay, I already have the best light cav in the game. I just won't build imams. It's really awkward, the dynamics there. Like, it's what's making Ottomans such a fierce force. To the point that some players are referencing them as, like, first ban material. And what is up, Giacchino? Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Just in time for some Ottoman dominance. I'm seeing a pattern emerge, and would you believe it, Ottomans are starting to look better than China. Yeah, this is the second time that I've witnessed this matchup in the last week, and it's kind of shocking just how well Ottomans are doing. You can add it into the detail of the player, sure, but I think even outside that, you got to be showing a lot of respect to this Sith. Whew. It's funny as well, because like OG... like style, you know, fast imp Ottomans versus China, it was a good time for Ottomans too. But now it's the complete and opposite end of the spectrum. So Lash, he did upgrade the horsemen. Archers as well. Spearmen, this is very expensive actually. Going all these techs, 350 a pop. Yeah, think about it a different way. Like going all 3 of these units upgraded, he could have just had an extra 4 knights almost. And again, maybe we'll be thankful he doesn't, considering that Louis is just spamming Janissary now. Arrow 2 also coming in, which you would have thought Lash would have benefited more from rushing that over the Spearman upgrade, but it shows you how scared he is of the Sipahi, and for good reason. Sipahi mass much better than a lot of other cavalry because of the nature of their melee. Like their second line attacks alongside their first, whereas for these type of civs like standard horsemen, your backline's going to struggle to hit. Why are they neglecting relics? Because relics takes away from your push point right now. Lash can't go for it, even though it'd be beneficial. And for Louis, rushing relics is like a quick way of actually just slowing down your tempo here. He's going for an all-in timing. All-in he will go into the Barbican. Forces the fight. Janissary do get exposed, so get sniped straight away. A little bit ambitious. I think Louis bit off more than he could chew there with the Barbican factor. People always do this, though. Like, Barbican is one of the hardest landmarks to kill pre-15. Even just past that can feel awkward. Yeah, I mean, the high penetration is really nice, and it balances out with the arrow slits from all the garrison slots. What that means is you just basically have a landmark, defensive landmark, that counters both armored units and unarmored units really well. Compared to a primary TC, not as much, of course, but if we're talking about feudal age landmarks, there's a reason why ranked Barbican is #1. For defensive means, I should highlight. There are better landmarks in general in the game. Yeah, I think Kremlin can come close with all upgrades, but the Barbican is pretty crazy. Dive in, but I mean, he's pretty much dead on these guys. We've got a sniper worker, which is pretty good. Gets himself a second. Really nicely played by Lash. But that Barbican now down to half HP. Man, Louis is obsessed with this thing. It's going to turn the Barbican into a barbecue at this rate, but the repair crew is coming in clutch. Starting to snipe the workers, however. Lash. He's not realizing. Yeah, that's 3 gone. Which is most of the value that Song gave him. It's so tricky now. Like, with this many Sipahi forward in the archer mass, Lash, you kind of have to throw your archers in just to kill the Janissaries. Otherwise, nothing can commit. Look at the horsemen. They just die so quickly. Full Nagashino effect. Order mode activated. And Barbican down. Landmark crumbling. Louis bloating to unbelievable heights now. 36 military for Lash. 76 for Louis. Because Lash stopped to do this. Ay, ay, ay. The farm switch, the castle drop. He pretty much forfeited the entire map with this. Well, you want to see relics. Louis now going to party in that direction. Goes hunting for those next. And he's going to move out for the remaining deer. Can't go for the boar, but has at least got berries. And then think about the passive production at this phase of the game. He's got 4 military schools. He's got the Mehmed as well. It's just so much firepower. And that is the all-in pull for the kill. I don't even know if it will get here in time, but he just spawned the biggest bombard warrior on the battlefield. But the TC is already going to be gone. Well, Song Dynasty is a great dynasty, folks. It lets you build more villages out of your TC. Can we still build them? No. Because 25% increase on 0 is still 0. Thumbs up. Man, I'm impressed. I feel like most people don't like doing this against China. This feels like there's so much more frustrating to end with landmark victories than other civs. But he understands, like, okay, I'm much bigger. Have you probably farmed transition behind this? I don't want to give you map control. I don't want this game to potentially go late. Because we know that China is an economical beast. Mango. Great first hit. Man, this feels like just a masterclass of how to play Ottomans. Like, issues with Lash in this game. I think Lash probably... I mean, was it too much of a rush into the granary effect? Like, going for a castle plus the granaries just kind of feels like you're forfeiting a lot. We never really saw him get into a raiding point, but I don't think that's as much on him failing as Louis just controlling the map really well. I mean, seriously, guys, I just want you to think back that how many times in pro play you've seen someone pre-20 bum rush a Barbican without any siege. Seriously, you think about it in your brain, I'll wait. Because I can't remember seeing that. And I've cast over 4,000 hours of Age of Empires 4 games. You just don't get people doing that. It's so unusual. Yet, the way Luigi's done it, unusually effective. Somewhat inspiring, even. Well, Lash, he'll be forced to make his last stand here. He switched into a handful of pass guard, but the comical part is that the veteran Sipahi still trade really well into this. Yeah, and with less ranged armor, the Janissaries find a second value sniping that out, as it is going to be Louis sniping Lash out 2-0 in our return to KPMM on the new expansion. Oh, damn. I'm not sure if it's like the Chinese nerfs hit hard enough, or is Ottomans just on another level? These Nightbot techs are long? Yeah, so I need to... I don't know if someone knows how to Nightbot. I haven't seen a way. One of the problems is, like, on Nightbot, you can set a timer between, like, 5 minutes and 60 minutes for each command. But you can't... Like, what would be preferable is actually, like, having them on, say, 25 minutes even, or 20 minutes, but, like, it would be one at a time. Because the problem is right now, so, for example, I have KPMM reminder on a 55-minute timer. I might just turn that one off for a little bit. Then I've got, like, the Opera GX ones on it is, like, every 30 minutes, PC Specialist every 60 minutes, and then Primed every 45. So, like, I've actually got them on separate timers, but the problem there is, if you do your basic maths, they're all going to overlap. They'll all eventually overlap at once. So it's a little bit tricky. Also, just talk more and it'll be fine. Yeah, if you just talk more, there's no overlap. Maybe we try... Put this on 50, maybe. All right. Anyway, so that's our first series of the day done. Next up... What do you think, guys? What do we have a look at next? Do we do... B versus music? Bam versus Deniska? Let's go with... You want Numinon versus MSN? Voldemar Miyamika? Voldemar Miyamika is happening today at the same time when our show match starts, which is why we won't do that one. Actually, dude, you know what I want to do? I want to do Anatan versus Mahodo. Volda Esports Showdown. I haven't asked Anatan if he actually plays much with like the other Volda members. I'd be curious. Yeah, let's go like that. I think that one will be fun. Look at their draft, most definitely. Mahodo got Tuklak. And guess who first priored Sengoku? Yo, Anatan is obsessed with this pick. I don't know. I don't think you necessarily think it's the most broken pick. I just think in Anatan's mind, what he's envisioning is like it's the pick that should make it through the drafting phase. I will not get banned. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Camian. I don't know if there's a way to stop Nightbot from doing that. It's annoying because there really should be a way, but there isn't from what I can see on Nightbot to have it set up so that it doesn't just overlap. Like that, preferably what I'd want is, here's a list of CTAs. Do one of these every 30 minutes. And then it goes through them systemically. That would be the best method. I don't know why Nightbot doesn't let you do that. All right, so Dry Arabia... Game 1, it's going to be Mongol versus Mali. Oh, wow, we haven't had that in a while. Is Silkstring allowed for Goku? I don't think any tournaments have banned it. And I know what you're getting at. Actually, I'm working on, like, an interesting project, and I haven't added that as, like, a broken thing, because I don't feel like I've seen it look broken so far. But that's probably because people aren't getting deep enough in the game. It should, in theory, be broken. Really broken. All right, here we go. Let's get to it. I'm not sure if these guys scrum together, but it should make for an interesting series. One and all, welcome back to the channel for another caster game. We've got a Volda Esports Showdown, as it is going to be Anatan up against his teammate Mahodo. And it's good old Mongols. And I feel like we just don't really get to see many Mongols at the moment. No, it's been all Golden Horde and nothing else. And last time we used to see this matchup, Mongols felt pretty good for a while until the arrival of the Malian defense strat, where you just outpost up your gold vein. And my God, is he gonna... Oh, no. You're gonna want to outpost this for sure, folks. That is rough. Oh, God. No, that is not an M-Lord spawn for sure. Like, if he gets a scout on that and realizes... And yeah, he already has the racks coming. So that's smart. What Anatan done, he scouted the west side and he realized, oh, there's nothing there. So it must be on the east. We're just going to be 2x speed until the first spearmen come through here. 1.8 melee range sounds pretty broken. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Like, okay, has anyone actually seen games where the Sengoku Silkstring bug looks broken? I mean, Faye has, because she's clearly cheesing for it. But, like, I have not had a single competitive game where Sengoku has gotten to that point yet. You know, like, the Kipchak bugged arrow should be broken too. And I think it is, because people actually figured out how to get to it. But the strat you're talking about, I don't know. I just haven't seen anyone being able to get that deep yet. I'm not doubting it's broken. I just don't think it's a strategy from the games I've seen so far that's mattered. And, oof. That outpost... Wait, what did he... Oh, he was worried about getting rushed. Yeah, oh, that was very smart. Look at the positioning. That is a subtle difference, but one that matters. And I love the reaction from Mahodo. It's going to be the Saharan trade network. I mean, he needed to do something to fix this spawn. Props to him. You know, some people just really are reluctant to play into this, but it has its advantages. I think you can actually justify things like 2TC builds a lot easier by going Saharan. In fact, actually, one of the players in this game, Anatan, has proven that multiple times in the past. Yeah, I don't think this would be a 2TC game in particular, though, just because of the deer locations. And he will be pulling the villages now. So denies the outpost. I know it does force a lot of idle time. And also, you know, he'll see the value in that he forced his opponent to do this, because Mahodo wouldn't have otherwise. And the reason that's important is it means your opponent's missing out on an extra 75 resources per minute. So, you know, 3 or 4 minutes in, it feels like you've already made this entire play worthwhile. And that is a rarer sight. So what does he do when he sees his opponent as being defensive? He takes advantage of it and gets aggressive with economy. And yeah, don't worry, farm man. Sit back. We got that one covered. We've got a video coming up that will show you exactly what we mean by the broken kipjacks. And I've been enjoying the new civs though. Like some people maybe not because they're like, oh man, it's absolutely broken, blah 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 blah. But the thing for me at least is that it's refreshing to try and figure out new things. Like, see, this matchup, for example, and this isn't me being cocky, it's just I've watched that many games. I'd be surprised if I wasn't able to read the outcome of every engagement as it's happening quite easily. Whereas with the new civs and the new units, you're calling it and you're like, wait, what just happened? It catches you off guard so much. And it's so refreshing to have that. I think one of the biggest negatives I would highlight for Age of Empires 4, without trying to be a negative Nelly here, is that we don't get the table flipped often enough. This game would benefit so much from more consistent regular updates. Figuring a meta out, grinding it out to its completion is like, it seems really cool and, you know, like, wow, now I know what I'm doing, great. It gets boring. Perfection is boring. And I'll always swear by that. Perfectionism has always been boring. Take it from someone who's been obsessed with it for years in many things. Heal elephants have been really annoying so far. Agreed. But the solution to that, like my highlight is that you need to update the game regularly. Right? So that's how you break the game and then you fix it regularly. And if you do that, you have a meta that's always in flux. But if you disappear for 5-6 months without updating your game at all, which is what happened before the DLC dropped, then you get an incredibly stale time. And you start to kind of kill your game's momentum a bit. You realize having fewer patches with more time between them doesn't mean you get better patches, right? That means when something gets made and it's a mistake, it just ends up abusing the game longer. SC2 didn't get updates for a long time. They had super cool games. I think SC2 is like very different on pacing and its asymmetrical design though. Very different. And also, they had more, I think, consistency with new maps being introduced, if I'm not mistaken. Which is an area that I think Age of Empires 4 still struggles with. So, we have got the silver tree setting up the corner. This isn't the best spawn in the world for trade, but I guess the fact that... Can he actually get through that? No. So it's going to push him around the front side. And that's great news for Mahodo, guys. Like, trying to trade against heavy cav civs is a nightmare. Get what I done there? Because it's a night. Because the heavy cav are knights. I'm going to stop. Wait, did he just walk the trader all the way over? What? No. He did. He actually did. That is sick. Guys, are you seeing this? Anatan, he keeps getting ready to reallocate it to head back. He walked all the way across to his opponent's trade to get a better rate because he built a trader early, but that early trader would have got a terrible rate at this location. That's pretty cool. I think the way you could have made that better is if it was a double trader pump, because then you send 2 over, which was an old school build, if you guys remember, before they revamped trade. And we will get the Pumba as well. I like this from Anatan. Like, he's basically playing into his trade line, and that gives him more justification to invest in things like outposts here. But yeah, really cool little opening from Anno. Relic patches the game super slowly. It's not just Relic though, it's World's Edge as well. Like, we got to balance out where, like, it's multiple people involved in the development, right? Yo, what's up, 8boy? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it, mate. What a legend. Remember, guys, got to get those Prime subs in so you can optimize your Anatan copycat trader build exactly like this. I mean, who else could have a trader on 5 HP and have it still be worth? Yeah, this guy has been through the works. Company Heroes had an absolute terrible meta with MGs for USF. It stood for like 9 months. Yeah. Well, like, I mean, that, in fairness, Relic as a company has had big balancing issues for a long time. I don't remember the last time they got like an RTS where the balancing was good straight away. I mean, most games don't get that, but the idea is to not think you're perfect, and you need to create a non-rigid system around design and balance change implementations so you can react quickly. The mistake most developers make, and I don't know if they mean for it to seem like they're arrogant, but it comes across as arrogant, is just they have a rigid, slow pipeline to fix any problems. Like, guys, seriously, I played Battlefield 6 the other day, like last night, and I'm kind of getting tired. And it's not even necessarily because, oh, hey, there's not many maps. Like, sure, that's kind of annoying. Do you know when the number one thing annoying me is, chat? It's the hit registration, which is complete dog water. Good hit registration from these guys, though. Whew, Anatan with the Magadai. Some great hits in. Yeah, the hit registration in Battlefield is the thing driving me nuts. And it's like, there's no... They literally have said they're working on it, but they just released a brand new game mode, a Battle Royale, and they've done nothing to fix hit registration. So now I'm just sitting there like, well, I kind of can't be asked then. Like, if you guys can't be asked to fix the number one annoyance in your game, why should I play it? Right? So that's the thing. Is and by the way, it's okay to not have a solution tomorrow to your problems as a developer. Like if I got any developers watching this now, that's absolutely fine. What's not fine is being radio dark about your timeline. You know, sometimes I think developers don't like to commit to a timeline because they think it's going to look bad if they fail to meet that timeline. I think it looks worse when you don't have a timeline. Don't get me wrong, if you have absolutely no clue, I actually would rather you just be honest about that as well. But I'm not a big fan of, for example, roadmaps that have nothing in them. I think we've had that in AoE 4 in the past, and it's driven me crazy when it's like, hey guys, you know, we got bug fixes coming in this roadmap. It's like, why is that in there? That means you don't have enough content in my eyes. But, you know, if you can communicate, hey guys, we are working on this, and our rough timeline is it should be done in the next 2 weeks. That's better than people just being in the dark, waiting, and then just getting tired of waiting. Because, like, what happens is, like, you keep me playing the game for the time being, but you fatigue me to the point that I'm probably not going to come back. Keshix. I mean, Mahodo's idea here wasn't wrong, by the way. I think Anatan has just outplayed him a little. He's got scaling economy against the Saharan trade network. Mahodo got forced to add in a few donzos that have stayed at home the entire time. And the problem here right now, guys, like, if Keshix outnumbers Sofas, Keshix win. Because Keshix can heal out of prolonged fights, so you kind of need to overwhelm them. Yeah, because it's trade, the onus is now on Mahodo to attack. But he has got Grand Fulani on the way, at least. Cows are filled out. Anno needs to constrict the map more here. What time is it in GMT? If you Google, it'll just tell you. Currently, for me, it's 1:15. Tired of BF6 because it's a slop game for slop gamers? No heart or soul? No, I actually think, like, I quite enjoyed the gunplay when the hit registration works. Map design could do with a more mixed approach on Battlefield 6 for sure. There are some good things in that game. Like, I felt very immersed playing the beta. Sadly, the reality with Battlefield 6 is the beta maps were all the best maps. Bar Manhattan, which was the one extra on the Gladiator. That's the weird thing to me as well, is they've done urban maps actually quite well, but sadly they didn't do big maps, and the few that they tried to do big maps of proved why they probably didn't want to do big maps. They had no understanding of how to make the gunplay and the combat systems breathe life into large areas. Which, if anyone has played Operation Firestorm, they know exactly what I'm talking about. Somehow felt worse than Battlefield 3's Firestorm, and if we're being totally real, Firestorm was never a good one. Right, so Mahodo, we have got the veteran CM for the sofa. Imported armors is on the way, but we've got spoon replacements coming through as well. He's got a few spinmen here to guard. Keshiks are also starting to arrive, but Anatan Wait. He's rushing the Spearman upgrade, but not the Keshiks. No, the Keshiks are being delayed. I think this is a strategy intentionally, though, because Spearmen take twice as long to upgrade as Keshiks. So there you go. If he staggers it like this, both sides of this counter to Sofa upgrade at roughly the same time. Mahodo. It just feels like whenever you're against trade, even Fulani has a timer, an expiration date where it has to do more. More love, not patches, is the most contradicting stuff I've heard. Wait, what? Is that really said? I'm telling you, the problem isn't a lack of love from the developers. The developers actually, like, I know some of the developers. They freaking live and breathe this game. You have to when you work on a game for this many years. The problem is the production pipeline. It's obvious that's the problem, because it's the problem with most major studios these days. Sofa's doing a good job of raiding a little bit, but at this point, Anatan's just kind of in a let's shrug, build more traders point. You know, he's up to 13 already. He's about to crack the extra tier. Remember, the Silk Road kicks in at 5, 10, and 15 to give more resources. Yeah, so this is what I mean by, like, with Mongol trade, it's a compounding problem. They're going to get more by having more, but on top of that, they're able to build more by having more as well. So it begins to snowball a lot faster. Mahodo just raw cav now. It's interesting because usually at this point you're talking about archers as well. But I think it's because he's up against trade specifically. Mahodo's like, I just need to gun it. If I go archers, I'm going to be way too slow. The tricky part though is archers are actually really good at killing traders. And he's going to need them soon because of the crossbowmen that Anatan's building. What about an SC1 solution? Emerging balance from player strategies. I mean, that always is an element. Like, what do you think happens here, right? Like, this is what I mean about quicker pipeline for developing and initiating and pushing patches. The game releases, the devs are like, oh, we didn't realize this was going to be used that way. That's totally fine. Absolutely fine for that. Like, we didn't realize Hill Elephant's going to be this big a problem. We didn't realize people were going to use this, that. That's fine. Your issue is, now are you fixing it, and how quickly is it going to be until it's fixed? That A needs to be communicated, and B needs to not take very long. Sofas. I like the way he's using spring placements here. But this is a bit tricky. Anatan has a hell of a lot of idle time coming through. The worker kills starting to stack up. I mean, in terms of worker count, they are still neck and neck. Anatan has only been hemorrhaging traders so far, which are easily reproducible. And Anno chat, he was trying to rush him. What is it with Mongol players? Like, there are new builds to be discovered, surely. I mean, it's crazy to see him doing this. But, you know, he went step read out plus trade. I understand the justification in his mind. You see how tricky it can be. However, the crossbowmen are going to be able to scare Mahodo away. His second wave of Sofa hadn't actually marched forward yet. I know. Anno doesn't have any tech because he's going fast in. Has he taken enough of a beating, though? Like, this is the crazy thing. In a weird way, the trade has distracted Mahodo from the real workers, but this would be a big hit. If he can find it. Spearmen are coming through, though, and they're already vetted up. They get the body blockers. You have to back away from the Sofa. Remember, Sofa attack quicker than spears, so you don't want to stand still against them. He needs to get the crossbows here ASAP. They do start to arrive. Good choke point hold there from Anatan. Limited spearmen, but that means the Sofa, the pathing, they're screwing themselves over. Several go down. We'll find their way through now to the crossbowmen. Anno starts to start away. Karganet Palace is now coming through, but the Sofa wave is still big. Mahodo still has enough firepower here to punish. The Spruno placement hasn't been placed into the outpost yet. So he continues to dive through. Where's the next wave, though? I feel like, yeah, there's always troops from Mahodo waiting back at home. That's his biggest curse here, actually. Imagine how different this game looks if... Let's not even imagine it's this many troops coming across. Let's imagine it's half this count. Anatan will end up losing workers here, there, and everywhere. Instead, for what he lost, he gains Imperial Age now complete, and the worker count. I mean, Anno is a monster. He only lost 5 workers in total for that, i.e. villagers. Oh, you mean SC1 having the approach of like, it's not a bug, it's a feature, and we now have to work around it sort of thing. I mean, I don't think that works unless you somehow have your game survive to 8+ years old, and then it becomes, then it gets justified by the player base's granularity, because it's extra skills. But when you're a younger game, all people see is bugs, and it's not worth my time. Does that make sense? It's very different. Like, SC1 gets away with that because the player base got forced to adapt to it, and they got used to it over a long period. So instead it became a skill expression. But newer games, that doesn't work. Because if I see things that seem buggy and annoying, I'm just going to stop playing a game because I'm not invested. But I know with this investment in the Imperial Age, has he got enough power here? I mean, this dive in from Mahodo, he's got an extra wave coming in soon. He has no real choice but to keep committing. Remember, when you're up against fast imp Mongols, you have to crush them. Crush them like the bug they are before they come online. And that's exactly what Mahodo does. You're seeing that correctly, folks. A lot of you may be looking, thinking, Anno Chad has clearly got this, but apparently Mahodo is leveling up, able to slay against what looked like a greedy but effective build from Anatan's Mongols. Ooh. Oh, that has spiced things up, hasn't it? That one might be worth uploading. We'll see. I'm kind of torn at the moment on what I upload on the YouTube channel because I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that even though these are intriguing games, they'll be like, I just want new Civ. Is it new Civ? No? Then I don't want it. Oh, sorry. Mahodo 1 game up. So Mali beats Mongols. Nice keyboard. Dude. Why are you bringing up my lips? What do you mean it matches my lips? You're right. You're right. It does look fabulous, just like my lips. You know what makes my lips look more fabulous? When they're on your mother's lips. Whoa! He went there again. All right, one sec. Have we got this set up the right way? We have. We just need to flip that. Oh, wait. Let me just respond to that in chat as well. All games is hard to look at because your survivorship bias. Exactly. This is legitimately what I mean. Like, there are things in Dota 2 that basically became mechanics, whereas in newer games, people call them bugs, demand they get fixed, and get annoyed if they didn't. Like stacking. Stacking creep camps was never intended, but it became a mechanic because it was fun. And then it got developed around further. Where can you get that keyboard? This is a Logitech keyboard. Actually, that reminds me. I'll see if I can get a discount code or something. I'm already getting questions about the keyboard. Just messaging my UK Logitech contact. Maybe we'll try and get a code set up for you guys so you get a little discount. All right, you guys ready? Should we get ready to go? Oh, by the way, like, I noticed a bunch of you asking where Drongo's been. And I know what he's doing. Obviously, like, Civ's kind of dying, but, like, he's legit. He's just playing loads of Tab still. No, not Tab. Sorry, that's our Billions. What's the Total Annihilation spiritual successor? He's just using his secondary channel. I don't know where you go. Like, Drongo's gone. He's not. He's literally just been using his bar. That's right. Yeah, dude. He's still posting Beyond All Reason content. I came across it the other day. I was like, wait, what? I thought he stopped doing this ages ago. All right, let's get ready to go, though. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for another caster game. You are seeing that score correctly. Mahodo has the lead over Anatan. This is quite the unexpected turn of events. We head into Gorge for one of my favorites, a green-on-green showdown. That's right, we are going to be having the Delhi going up against the Ottomans. This is, I think, a really cool skill-based matchup rather in Feudal Age. If it goes to Castle, I think Delhi can become quite favored in theory of elephants. Because of the way they play Archer elephants, it kind of covers them against Janissary. But you have to get there, and it can be very difficult, especially against talented Ottoman players, of which Anatan is one of them. And Anatan also a player that truly believes in the power of the Ottomans, you know, to the point that when he had his series against B, which he ended up 3-0ing in, getting 3-0'd, he came and he said, like, this Ottoman pick, I don't know what you're meant to do against it. It just seems like the best thing in the world. Bar looks so boring. I don't know. I've never tried Beyond All Reason. So for those who don't know, Beyond All Reason is basically, it's a spiritual successor to one of the greatest RTS games ever created. Definitely for its time. A game called Total Annihilation. Total Annihilation had so much strategic depth for an RTS made in 1997. The developer and the designer of it, called Chris Taylor, like, I reference him as genuinely one of the most important and smart people in RTS design ever, right? Like, I'd put him on, you know, for any people that really like FPSs, you know, John Carmack, the guy who created Quake, I generally put Chris Taylor in like the same sentences. I think he was that important to RTS development in the end. It's just like he doesn't get as much credit because I think what happened is a lot of RTS designers and developers were inspired, but obviously it didn't have the same credence as a direct game release that Warcraft or Age of Empires did. But yeah, so Beyond All Reason is a spiritual successor to Total Annihilation. And I've talked about it on the channel before. Like, we just don't really cover it because I don't think it's spectatable. I'm sure it's fun to play, but I think as a spectator type thing, it's not enjoyable. So, we have got the Spear Rush from Anatan here, by the way. It was a Rax play. You can tell by the fact he's already got 3 Spearmen out. And wait a second. Mahodo. Hold on there, son. That Scholar's too far out. Oh, this is rough. This is really rough. He actually might lose one. Okay, he gets the shivs out. That's the correct call. Mahodo, he had to be ready to body block there because the Scholar could have been jumped. But the pathing is going to betray him. The charge comes through. And that's going to scare him away. That's way too much damage done now. So Mahodo, he's lucky that Scholar didn't take hits sooner. So the gold gathering, he should have enough here for an age up, but he cannot get a single extra Scholar. This is pretty rough. People have discovered that this type of opening is super effective against Delhi, actually. Because they still go Dome of Faith, but they just don't have the value of it now. So this also now forces Mahodo to open with archers, which is terrible against Ottomans, as Ottoman players want to go Sipahi. Yeah, where this becomes an interesting skill-based matchup is usually it turns into a focus on light cav for both sides. But you're now being forced into archers, which is a big negative. Because the ideal comp is meant to be like Spear, Ghazi, and then eventually archers. Because you'll need them against the imams, by the way. Because reminder, this is the matchup where both sides can get healing in the Feudal Age. You personally detest subcom likes? See, I don't like that. See, it should be Total Annihilation likes, because the other thing is, like, Supreme Commander was literally the spiritual successor to Total Annihilation. I know my history. Can I ask for my take on this? Do you think the hope for the full new civs is gone, and from now on it will only be variants? Not necessarily. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another variant civ drop, because there's still civs that don't actually have a variant made of them at all in Age of Empires 4, right? Like, if we think about the civs in the game, there's still, I want to say there's maybe 3 or 4 civs that don't have variants. Is that correct? Or are they all done now? Malians don't have a variant, Ottomans and Roofs don't have a variant. I think that's it. I think all the rest do, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, you eventually have to add in new civs, Kek W. But I think we should see new civs, hopefully. Like, if I'm being pessimistic, I think it's hard to justify unless this DLC sells like hotcakes, you know, like, because the problem you run into is the development style of Age of Empires 4 kind of dug itself into a corner. And what I mean by that is the complexity, the amount of work that went into creating a civ from scratch essentially set up the developers to inflate their budgets. Think about it. Like, we literally have an RTS where every time you change age in the game, Dark to Feudal to Castle to Imperial Age, your dialect changes. You've then got all of the different architecture of each new civ. Landmarks, like there's a lot actually that goes into making a civ, especially when you consider the graphical quality of AoE 4. So I think that's tricky. I don't think that we will never see new civs. I just wouldn't be surprised if it was like new civs and then variant civ DLC, variant civ DLC, and then new civ DLC sort of thing. Obviously, it all comes down to how it sells. Like if the variant ones don't sell well, then like what ends up happening is Microsoft looks and says this is not profitable, and then they'll just logically pull funding because that just makes sense. Can we get variants of a variant? I believe that's just called another variant. Faye, I think those 24-hour streams are going to your brain a bit. All right, anyway, so we have Spear beginning, followed up by Supply as expected. Mahodo, he so far has been forced in archers, has not followed up Ghazi. He's just raw archering right now. French occupied Canada? No, like so French, there's a very easy way you can create a variant, but probably make I mean the big one in French history that I'm kind of shocked they didn't do is just creating Burgundy. I thought Burgundians would have actually been the variants if they done. Like sadly, I mean the problem is they create these new unique mechanics with civs, but it gets outshone by the fact that like the word variant is used. Like, the marketing for this DLC is unfortunate because it done a lot of cool things. There's some new civs that are really cool, a new game mode. But getting into it and using the word variant was the quickest way to immediately die down hype that people had. Especially after you hyped up as a big DLC, which means that people are already thinking Sultan's Ascend and expecting 2 new civs and then maybe some variants and whatever. The sad reality is that if they had the funding, they could have just made Tuklak an entire new ecosystem of like building architectures. They could have easily, I'd say, have made like what one could they have made a completely different dialect and everything? Probably not Golden Horde. I think Golden Horde and Mongols would have been the closest overlap. But and I guess Sengoku with Japan is just inherent. But I think Macedonians are the obvious one to people. Macedonians could have been very different. Like the thing that I've been saying about Macedonians, I had an argument with someone on YouTube because they're like, oh, this is not... And Imam's, pause that for. Imam's actually getting sniped. That was greedy from Anno. Yeah, so he pushed forward with the Spearman and Imam because the archer count wasn't high enough, yeah, that they threatened him. But he overstayed his welcome, so losing Imam, that's a huge negative for him in game number 2. I'm sorry, we're having like this deep discussion because we've seen these type of openings before. But, so the problem with Macedonians, you know, I got an argument with someone on Twitch, on YouTube rather, because they thought that my title was clickbait. Because I said the Viking civ is crazy in AoE 4. But if we're being totally fair, Macedonians are basically Vikings. Like in conceptually, the way you play the civ, the units you use, yeah, the architecture isn't, but you're basically playing a Viking civ. If we're being totally fair, anyone who's played Macedonian so far, you spent most of the game building Atgematha, Bogmatha, Redari, and that's it. And those are Vikings. So it's a Viking civ. But unfortunately, clearly due to budget limitations, they did not have the ability to build all the fresh architecture. And they would have needed an interesting spin as well. I legitimately think to do Vikings right, or Danes, or whatever you're going to call them, you would have needed architecture that completely changes Pyrage up, because you'd start off as Vikings, but you become, like, you'd have to stop living in longboats, you know? Like, that works for the early ages, but, you know, the Vikings eventually decided that houses like the rest of the world made sense. So let's just quickly recap on what's happening in the game, because Mahodo's comp is getting worse, actually. He's finally got stables coming in, but it's for pro scouts. So he's playing full infantry comp against, archer horsemen? They released AoE 2 Macedonians with like phalanx, and AoE 4 they're complete out of it. I mean, but that's due to the different time prospect of like when AoE 2 and AoE 4 takes place, I think. But like this is what I mean. If you've got this awkward issue of like, if you think about it, there's a lot of civs in theory in the AoE 2 timeline that just sound epic, like Vikings, you know? Whereas for Age of Empires 4's conceived timeline, they weren't really being called the Vikings anymore. You know? They were starting to become the Danes and everything. I also think calling literally every Civ a dynasty was a mistake. Because basically the Civs lost their unique identity by doing that. I don't know if that's a hot take, but like I feel like that muddied the water. And you could see they even tried to fix it when they called Sengoku a daimyo instead of a dynasty. But funny thing is, like, I basically, before we realized we weren't going to have time because we weren't given enough headway to make those edited videos. In my showcase video of the Sengoku daimyo, I called them the Sengoku dynasty by mistake. Because it's just, they're all dynasties. Like, honestly, part of me would have, like, at least liked to have seen the dynasty of the East have a theme around the dynasty element, like a mechanic that's like a subcategory of landmarking, if that makes sense. Because you kind of do have that, if you think about it, with the Sengoku daimyo, because of the estates. But the other new civs don't. I guess Tukulak kind of with the governorships, but it's not a choice. You can get all of them eventually. Macedonians don't really have the dynasties. And then Golden Horde don't really have dynasties either. I don't know if anyone else thinks that would have been more intriguing. Like, almost like the theme of it. I think the theme was meant to be the Crucible, which I wanted it to be. Man, we need co-op with that. And Anatan, oh, he's going to need some good cooperation from his whole army to get the mutual defense going here. This is the challenge of playing like this against Sipahi or Engorge. You just become confined. He's at least switching Ghazi now, but the idea is that Anatan just has the ability to poke him left and right with practically no losses. Another nice thing as well is, did you notice what Anatan done? He kept that one Imam alive, so he can pull injured cav lines all the way back to heal. What's the time period of AoE 2 and AoE 4? I want to say it's like roughly, is it 400 years difference on when they both start and end? Might be longer. Because it's meant, so AoE 2 I think is meant to be, is it like 400 or 500 BC, I want to say roughly? Because obviously Age of Empires 1 is earlier than that. Because Age of Empires 1 is like Roman times. Yeah, 5th to 15th. Whereas AoE 4 is meant to be, I'm going to say 12th, 13th century through to 18th, like 17th, 18th. Oh, big flash. Meta goes down already, but he has a second one. Mahodo. His big boy Blob. I mean, it's a bit awkward, though. The Spearmen. The Spearmen are getting in the way. He's body blocking with the Archers. This is a crazy matchup right now. We've got Scholars frontlining for one side, Archers frontlining for the other, and that turns it into Archer versus Sipahi to see who's going to win. And no doubt about it, the Sipahi will crush Skulls. That was a powerful move right there. That was an Anno-Chad maneuver. He just sees a lack of Ghazi and says, fine, my Archers, they're now melee units. Firm handshakes and a salute, and I'll see you in game number 3. That was actually really sick. Body blocking with your freaking Archers. AoE 4 is 700, 1400. I feel like AoE 4 trends later than that, no. With the cannons and whatnot. First firearm sharp in Europe around 1350. Yeah, but when you go into Imperial Age and it becomes a more regular occurrence, you're looking more like 16th, 17th century, aren't you? Visits from 323 to 1453. Sure, but you've got other civs that go much later than that, no? I'd say like a safe gauge would be the AoE 4 is maybe 11th to 15th century. Because like if you want to make that kind of argument, it becomes moot when you consider that Lancaster is done by like the 14th century, I think it was. Mid 14th, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So 1399 to 1461. So there you go. House of Lancaster, literally ruled England for less than 100 years. So that's where it gets nitty and gritty. So, like, there's clearly, like, a willingness around that time, but Vikings is drastically before that timeline and a small niche. So, like, you could legitimately just say screw it. And what's up, Oliver? Hey, buddy, how you doing? You could legitimately just say screw it as devs and just go everywhere. And I actually wouldn't be against that. Like, I don't think, like, anyone who's like, it's ruined my immersion. I don't think you care to ruin your immersion. If you could have Vikings versus Polish winged hussars, would that not be epic? Would you not willingly play that? I would. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think a lot of us would happily, willingly play that. Like, we'd have a field day playing that. You know, like, what's the other most epic units you think of? Many people would happily, like, they would love to see, like, an epic showdown between, like, I don't know, like, Spartans and freaking Vikings. But, like, if you think of when the Vikings existed, they were hundreds of years later than, like, the Spartan warriors at the heights, no? I know that Sparta existed as a nation for a while after, but, like, yeah, you've got BC and AD. Like, there's a big difference. All right, just catch up and chat, and then we'll hop in. H4 has excellent gameplay, which is all I care about. Yeah, it's like, if you get epic matchups, who cares, you know? It's like, you know when you have the... You ever like, watch those, like, documentaries, like, if the greatest people in history fought, like, Alexander the Great versus Oda Nobunaga. It's like, they didn't live in the same time. Who cares, though? Would it, like, you know... if you could play them out against each other. Alright, should we get ready to go? It's a brand new Civ Showdown. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a caster game. We have got Anatan on the brand new Sengoku Daimyo up against Anatan's teammate Mahodo from Volta Esports on the Tuklak Dynasty. Map is going to be Phrygian Marshes for this exciting game between the two. And boy, am I excited for this one, actually. This is cool. So this matchup, you know, I theory crafted Sengoku on this map and why they can be good. And finally someone picks them. This is going to be a good one. So the reason why Sengoku and Fury are pretty cool here, folks, you don't go fishing, you can just go for your yatais. Because on this map, look at the spawns. Fish gives 4, berries give 2. So that's 16 extra food. And if you can find ponds that overlap, which isn't impossible, and with deer stacks in between, you can get pretty big grabs here. I think you might have locked out, though. So what you're looking for is berries where they both spawn on the same side. And it looks like, unfortunately, that hasn't happened that much. Maybe here he could lap both. An interesting idea, though. Shoreline fish now give 600? Yes, they got buffed up to 600. I believe they also increased the amount of food. The food rate, rather, that you gather from them. So I haven't really talked about Tuklak because we know what he's probably going to do. Most players do the same thing, heal elephants. However... we have seen that strategy fail. If I remember correctly, Anatan was able to beat the healer elephants of... was it Louis? It might have been Louis. It was China versus Tuklak. And he found a way of surviving and actually beating them back. So, if anyone can do it. But Mahodo, he's going to be going fishing, which to be expected. Tuklak are actually better at fishing than Delhi. They get the same benefits that Delhi do on water, i.e. the fishing boats can attack. But the other really cool thing here is that they get the elephant economics. So you get 5% more on drop-off from your fishing boats. And that means if you scale up with woven baskets, etc., you can take this limited food source and inflate it. Yeah, so like you can pretty much get supervision gradually across the course of the game, but for water as well. I'm telling you guys, like when the dust settles, I think Tuklak are going to be a surprisingly powerful force on water maps. It'll take time, right? You know, you're going to let it cook, got to let it marinate. But once it has, I think people are going to be quite shocked at actually how effective the 5% and then 10% can be for this Civ. Especially when you consider it's going to buff both your fishing and your land. So like if you're at 40 eco and you add another 5%, like that 10% extra in gathering, it gets pretty crazy, no? So it'd be like an extra 160 resources a minute at like 40 to 50 eco point. Elephants automatically follow shoreline fish? Yes, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fishing boats. Watch. You see he's about to be at 40 on this fishing boat? 37? 38? 9. You see that? Ah, it bugged it out because he dropped off there. It went up to 56. So he's getting 5% extra from his fishing boats on dropping off without it being an elephant. So a little tip for people who are new to Tuklak, you don't just get the extra on drop-off when it's the elephant. It is anything that has this little icon on it, the elephant economics, which includes your starting TC. Yeah, so I think they've done this for quality of life features, because when I first got hands-on with this Civ, I remember playing it in the creator server in Crucible, and what I started doing is I started building an elephant and moving him away like you would with a mill for China. And I realized I didn't need to. So yeah, they've made it actually quite inviting compared to China's opening, where with China, you want to build a mill and you need to build it away from your town center, otherwise you're missing out on resources. So, Dome of Faith coming in. I've never seen this before. And we do have the Yattais moving out. So it seems Anatan was having the same idea. Unfortunately, like I said, with the overlap here, it's not going to be as good as you'd like. But he's going to go straight for the deer pack. Yeah, because this one is going to be a max cap, I believe. Definitely should be. He just jams it around there. He can wiggle that back a bit, actually. The problem is the deer are going to roam, which is what he probably doesn't want to move it for. But if he moves it a tiny bit, he'd be able to get the berries, which would max him at 60. And then the other Yattais are really easy because the boars are central bound. So you just send them out there. Yeah, so we probably are going to see him prepping a third Yatai quite quickly here. Time being, though, is going to be Coca Township. This is an interesting idea, actually. Is like you can scout for the enemy villager and then just ambush him, because Phrygian has a lot of stealth forest located around the ponds. It also has a lot of stealth forest between both bases. What that means is when your opponent comes for a direct attack, rather, you can outpace him by jumping him from behind. Going free Yatai right at the start too greedy. With docks as well, yes. Which is why I was expecting to stop at 2. But I think you can make it work because it should be maximum value. Because, oh, that's a sick one. Yeah, so if he went free Yatai, walking out here, that's a lot of out of time. But he just stops near his base for 43 food, which is really nice. Obviously, that number will eventually go down. And Sheeple is looking decent, actually. He needs to bring them home. He's got 16 in total. Remember, you can put a Yatai on sheep. There is a calculation for that. Sheep are worth, I believe, 2 each. Yeah. Is the winner from the Showmatch later getting something? Yes, a thank you note from me. They're getting money, mate. You think you get Marine Lord and Lucifer on to come play a Showmatch for nothing? Ugh. I wish. Oh my god. My dreams of being a content creator that breaks even would be viable if I didn't have to pay for show matches. But I'm not paying for this one. We have TCTC who's paying for it. But we're the official English coverage. What is What's going on over here? Mahodo? I mean, surely we just shivved the wolf at this point. Okay, he just wanted to get out of wolf range, but... Please just kill it. Alright, like, you can choose not to kill it, but I'm telling you, in about 700 seconds, you're going to regret that. I love how the wolf will attack elephants, but the wolf will not attack Yatais. Work that one out. Okay, so it looks like Mahodo was trying to go for a third pond, but got delayed here. He, however, has got those disgusting things. Yeah. But what if I was to tell you Sengoku is actually the answer to Tuklak Ellie spam? I think Anatan... Is he thinking what I'm thinking? His stone is almost at 150. What can you build that would solve the elephant problem here? The Hojo clan. If you go for the Hojo clan, the tier 1 tech you unlock from your estates there is a movement speed increase on spearmen. Now that's quite clever against healer elephants that are already slower. Oh, and that makes it even more interesting. Anatan has also gone for the Yari. Is this going to be a Takeda? I guess Takeda is really nice because of the movement speed. And oh, the ambush! Hold on. It's even more than that. I thought it was just the movement speed. But guys, remember, with the shinobi, if you frag these elephants, and they're fairly easy to catch, you decrease their movement speed by 30%, which puts them down to 0.7. They're basically just springled. And then you increase your damage by 50%. Oh, this is freaking crafty. Yeah, like this is shinobi to win the game. And remember what we said about this map. Like, you know, Tukulak, they're going to want to directly attack you, which means they're going to have to go around this stealth forest. It's a pretty underwhelming stealth forest, by the way. It's usually a lot fatter than this, but this is good enough. Oh, looks like he's just going to blow the rest of the grenades, which is a bit surprising. That was pretty wasteful. I think he was looking for the workers instead, but he probably had A click on and the heal elephant's distracted. Yari versus Raider Elephants is pretty awkward for Mahodo, no? Because Yari Cavalry are faster, you can make them even faster, and he is going to cater. So I thought we were going to be getting the Hojo for the movement speed on Spearman. He doesn't care. Because with the Shinobi, you don't need to be faster, it's the fact that they're already so slow. Oh, that is wild. That's right now. Oh, Shinobi. Let's go through the slow. And remember, like, he can stagger these to keep hitting them, is the idea. Yeah, and now the Yari, they do more damage per strike. It's an interesting idea, actually. He's doing 16 damage per strike. And that slows him down enough to spin and catch up. But Mahodo is teching. Compound of the Defender. Okay. We have not really seen any COD builds, and I'm a bit shocked, guys, because I think Compound of the Defender very easily could end up being the better landmark choice over House of Learning. Because remember, the reason Delhi's House of Learning is so good is you get a lot of useful techs you get for free, and you get them fast. If you go House of Learning with Tukulak, you have to pay for them all. And I'd say a lot of those techs are more situational than the ones that you get from Delhi. Like, for example, Delhi have Honed Blades or Mahoots, both of which are just applicable across the board. They feel great. Do you have to lead your units to targeting? No, it's just it's not perfectly accurate. So the way it works is if you see a Shinobi throwing a grenade, as he releases, if you click in a different direction, he'll miss. That's the way to think about it. Okay, so movement in here. Wait, can you? You cannot grenade a building, can you? If you could, it would be the most broken thing ever. Imagine just increasing torch damage for one flurry by 50%. You'd be hitting Imperial Age damage almost. So good to null dock. Remember, Anatan is an age behind. And he's baited Spearman as a reaction, which Anatan, he's already prepping Yumi. Have we got the Shinobi again? We have. Okay, Mahodo is going to want to be very careful about where he goes and how he fights. Because Ninja, I think, do solve these heal elephants. Remember, heal elephants are kind of absurd in Feudal Age, but their stats do not scale in any meaningful way in Castle. They get no upgrade at all. The only thing is that you could go for herbal medicine, but I've yet to see a player do this. Despite the fact that healing strats, if they're going to be OP, the herbal medicine should make them even more so. Yeah, honestly, I like the idea of Mahodo just going herbal medicine once he has a few men-at-arms out, because then you have a front line that should never die. Anno's being such a pain in the ass, though. By the way, he does have the 4 Yatai. He's also got additional docks set up, so he's bloating eco really fast. Really? You think the Shinobi maybe slow down the movement speed of the dock? I don't know, man. That dock might move on you. Hey, you mock me now, but when you're intercepting a Golden Horde's backup cart, it's gonna make sense. Do you think Tukulak is overpowered? I think the healer elephant build's overtuned, but other things about it are underwhelming. Tukulak requires way too much setup, and oh, you're gonna see how. Healer elephants may be threatening, but only if they're on the same screen. Sick hit there. Anna runs out the gold, and punishes Mahodo for not getting the expensive wheelbarrow. Goodness gracious. But yeah, I think Tuklak is overpowered from a cheesy perspective of healer elephants. It's not that it doesn't have counters, as we're starting to see, but for your average player, trying to counter this is going to be an absolute nightmare, I think. Temple of low quality now on the way, so it's going to be going Iko Iki. I don't know, man. Like, Mahodo looks stuck. He looks really stuck. He's lost all of his fishing. He's stuck in the corner, literally. He's got no sheep. He's got practically no berries. This is the last. He's going to have to come out soon. And remember, if it's a direct fight around here with the Shinobi buff... Oh. The crazy thing about the Shinobi is it's percentile scaling. So let's say Men-at-Arms here. Men-at-Arms versus Spearman. You've got 4 armor into this 10 damage. But if you get hit by the Shinobi buff, now this guy's doing 15 damage before reduction. Meaning with reduction, he's almost hitting as hard as a Men-at-Arms. And remember, that's a fuel-age Spearman. Percentile scaling, folks. It's pretty good when the number's that high. Temple of Quality about to complete. I know we'll need a little bit of time for veterancies here. So keep backing up. Mahodo continues to chase. But now, remember, with this age up, he just upgraded his Shinobi. That could be a really big problem here, because if he scouts and ambushes, he could go for the economy. I think instead, though, he wants the main fight. All veterancies have been queued. Even the Yatai can run away from it. I know. We're going to keep this clicked on because he's waiting. He's biding his time for the Shinobi. Yeah, I think you get veterancy, get Shinobi, and then you look for the fight. And with that debuff, this just disappears. Even Yumi will start to melt you. They're going to get like an extra +2, +3 damage for when the Shinobi buff is active. Yari intercepting. He has also got the Daimyo. And we also have now got a switch coming in into Tanegashima Ashigaru, which will be the snipers to take out the elephants. Yeah, remember, it's the crossbowmen for the for the Sengoku Rubber. Mount Samurai also queued. Horseman coming home now. Mahodo. This is the commitment point he's been looking for. Veterancies are in. He's also able to get the extra Yumi damage. He did get the estates for it. Higo Yumi should be coming in a second, I imagine, actually. This tech right here. Men-at-Arms. And there's a Shinobi! He ambushes him! Frags out, backstab comes in, Yari Cavalry. Jump on top of the targets. Healing only works if you're alive long enough. And you're not going to be here. Look at the melt! The Shinobi debuff. It's working. He spreads it out. He jumps in for the kill. And he will take out his teammate 2-1. Elephants do not need to be feared. Not by the ninja. Trying to think what I call that one. Art of the Ninja counters the elephant. I put Sengoku have all the answers to elephants. Maybe that's a good title for it. But let's mark that up. So that's gonna be a 2-1. Anatan with the comeback from behind. They wouldn't have anything to whine about. But like, you see how it makes sense. The idea makes sense. Like, actually, like Yari or Spearman with Shinobi should be your solution. And the idea is like, you just slow down an army even further to an insane degree. It's definitely micro, though. Like, it's very micro-intensive, I think, is the trade-off. All right, guys. I think we have Myriad versus Scatterbrain live, by the way. We'll do what we can on this series, because, of course, we have got a show match in an hour. But we'll cast some of the Myriad Scatterbrain ones, because these are live. Yeah, in an hour, for those who don't know, we've got Lucifer versus Marine Lord Showmatch, a player 5 that we'll be casting. This is your official place for the English coverage. Shout out to TZTZ who brought in the funding for it. All right, mark this in. Dry Arabia, map number 1. New keyboard? Oh, yeah, baby. It's a sexy one, isn't it? Heads up on that, by the way. I'll fill out the documents for Logitech after this so that you guys, there'll be a link that you guys can use. And hopefully it gets you a little bit of a discount. And also, kick some money my way if you guys get your hands on a sexy ass keyboard. All right, should we get ready to go? Ooh. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for another casted game. This actually might be the lazy boy opener of all the Civ matchups. Watch and you'll see why. Yes, Byzantines versus Malians. A matchup where typically two of the most vulnerable Civs to Dark Age rushing don't ever have to worry. So what do? They greed it up. Let's get predictions online. They're 2 minutes in live, so we're going to 4x speed because this opening is basically going to be Systems on one side and max pit mine on the other. Yeah, guys, if you're a Malian main or a Byzantine main and you hop into these type of matches up against this Civ, oh, you're in heaven. You're like, dude, I'm not going to get rushed. Realistically, I should never get rushed. And no, that's not alcohol behind me. So this... it's a giant-ass bottle. Yeah, so this is from a Red Bull event that I worked years ago called Red Bull River Runes in Dota 2. In fact, it even has a little bit dusty now. Even has the cap on top, where you can see. Yeah, so I worked that event many years ago, and it even has a can of Red Bull inside. it's my secret supply in case I need it. So Grand Winery about to complete, and we've got Mans from the other side. Literally what you would expect here. Grand Winery actually built quite slow. Wait, is Miro doing 2 TC? He is. Oh, man. This is such an effective build. We'll slow this down a little bit now as we get into it. This is such an effective build, though, for Byzantines in this matchup because 2TC is meant to be the gradual counter to Fulani. And the other interesting thing about this, guys, is remember, when you do this with Byzantines, your opponent doesn't really know you're doing it straight away. It might become apparent when he sees no extra assistance getting added in. But realistically, like most Civs going up against this have to enter it with the thought process being he's probably just getting assistance online. Whereas other Civs opening up on the outcropping is kind of dead obvious. Now, did he even delete the mining camp? He did, which is pretty cool. So Spearman reaction now coming in because Scatterbrain has gone for the Sofa. Sorry, Scout and then probably Sofa here? No, I think he's prepping himself for the Fulani. I like the idea of just rushing Castle Age here with maybe maximum 9 cows. Because if you get Sofa out, you can start diving like crazy. So it slows down a little bit now. Like I said, they are literally live on this one. Yeah, he's going for the Castle Rush. This is a cool idea. I've seen a lot of players just kind of gradually scale up. And the problem is by the time they tech up, Byzantines is sitting on, 15 villages at least. And with system buffs, that means they're ahead. But yeah, I get like working Red Bull's really nice actually. They tend to give you really cool types of merch. I've shown off the ones I got from El Renado before. Some of the things you're like, I don't know if I'll ever have a use for this, but it's like it's unique. Is I think what I always give them credit for. Like the banners are really unique, which we have behind us. And then you've got like what else is there? Oh, the scrolls. We've got scrolls with El Renado as well. Okay, so calming moment. Let me know if you guys like the 2x speed up on the other game, by the way. I think 4x maybe was a bit too fast. I think my favorite thing about each time I work with Red Bull, by the way, is you always end up taking home something, some sort of like merch they've created, that is essentially a hiding spot for Red Bull. Like you just saw with the bottle that you can hide a Red Bull inside. The scroll thing I got You literally open it up and it's just got Red Bull inside. It's just giving you a dozen different ways to stash Red Bull. Get a match with Creator, good play of interesting gameplay. I mean, feel free to tell him about the KPMMs. He's welcome to sign up for them. We've already cast 1 or 2 Create games on the ladder. I think we're like the first person to cast them, actually. It's a few weeks back, but because of the DLC, it didn't see the light of day. Nice cheeky denial there, by the way, Scatterbrain. Just being annoying. But we are quickly rushing up to level 4 assistance. So Myriad in a pretty good spot. Still needs to tech up, though. Has got about a 10 worker lead. Grand Fulani's going to be coming through, though. And it's already half full. Scatterbrain is hitting that time we're talking about. Yet to add in Sofa, mind you. But that is about to change. Triple stables drop now from the 3D clan member. Yeah, he's looking blood. Myriad, he hasn't committed the olive oil yet, by the way. Did he go for Lombo contract? He did. Yeah, he chose Western. He just hasn't started building them yet. This is pretty normal. A lot of the time, people hold off on building their Lombo group until they've got enough resources for 2 groups. Because 1 group can be a little bit vulnerable. 2 groups tends to hold its own against most units coming out. Do Jaeger bombs out? Probably a lot of things with that, actually. Yeah, I haven't seen the merch that Red Bull does for all their different games. I could have sworn I saw some stuff from the fighting game. I think the fighting game one, they even, if I'm not mistaken, at one stage made a custom controller, which is really cool. Okay, so Moss drop. I like this Scatterbrain. He has map control. The expectation is that Myriad isn't coming out until it's at least Castle Age. So if you rush relics now before he ages up, thumbs up. And you still have Sofa in the meantime to try and raid the flanks. A bit of poke damage done. 1 worker kill so far in this game for him. Might be able to find more, but I think Mira's played this well. She's got small groups of spearmen patrolling. Villagers over here are going to be a bit vulnerable. A little bit slow on the reaction, actually. Garrison in the end. That villager less lucky, though. Unless no, the path thing. Scat, he has got 2 kills so far, so he found another one in the meantime. And the scout does reveal what's happening. So Myriad now knows there is a play towards relics that he needs to be kind of rushing towards castle now. Otherwise, you run the risk of just never being able to block these. Yeah, Fulani plus 5 relics. I mean, that's just going to be infinite sofas. It actually balanced out Scatterbrain's economy really nicely. Cheeky play with the scouts. He caught the Spearman rather split up there, which is a bit interesting. So Limitane not able to defend that worker. So after 4 worker kills. Scatterbrain is kind of working, isn't it? Yeah, 5 more Sofa just got queued up. And this is the thing. Remember, a lot of this was like the pre-Sofa wave. You know, the first one came in. We weren't even talking about a big blob yet. A lot of it has just been the annoyance of the scouts. And you can hear it by all the pings on the map. Lombos are starting to come out now. I mean, he could technically take on these spearmen, but it's so much easier to just do this. The Ringer Rosies! Oh no, Lombo's out of position now. Does recover it quickly. I think there's hesitation there for Scatterbrain because of the 2 injured Sofa. He does now have archers being prepped. Already got the veterancy. One of the scouts is going to go down. This is so annoying. Getting on it like a car bonnet, man. Now, this many Sofa on the front side. There's not enough spearmen. Myriad stands his ground, tries to target fire down the injured. There's simply going to be an overwhelm. Gets pushed away. Tech up is at least coming through, but now those 5 workers are in trouble. Myriad, he needs to get the spearmen across here fast. He's trickling 4 in. Lombo's tickling away at the Sofa wave. For the villagers, they shouldn't be safe. Instead, he turns onto the spearmen. He wants to stay here longer. Maybe a bit of a greedy choice by Scatterbrain. Second wave of spearmen comes in from Myriad. Lombo's tickling away at this, but it looks like it's going to be enough to make a difference. The spearman line getting a bit thin. The Sofa do sneak in another worker kill or 2. The Scatterbrain, he jumps in again! The Sofas, they force the spearman to overcommit, and they jumps onto the Lombos to the freebies before the veterancy can come through. Spear count low. Myriad also running low on food. This income is abysmal now. He's been idled out on the deer. He keeps getting dragged by this scout. He can't easily gather berries other than here. This is rough, man. He might have a 13 worker lead, but his economy is inefficient as all hell. What's up, Math? Appreciate you becoming a member on the YouTube side, you legend. Oh, man. He chose a good game for it as well. This is a crazy one. What an interesting approach. I mean, I say interesting. He just massed Sofa, but I think it's the timing in which he done it. It looked like at first he was being too greedy just by rushing the Filani. But I think Myriad, the issue is that north side killed him. The obsession over these berries left him way too wide. And Scatterbrained exploited that perfectly. Lombo's now with the dive in. I mean, this looks all bar over. It's only ranged armor 1, but with the imported armors, it means the TC fire is doing nothing. Yeah, it's just being reduced down to zilch, and that is going to leave him 0, not a hero. Myriad taking the L against the Sofa Flood in game 1. Damn, pretty cool strategy, actually, because we have seen this type of approach used before against Malians to defeat them. In the past, a lot of the time, the 2TC approach looked really effective for Byzantines, but in this game, Scatterbrained did not allow it to reach its foregone conclusion. He added in that pressure super swift upon arrival in castle. Very well played. So that is going to be a Malian win over Biz. Is Biz losing quite a bit at the moment? I feel like they might be, which is interesting. Because like Biz was A tier easily before. Probably could have rushed in a fortified on the outpost. Maybe. I think his bigger problem is like... sometimes you just maybe have to accept that you can't get olive oil. I wonder if it would have been better for him to stay on deer, because then he has a more condensed economy, because he has... Was it double deer back? I feel like it was. He at least had one deer pack back there, plus the safe berries. But these Byzantine players, they always want the oil. But yeah, my recommendation is to let creator know. If you speak Japanese, it'll be easy for you to do so, about the midweek musters. I hope he speaks a little bit of English, so he'll be able to communicate times with his opponents, and then maybe we get creator in there. It'd be cool to see him. Kind of want a second Red Bull. Sengoku time. This new Civ might have the same problem that the old one did. When they play against French, just build crossbows, lol. That's how you beat the Japanese. At least that's been the argument for a long time. Let's find out if it holds true for Sengoku as well. Welcome back, folks, to another caster game. Game number 2 between Myriad, who is now in the Sengoku Daimyo, and Scatterbrained playing as the French. French versus Japan. That was an interesting matchup, actually, in more recent times. I feel like it got a bit more back and forth towards the end because of Japanese aggression. That aggression, not really achievable by Sengoku, though. Like, Sengoku, they don't get the cheaper racks on the opening. They tend to be a more greedy Civ. And there's an argument that you should greed your opening with your ties. The question is, how far do you take it? Remember, Sengoku, they've got this building here, the Matsuri, that allows them to build these yatais, which generate resources based on nearby food. Now, what's cool about this against French is French don't tend to Dark Age rush you, which means you can be greedy. It allows you to go out and just set up on the boar, on the deer. The challenge is the moment that you get into Feudal Age, those yatai are no longer safe because French knights are very good at dispatching them. Yeah, so probably would expect Mirai to go double yatai here. An interesting Matsuri placement, actually. He didn't set it up to clip the wood and the gold. I think he actually couldn't. Oh, wait, he could have here. Oh, that's awkward. So he could have actually buffed wood, food, and gold, but the trade-off would have been that the Matsuri would have been exposed. And I think he wanted a safe one. So instead he opts for the tree line and the stone later. Because remember, the way this works is these little yatais are going to send care packages back home when that bar fills up. That gives a bit of food, but also buffs the gathering rate in this AoE by 5% per arrival. Wish they still let New Japan upgrade TC. You don't need to. They've just changed it. Instead of it being daimyos, it's now the estates, which are daimyos anyway. So, like, you still have it. It's just you're doing something different with it. Okay. So, French, they've got 15 sheep versus 13. Okay, I think that's enough sheep to not necessarily go Pro Scouts, because this has been a big kind of change. Is I think Pro Scouts hasn't just been the #1 prerogative for these type of civs anymore. It's not that you couldn't do Pro Scouts. It's that it's not a red alert must do anymore, which is really good to see. Yeah, I think the design of Pro Scouts should be situationally viable, but not always. And I think with the nerfs, it took a while. It took a lot of nerfs, but I think we finally got there. Myriad, he has gone for the boar plus the deer. Did he go triple your tie? No. Okay, I was wondering because he had this many sheep plus the berries. He's only getting 48 here, so the deer is generating an extra 28. But if he played over here for 2 apiece, with the sheep count at 9 plus the berries at 6, he would have generated an extra 30 food. So it would be better to be here right now. Remember Grand Theft Venison days? You mean back when people like Cyril played the game and they just be diving enemy TCs and taking deer? Yeah, I remember that. It was a very silly time in Age of Empires 4. Thanks for reminding me. And Coca Township now coming through. This, honestly, I think part of it is Coca needs to be nerfed and part of it is Ryokan is just underwhelming. Ryokan is a deceptive landmark in that it essentially tries to convince you to build it because it gives you so many population spaces worth that you're essentially saving 300 resources and you get healing over time. But you have to not be in combat and you have to wait 5 seconds after not being in combat to get free health. It's not very good. Whereas Coca is every 90 seconds, get a unit for free that will do some damage, but will also buff your army up and scales really well. Until they fix the base damage of Coca Township Shinobi in Castle and Imperial Age, you'll only go for this. Because although these ninjas that you spawn for free only do 2 damage per strike in the feudal, the way they scale into Castle, which I believe is 6 damage, is insane. Because the frag grenades have small AoE, and if they do 6 damage, that means they're already doing more than 10% of a village's health. And the follow-up attacks then do 9 damage because of the debuff. So this landmark, I think it's way, way, way too powerful in its current format. I like the idea, and I'd actually like to praise the developers because I think they've done a better job of this Coca Township than the last one, because this one scales into the late game. But it should scale as a support unit. The problem with its current format is it's not a support unit. It becomes an efficient raider on its own. And the fact you do God Vision as well. Remember, they have Shinobi Scouts as well as the Shinobi Ambush. I don't know. I think playing against Sengoku is a weird experience because they're going to try to pocket eco with the Yatai and you want to stop that. And then if you try to mirror pocket eco so you can do that, you're at risk because of the Shinobi spawns. Like, being out here right now is dangerous because if Mirad realizes there's Stealth Forest back here and then just uses Shinobi Scout to reveal them, he'll get the ability to spawn four Shinobi in here. Spearman. This was interesting. We talked about Mirad having to pull the Yatai back. He took a different approach entirely, and he's getting out micro. No. Oh, Mirad, this felt greedy, man. I think the only way that works is if you hide behind the Yatai. Because if you hide behind the Yatai, then like that will take the charge hit. Well played. Scatterbrained. Able to start scaring it back. Fresh Knight on the way, and he already has justification to go towards the Chivalry tech soon. Oh, he even catches the trader! Remember, that was going to give the 50 food and the 5% buff, so Myriad stripped of value there. And he still hasn't got anything out of this first one. That's rough. Scatbrain. Did he lose his scout? No, his scout just went far back. He'll bring him across now. I think you gotta be careful with your Myriad, and he understands it. Because if you keep just going like this with Spearman, your opponent will go archers. So he has got Yari Cavalry coming. This is, at least in theory, a really good comp against French. Spearman plus Yari. because Yari have bonus damage against knights anyway, or rather cavalry, they get +2, which offsets most of the knights' base armor. So you build the horsemen to counter the archers, but the horsemen soft counter the knights as well. And then, of course, you have spearmen to deal with the knights. You see what I mean about this Civ, though, where they suffer? I think people who thought Sengoku were going to be broken were just watching games where Sengoku was allowed to do what they wanted. Because whenever new things are introduced to the game, there's more hesitance and exploration through greed. So people like, I don't know how to deal with this yet, and then they just, both sides with new civs will do the greedy thing. For example, watching Tuklax just trying to do 2TC or Fast Castle, watching Sengoku just mass Yatai, watching Golden Horde even trying to Fast Castle regularly. That was how we began. But now that things are settling, people are starting to realize, okay, this civ is greedy, just don't let it be greedy. This civ is aggro, so just don't play into its aggro. You know, we've seen a good counter, for example, to Macedonian Dynasty being to just tech. Because Macedonians benefit when you fight them in Feudal Age because they get runestones. So similar here with Sengoku, their benefit comes when you do nothing. New civ release, you look for the most busted unit? Yeah, but how do you discover that busted strat? You watch pro games, and the pros start off by playing it safe because they want to flesh out their economy so they have a lot of wiggle room to test all the new things. It makes sense. Like, when you don't know what to do with a thing, you are more defensive than aggressive. Because being defensive is, in theory, easier until people master it. Nice raid there, by the way. Mirai getting a double kill. Has he even used this Shinobi yet? I don't think he has. No, like, not even once, actually, I don't think. Which, wait, has he just been forgetting about this key ability? Or is he saving it for the big fight? Because in theory, you know, you get those knights to commit, and you get frag grenades out, your spearman's damage buff is going to be huge there. I guess it's not the worst idea to wait. Oh, Mirad! The worst possible time there! Knights somehow do not get any kills. I'm actually shocked by that. What? That was a miracle to walk away unscathed from. So Myriad, he's still taking the lead when it comes to worker kills. Remember, he's going to be behind French because of the fact they build more workers over time. But that's where the Matsuri is meant to balance you out with the Yatai buffs, bringing back resources and giving you that buff on your economy. Yeah, like right now he's got, I think, about 15 workers buffed up by 5%. Second scout in the corner? No, that's just the deer. Remember, like, just seeing this, it doesn't mean that Mira's used the ability. You see deer and boar at the start of the game as Sengoku. Which is why players know where to send their Yatai straight away. Like, little tip, when you play Sengoku, look on the minimap, you'll already see boar and deer location, and you want to send your Yatai to the boar. Because boar maxes you out straight away. Myriad looking to fight. Scatterbrain outnumbered here now. Oh my. Oh no. This is rough. This many archers. You better whittle them down. And those are fresh HP knights? Oh, good lord. Jumps in. He's just obsessed with the Yatai kill right now. Archers need to be target firing down the spears. Instead, the knights jump on top of the workers. Clubs him down. Clubs him out. Yari cavalry now starting to turn up. The spearman count is low. Knights having little to fear in this game and a lot of idle time forced. Not just that, Myriad. What's the state of the Yatais here? He's got 2, I believe, in the base now, hasn't he? Okay, no, he crept one to the south side. But that now means active gathering on deer has been interrupted. And his berries are about to run out. Myriad has a huge food issue coming. Damn, Scatterbrain is playing like a beast. And French are pretty good civ here. I think Sengoku just have pacing issues if they don't get left alone. If they get left alone, their economy is kind of insane for the mid-game. And yes, they do not have good farms. People have been deceived into thinking they have good farms because of the Matsuri, but it's only a 30% buffer. And pause that for archers hugging the knights, but the knights are outnumbered. Yeah, Scatterbrain just kind of sacked him here, actually. Wait, what? What are these guys doing? He just had knights camping in locations. Like, this is actually a pretty winnable fight if he turns up with the army. So Myriad, I mean, I guess he'll be happy with that. These Yari are heavily injured now. I think Scatterbrain maybe just kind of lost track of things for a moment there. But yeah, the thing to remember is the Matsuri is going to buff you by 5% per level that you get the food packs back, up to 30%. The problem here, though, is this Civ doesn't have any food gathering packs. So that makes the food income really bad. 30% is better than French? No, it's not. Also, I say it makes their food income bad. What I mean by that is it makes their food income deceptively bad in that you think it's really good. Because you're getting a 30% buff, which is almost Aachen from HRE. But remember, French over here, for example, they get 10% per level of food gathering tech. So maxing out a Matsuri, at best, will give you the same food gathering rate as a French farm in the late game. The upside is meant to be that Sengoku can get this capped out before the late game. And they get it gradually for free as a bonus. The negative, though, is that it's this building. So if I was ever at a point where I could break your Matsuri, you've now lost all your food eco buffs. So it's a weird dynamic. Compared to OG Japan, yes, Sengoku's food income is terrible. Because late game Japan will have 75% more gathering of food. But to their credit, one area I'll say does help them at least to be like a little bit better than 30% on their farms is not just the Yatais gathering food, it's the techs from the farmhouse. Because the wheelbarrow techs make you quicker than standard villagers. They're not the worst Civ, far from the best. Exactly. Like they're a mid of the pack Civ. It's just the way their economy is designed, if they are left alone, they ramp up insanely fast. Think of it like a delayed Aachen Chapel. That's the best way to think about the way their economy works. Still not as good as an HRE economy, but the ramp up is quirky. Let's put it that way. Villager raid here. Scatterbrain. Myriad has been forced into just mass spearmen, but they're too slow. Did he go for the Hojo clan? He did, but... Okay, he does have the movement speed. Yeah, it's just unfortunately they're still too late. So raid a big hit there. Don't ask me how that's an escape. So Myriad, he went for the increased movement speed on Spearman. So you see the movement 1.38. They're basically HRE Spearman. Really, really effective. However, I'm a bit worried that right now Myriad's composition is very one-dimensional. It is literally only Spearman. For now, it works because Scatterbrain doesn't realize, but if he sees this and just steers into Archer's mass, Myriad's going to have a really big problem. And yes, good eyes. The Spearmen do have +5 damage versus villagers, which means at this stage, with the +2 melee tech, you do 50% more damage to workers. It's pretty good, actually. I've never seen it used well up to this point, but it's early days, and it's kind of hard to raid well with Spearmen, even with movement speed. And yeah, Scatterbrain just got eyeballs on. Love the Spearman, by the way. That's actually pretty crafty. I don't feel like many players would have done that here. I mean, why would you want to be with your Spearman? They're just worse. But it's just body blockers is the idea. Scatterbrain. Whoa. Movement speed. If you look away for a millisecond, they close on you so fast. Does it again. Pinches 2. Great micro by Myriad. Recommits again. Remember, you want to stagger and attack because knights attack quicker than spearmen. Spears now. Scatterbrain getting in the way, though. And the archer's starting to clear the field here. Myriad, it was a cool idea, but no cigar. Feels like he's the one being smoked here. Scatterbrain has simply built up too much of a lead at this stage. The speedy spearmen are not going to be his bailout, I'm afraid. I mean, we're at a stage where he started adding farms. He's back out on pocket eco on both sides. And the knight mass is almost bigger than the spear count. This is quite the tricky predicament now. Yeah, it's starting to look like Scatterbrain is going to be able to book himself a date against either Wham or Deniska. Mira going out 2-0. I mean, some people might see this as a surprise, but if you've been watching KPMMs, even before the expansion, you'll realize that Scatterbrain is not a bad player. He's actually quite good. And he's on the rise. Like, this guy, he was even in one of the finals for KPMM a few weeks back. So based on recent performances, I think this is kind of going the way to be expected. I maybe would have expected 2-1. I react now with a Yumi switch, but Scatterbrain has a Guildhall coming through. You know what the problem was, guys? We needed more Yari. It would have been a cool way to try and raid your opponent to death, actually. I do wonder if Yari Cavalry are a little bit too expensive for what they are, though. You get 10 more HP than standard Horseman, and plus 2 damage against Cavalry. But you are paying 25 resources more, which is like a 20%, 25% increase in cost. I think when you get the scales in techs, they can be good. Like double melee, daimyo to increase your attack speed, and then the level 2 daimyo state is giving you the increased damage. Then Yari are good. But before that, they feel a bit underwhelming for their cost. I think it might be the production rate, if anything, actually. Like, maybe it's not even the cost. Maybe it's just they take too long to bulk. Scatterbrain, adding in a few men-at-arms. Veterancy's coming through. Myriad now needs to try and castle rush, I think. And that sucks, because I don't think you can use Sake Brewery well with a castle rush from behind. Sake Brewery is the one that gives you insane gold income. Like, when you scale into the late game, you get about 540 gold a minute off of 5 workers. It's incredible. And that's infinite gold. But when you're an age behind like this, it's nice to scale when you're winning, but when you're trying to play catch-up, I mean, dare I say, you have to go Temple of Equality? I don't think that even gives you much here against Knight Archers. Scatterbrain. He's just getting ready for the big boy dive now. He's like, Myriad's probably trying to age up, or he's spamming more Spearmen, which is going to be terrible against my Archers Lamau. Dives on in. 5 workers that should not really be getting away from this. Scatterbrain could move a bit close to the Archers to guarantee that. But at this point, you're just kind of in a na-na-na A-click mood. Even preemptively moves. Myriad's not even coming out. He's like, nah. They can stay. Forces the army into action. It's only 2 horsemen backstabbing, though. Yeah. Tries to concave with his spears, but the knights... they get side charge! Lash coming through with veterancy, and there's no doubt about the outcome here. Those spearmen are melting to the firepower of the French. There you go, folks. Struggling against Sengoku. Don't need to. Just pressure them. Pin them down and beat them up. This is a Civ that needs you to do nothing for them to take wins. I don't think what I call that one, actually. Yeah, Zero Shinobi's use was surprising. I think he's still, like, losing that game without them, but, like, it is kind of crazy that we never got them at all. I think Mirai just totally blanked them in the end. Okay, so we should have... Marine Lord versus Lucifer in about 20 minutes. That means we won't have enough time for a full series. But we can at least watch one game from another series. So what we'll do, one second. Let me have a look here. Who should we watch a game of? I reckon, let's see. Should we do Numidan versus MSN? Yeah, let's go for Numu versus MSN. Cracks on the new keyboard. It's not red, it's pink. It's power pink. Whoopsie. Guess the... Maybe I've got the contrast up too much on the camera, actually. Because, like... Oh, definitely. Like, look at the difference in color. I think I upped the contrast a bit too much. One sec. So if I quickly... Is the Pro? No, this will be the 4K. I think I've got... Oh, sorry, saturation. Saturation, if I bring it down... There. That looks more correct. Yeah, it's because saturation levels are different. See? It's pink now. Ta-da! Actually, maybe I should lower the saturation even further. Saturation was pretty high at like 75% originally. I think 57 is probably the sweet spot for this new cam. There you go. Ta-da! It's my pink, baby. Still looks red? Nah, that's pink now. That's definitely pink. That's a power pink. Yeah, well, I originally put the saturation up to 75% because when I looked at the browns, it like didn't look right. But it's probably just like poor lighting at the time anyway. Okay, anyway, we said we were going to do a game from Numidan and MSN. So let's get to that. Because we ain't got long, guys. Color doesn't fit to my setup. Well, it's almost like you have to scale the pieces. I've been told the mouse should be on the way as well, though. I need to ask them about like a headset. Maybe we get the power pink headset. Complete the look, you know? All right. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for another caster game. It's Numu Chad, rising star of the Swedish region, going up against the young Dane in the midweek muster. That's right, we are back, and we're going to be using a little bit of fast forward because we've got an upcoming show match. Shuji versus Ottomans. A previous King Civ up against what feels like the new goated Civ. I think Ottomans has just been kind of taken over. Yeah, this Civ, I mean, it's getting to the point where a lot of people are actually talking about maybe it being a first ban type material. Definitely amongst a few players like Louis MT, B, Anatan. These are the type of players that can use it well and use it a lot. Shushi on the other side, though, we have not really seen much of them at all on the new expansion. No, Shushi just kind of feels like a dead Civ. With the nerfs to Pro Scouts, China at least has kind of kept a semblance. But I think Shushi is very difficult to make work in Feudal now. You know, you don't really want to build early Palace Guard unless you're just sneaking fast castle. Mass Chiginuing is a little bit predictable unless you get the right map. Hard to achieve. Especially against a Civ like Ottomans. Like, against Ottomans, you can't shoot mass at all. Because they have Sipahi, and then they have extra ranged armor. So we're just on 4x speed here for the early game, guys. It is going to be Pro Scouts coming through. And Nimu, he already has the answer to that with the beginning spears. It's going to be following from the Sipahi. Switches over to archers, which I like. Against the initial scouts, it's not too bad. And he already has spearmen to deal with 1 or 2 horsemen. AX cast, let's go. I mean, we could, but I don't know, man. The AX cast seems cool, but I feel like a lot of people probably hate it because they struggle to follow it. Like, I caught part of Rising Empires on the weekend where Cow sped them up. One of the cast like, oh, I can't even, like, what's going on right now? I was like, huh, this is fine for me. But I imagine for most people it's confusing. So we have got Sipahi raiding in. We're going to slow down to the 2x speed here. It's going to be the Imam pull as well. Numidan is just going for the all-in aggro. And MSN, he's going Chug. Okay, so Chuganu, we talked about that being difficult to justify because of the Sipahi. Like, it just makes it very hard to contest because they already have free ranged armor with the buffed up armor. And he's going to be able to get an extra +1 when he builds a meta. Still, he needed to do something to try and get Pro Scouts play home. He has snuck a few deer back. Basically, the safe pack. He got... Actually, no, he got most of this as well. So, like, overall, MSN getting almost 2 deer packs is decent. But remember, with the nerf to Pro Scouts, it's more like you got 1.5 deer packs. And I don't see him getting more. Yeah, in fact, I guarantee that Numidan is now on deer himself, gathering up. Yeah, I decided I wanted to do the fast one in the other game, because when I remembered like how Numidan games can go, I was like, let's be safe here. I think we made the right call. I just realized this is a matchup where MSN can't play his signature build, which is Mass Horseman. Yeah, because if you go Mass Horseman against this, you just lose to Sipahi anyway, with melee armor. Still, I guess the idea for MSN is by going Chuk Nu, he's kind of given Numidan a dilemma with his meta. There is such a thing as too much value. And what I mean by that is like, wow, now I want to be ranged armor, but that means I'm not attack speed, that means I'm not melee. And he has now got an army that's 2/3 melee. It's a bit tricky. Slow down a little bit now. Might have to fast forward when there's gaps in anything happening. Because I want to make sure we're not late for the show match starting soon. Yeah, mate. Is he just kind of trying to bait MSN to build more Chuk here? Is Ottoman buff this new DLC? Sort of. Mainly because Pro Scouts got nerfed. And some of the top civs in the game were Pro Scouting civs. You know, like China, for example. In fact, we've seen Ottoman versus China twice so far, and it's 2-0. Now, there is an argument of the quality of players, but even then, it's looking pretty convincing. And MSN, he actually yoings the deer. Okay, Numu. In fairness, though, he got decent value playing out to both deer packs. We do also have Dali horses. That's an interesting idea up against Sipahi. So it's 20% more attack speed. Of course, Sipahi already are more stacked on damage, so this is more a balance out against that. We'd have a little bit of a stare down. Oh, like MSN? It was meant to be a stare down. What was that? Oh, no. He wasn't looking. Sipahi now with a chase. That's a great fight for Numu. Imams are there to provide the aura healing. Horseman wave now trying to surge in. Numu trying to get the body blocks. The archers. They get hit from both sides. MSN. He goes to the snipe on the meta. Turns onto the Imams. That's the aura removed. A sick fight for the Dane. Oh, that is incredible. Considering how that began. Numu gets flushed away like cheap plywood paper. Oh. That's an aura remove means that the Chuganu can actually do damage now, and the Horseman wave big enough to be scary, man. Props to him. MSN. I said this would be a game where he doesn't get to do his signature pony strat. I was dead wrong. He does it anyway. Such a weird beginning to that fight as well. MSN with seemingly the misclick to begin it all. Somehow turns it into a... Wait, why would I be scared of you? Get the hell off my yard. MSN. Horseman wave is finning now, though. Oh, he went a bit greedy, actually. He's playing a tech up. Sipahi may now actually be a bit of a problem. So MSN, an overextension at the end. I can't believe it. All he needed to do was not hard push this after he's teching. Instead, he felt like I had the full advantage. Was he thinking that Numu was teching? I mean, I guess the argument for MSN is it's still worthwhile because now you tech up and your opponent is still building army. So like the trade-off there is like you've gotten rid of your unit that should feel bad here. And then Numu is just reinvesting to get rid of that unit. He always finds a way to those mass horsemen. So, we now have an awkward situation. Mountain Academy gives a big ramp up to MSN. He should have more troops coming pretty fast here. Because we've got the show match soon, we're going to try to use this as a speed up moment again. Numidan needs some damage done. He can't just say, I'll age up now, we'll be fine. No. So he pushes forward, but with Lancers coming out, it becomes difficult to find an entry point. He's got a few Chuk to snipe down the limited spearmen there are, and the Lancers are just going to be a scare factor to push Numidan away. So he walks up just to walk all the way home with losses. Recommits again. Sipahi just trying to stagger the retreat to protect, but this is expensive. Numidan. I don't like the look of this. He's on melee armor as well, which, cool, but against Lancers, that's less than 10% damage removed. And the meta has been forcibly removed from the engagement. Numidan now with more spearmen coming through, but MSN, he's got that Lancer wave, he's got that push, he's got that breakthrough, and this looks like at this rate, it's going to be GG in a matter of minutes. Numidan needs a recovery arc, and he needs it fast. I mean, I guess the thing that matters most here is MSN almost out of food? Oh, God, he is. Yep, Pro Scouts dries up fast, folks. So, Numidan, he might have a reprieve here due to the fact that MSN is running out of good food sources. Nimu creeping berries in the back corner. Safe as can be. So, that's going to be a reset. MSN pushed out of the base. He needs to fix his food. It's kind of crazy, actually. If MSN had been pulling towards Boar right now, he'd have that continuous push into Lancers, but instead it is going to be slowed down. Numidan now gets the breathing room to go for an age up. Gives us an opportunity to speed up, as we're 10 minutes out from our Marine Lord Lucifer on Showmatch. Mehmed on the way now. Poke raids have come to a pause. MSN is marching around again. Knight's going to be looking for entry. The Sipahi were doing similar over here. Oh, are you kidding me? Sorry, folks. We got to speed up because the live series is coming, but that was incredible. Trip Sipahi with fortitude. I mean, these are a force to be reckoned with, but the Lancers mirror the move and make it look just as good, if not better. Yeah, he's gap closing. Gets the volley blocks, gets the clonk down. Numidan. Chip down, now 10 workers behind MSN. Nimu still trying to be cheeky. Won't find the raid entry he's looking for, but I don't know, man. MSN, he's going to have to farm transition at pre-20, which is pretty rough. Curious why he never just set up an outpost on the flank. I guess it's the Sipahi. I know, you wouldn't pop Pax Ottoman here. I'd be surprised by it. He went for the... Wait, he actually went meta drummers, which is really surprising. Not many people do that. That's the one that increases your movement speed when in formation. And that's usually the problem. It only works when you're in formation. It stops working when you go to attack. So definitely a little bit unusual there. MSN. Now more Chuk than Lancers, but I mean, when you consider how expensive Lancers are, it's impressive he's still got 17. Nimu just blobbing mass spears. He has got mangoes coming alongside this that are good against the Chuk. Right now, it feels like he's just trying to goad MSN into entering the base in a rush, but I like that he's not. This is more important. Confine your opponent into his base, pick up relics, set up farms. This is how you win a game of Sushi. Numidan doesn't have any map presence, meaning he's very limited on what he can do space-wise and resource-wise. Yeah, his gold's almost exhausted. He has got a natural flow to the north, but it's still going to pull him further and further out. Unfortunately for MSN, the big advice for Numidan is both his berries and his gold spawned in one direction, meaning if he has enough units to defend it, there's a very clear move for his economy. The only negative, of course, is it's going to pull him away from wood. Yeah, but, you know, when you're going this type of comp, you don't really need much wood anyway. Spy? Uh-oh. Sir? Kind sir, we have small problems. Yeah, he realizes. You got to be really careful. Fortitude is ridiculous when it gets activated. Numidan was a little bit slow on using it there, but now that it's online, look at what happens to the worker kill count. Oh, man. These trickling raids of Sipahi. Last time it was, what, 6 kills? Now it turns into another, I think, 6 there. 5 or 6 anyway. Not to mention the idle time. The farm's now not working. Numenor, he forces the entire army home. Is MSN legitimately losing this game to force a party? That's crazy. The value has been getting, and now we have Janissaries as well. Interesting. He did start off going crossbowmen, and in fairness, Janny would be the more obvious answer. Maybe he was worried about the Chug. Because Janissaries have to get closer than crossbowmen. And what is up, Lucifer? Shout out to the legend Lucifer. We've got him playing in a show match in just a few minutes. We'll be hopping across to that after this game. Thank you, mate. Hope you had a good stream. I can't believe this. Like, this game looked like it was MSN's, but... I mean, he's still 2TC. He's still got farms. This is definitely not GG Numenor wins, but there's this weird feeling where Numenor looked like he was maybe up against the wall 80-20. Now it feels more like 65-35. Maybe even less, actually. I think Numenor's army is much scarier now. MSN's just going to keep riding away. Spy is so evil, right? Like, it's crazy. And the thing is, this isn't just the farms. Like, if you find clustered resources, Sipahi are even better. Like, the berries, he found so many worker kills there at the start. Apologies we didn't catch that perfectly. But same with a gold line. Like, if you see gold workers, you just jump on them. Veteran Sipahi are crazy, because, like, you know, if it's at least a fuel Sipahi, and you have 10 gold workers, you just shiv them. Not the case here. Trip Sacred Site now locked in. MSN continues to blow more Chug, but he's got to be worried about those mangoes. Dive in with the lances. Himself 1 or 2 workers. Gonna look for more on the gold. This is getting a bit weird, Numu. Uh-oh. No textiles. MSN now 20 workers ahead. Looking to make it more. He gets the strike in. Costs him a handful of lances. But puts Numu in an odd position now. No walls. Well, he's got a few up here, but his economy isn't back here at all. No, that's the hilarious part. MSN went looking. He's like, wait, why did we wall here? You're not even doing this area. But Numu, he's now looking to take this personally. He marches over to the farms. This is the break point. MSN, oh! I was about to say you got to be careful with the rocks. Not let them rock your world. Yeah, he's heavily reliant on Chug, and notice what Numenor is doing. He chose the exact area where you do not have an ability to envelop. It's all about siege, and the man goes the blind fire in. It's a good shot. Catches the Chug, and he's being very tempered about this. Like, he's not rushing it because he knows those Chuginu, they are actually mini siege snipers when they get an opportunity. Lance is getting baited bad there. What was that? MSN. I can't believe he just sent Lancers into Janissaries. Mango's going to look to hit the tree line. His own farm's kind of making it hard for him to wrap around here. The break-in is real. Sipahi rotating around the back. That's going to force the attention of all Lancers. But that means you've got nothing to dive the Mangoes. Mango shots coming in big. Dives in deeper. Nesta Bees looking to solve this, but it's a slow answer, not a fast one. And the big hits, they connect. The Sipahi, they're breaking through. Lancer count non-existent. This is it. I can't believe it. Numu. The Sipahi raids to slow it all down. Into the eventual break full on the farms. And we get a reminder of why Chug cannot be trusted to deliver Chu-Chi wins in Castle Age. Numu, Mangonel Master. I think this is the best mangoes I've seen out of an Ottoman player all year. It's that hard to make them valuable these days, but not when you're Numu, Chad. He reduces the entire worker lead and reduces MSN to ash and ruin. 5 Janissaries left alive is good enough to clear out the last of the Lancers. MSN is derelict and destroyed. He just has nothing. Double Nesta Bees would have been nice if they were able to hit the Janissaries earlier, but at this point, the Sipahi, you could just dive in and clear those too. That's exactly what they're going to do. Siege gone. Hope's gone. Numenor takes the lead in the round of 16. And he does it in fantastic fashion. What a sick game. After MSN's feudal win, I thought this was just trending for an easy MSN clapping. But Numidan said no. The patience shown as well to understand exactly when he had that surge timing. I mean, in fairness, MSN forced him to do it after hitting the gold and the berries. That was the point where it looked like MSN was in chill mode. But Numu, he understood he had one last strike. One bullet left in the chamber. And he shot it with pristine accuracy. MSN now the keep drop. But this army still in his base is too big. Farms are going down. With it. I said, you've been watching too many crackety replays. Yeah, if I just build more TCs, I can pull this one back, boys. It's all good. Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, your problem isn't how many villagers do you have, it's how much food do you have. He has less than 200 food income a minute. Yeah, apologies we had to fast forward this game at points. I mean, actually, I don't know. Maybe it was okay. I think the only thing, observing-wise, we missed that one little raid there. But we needed to. We could not miss Lucifer almost Marine Lord, which is coming up next. But a bloody impressive game out of Numidan, considering how grim that feudal age looked. Yeah, that was actually a pretty crazy one. One sec, just making a title for a video. What's up, Inept? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It supports the channel. And now it is going to be time for our next series. The one you guys have been waiting for is, of course, the show match between Marine Lord and Lucifer. So let me just update it. This is not part of the KPMM. This is a show match that has been organized by TZTZ. So I appreciate him for providing the money. It's $100, play all 5 between Lucifer and Marine Lord on some familiar maps. So let me update that. Let me get ready with the draft. Let me reset all this. So play all 5. They are using our KPMM's best of 7 draft for it as well. So they'll have a little bit of versatility and civs that they can pick. And then give me a second. Okay. I need to find the... They done a weird map draft, and now I need to find the bloody maps they're using. So give me a sec, because I'm going to have to check my records on this to get them. So Baltic got banned out, Prairie got banned out, Frisian got banned out, and so did Rocky River, which I believe leaves, if I'm not mistaken, Dry Arabia. Where is it? Gorge. Cliffside. Sunken Lands. And Boldland. Okay. That's an interesting map ball. And then game 1, I believe, should be Dry Arabia. Alright, draft underway. Let me go ahead and put the names in. That probably helps you guys as well. XD. There you go. Why they banned China? Because some people are still going to perceive it as very strong. We've seen it take the L. It doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. It's like a small sample group. So you have to remember, like, people are still figuring out what is and isn't busted. So there's going to be an element of, like, players will believe that they can solve for X or Y, and also they know that historically they could not solve for Z. So, for example, like, some players will be like, well, I think Tuklak isn't actually broken and I can actually beat it. So, funnily enough, actually, Sengoku is the one that gets banned by both players. That does surprise me. But that means that we now have Tuklak, we have got Macedonians, and then also, my brain is farting for a second, Golden Horde. We've got Golden Horde. That also means Knights Templar make it through. No Lancaster, though. Really not surprised by the Japanese ban. A lot of players have been feeling like this is a Giga Stack civ. Ottomans coming through early, though. Malians as well. Like, Malians is kind of interesting right now, actually. I think with the Pro Scouts nerf, Malians feels like the safest civ in the game. You just get to boom. It's so easy to boom as well. It's so hard to stop because you'd have to dive the main, right? They essentially have everything they need within the confines of their start of their base because they can get their starting pit mine and they get the Mansa and they just build cow, which when you think about it that way, it's pretty nuts. Like, there are some civs that can kind of mirror that, but there's prerequisites. Like, for example, Ruse need to go Pro Scouts to do that. Malians don't. They just do it in their base. So, yeah. Malians has already been on the creeping rise, I want to say, for the last few weeks. I just think it's reaching its full power now, where Malians are really powerful A-tier civ. Is KT even that crazy on water anymore? I think they've been nerfed on water a little bit, but kind of buffed on land. Like, they have a lot more versatility as you scale on land now. The buffs to the melee option in Feudal Age is pretty nice. And on certain maps, I think people start to appreciate Castile. Not for the genitals. The genitals are terrible. But for the aura around sacred sites, it kind of gives you this momentum to control the map. Like Gorge, for example. Alright, so... no new civs yet. Huh? Better wood gathering rate in Castle Imp? Yes. Which makes farm transitions easier later on. They also got buffed on the Hospitaller, so you might actually start seeing Hospitaller in some matchups, as opposed to before where it was simply an economy buff. Yeah, genitals are terrible, guys. Just don't have them. Wait a sec. Wait, actually, how do we not have a Unix for the Chinese? Like, I'm surprised that they never added in Unix in some way. Just weird thought I just had. I'm like, wait a second. KT and water dead or nah? Yeah, 250 for a dock is like very weird. I don't know. Like, I get what they're trying to do, but the harbors are odd. Because, like, what was the benefit of a harbor by default? It didn't have any benefits by default, did it? It just had naval springles. Which, naval springles sound really good. I just feel like you have to be really defensive now to make Knights Templar work. We'll see how it lands, but yeah. I think if you can get to Castle Age and start spamming the Knights, though, like, Knights Templar is actually really, really sick. Alright, looks like our draft is nearing the end. Macedonians have come out now. We've still got Tuklak available. And as soon as I say that. And then Golden Horde will probably be split. Marine Lord's probably going Golden Horde. You probably don't want to run Golden Horde against Mongols. I think that can be a bit tricky. What other civs we got left? It's kind of funny now, isn't it? Because 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, like, not every civ's going to get used, is it? Which is a bit diff. Like, how many civs will not be used? Let's see. So you'll end up with 2 civs that will not be used at all on this particular draft. I really like KPMM, but at the same time, you're hyped for Octagon 4. That's fine. You can enjoy multiple things. We're not going to hate you and beat the crap out of you for that. You are allowed to enjoy multiple things in life. I don't know, though, about... I think it's kind of odd timing for a free-for-all tournament. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe people love it. I hope they do, but like it feels like right after the beginning of a of something new being introduced, I would have probably expected like I feel like people want to figure things out in 1v1s first. So it'll be interesting to see how much time people put into a free-for-all tournament, because you've got the KPMMs and then you've also got EGC finals. So it probably will make it more balanced if I think about it, because that means that people that have qualified for the finals will sweat that and they'll have less time for free-for-alls, and then that's an opportunity for the people who aren't in that and are in the free-for-all format to try and take the lead, which is cool. Okay, so draft complete. Picks for G1. What are they going to be doing? Also, are they on game? I hope so. I can't see either of them online yet. Lucifer's arguably the third best player in the world right now after Marine Louis. Actually, based on recent results, Lucifer is the second best player in the world. And that's not even... I don't think that's arguable. I think based on recent S-tier events, he's the second best player. Because Louis fell off in the last event, so he has some catching up to do. If you want to go by results across the year, sure. But, like, if you're talking about last major tournament, like, Lucifer even beat Marine Lord. He lost him in the end in the finals, right? But he beat him in the upper finals. Which no one else, like, most players have been struggling with. Like, obviously, Louis won the event before that. Yes. But still. Because then also you have to remember there was a Steel Series event where Louis also kind of struggled there a bit as well, didn't he? Where did he finish in the Steel Series event? Was it 4th? 5th? Was it 3rd? It's 3rd, wasn't it? Yeah, 3rd. Because he lost to Wham in the end. Because that was the last event Beastie played, right? More gel needed? Maybe I want that one hair stray, so you think about it more. You just can't unsee it, and it's just in your brain. Like, it's just rent-free in your head now, you know? Maybe that's what I want. Cool field day for Octagon 4? Quite possibly. It's what he's been practicing for in his final form, but he's going to have to beat Faye. Dun 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 dun. By the way, guys, reminder, we are working with Opera GX this month as we're getting ready for this game. Don't forget about that. If you guys do want to help the channel, something free you can do is downloading Opera GX's browser. I use it myself. You guys can see it in the background all the time. So we've been using it now for over half a year. And it's really cool. So it's got a bunch of built-in things. It's got ad blockers built in. It's got a VPN built into it as well. Just a cheap, easy one, but most people only need something simple like that. It's a great way of like actually trying to get cheaper prices on games or getting access to content that you'd otherwise not be able to access it in your country. So be sure to check it out. And it also does have some optimizations in. You can literally bare bones the browser. If you have a old beaten setup that isn't managing to get many frames out of Age of Empires 4, one issue you might have is that your browser's eating a lot of RAM. And that's where actually the Opera GX browser is pretty handy because you can trim a lot of the fat off there in terms of RAM and CPU usage. So might be good for you, especially with the new DLC, making things maybe a little bit suboptimal for people trying to play late game Crucible. If, however, you want another solution to your issues of frames in the late game, reminder that there is PC Specialist. I believe we should have some news. I think they sent an email through today. I've not read it yet, but we should have... Oh, yeah, no, I have confirmation. The Black Friday deals for PC Specialist are now live. So if you go across their website, !PCS, you can check in. They've got deals on both built PCs, laptops. I think there might even be an all-in-one deal there as well. So that is, yeah, all systems available in the EU as well as UK until stocks run out. And if you use code PIGEON40, you'll get yourself 40 quid off your purchase, which is pretty good. 40 quid is like, what is that, 50 euros? It's a pretty good deal, actually, on like custom built PCs, because most of the time they have very low margins, so be sure to check them out. Okay, so I think the boys are now hopping in the set. They just got into lobby, so we should be starting momentarily. I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them, but maybe consider subscribing, and then you don't have to worry about ads at all. Just get the hair? Never! You can dangle where it wants, freely. Have I seen the Macedonian Dark Age rush? Yeah, where you rush the stronghold on their side of the map. It's pretty good. Especially depending on the map. So, HRE versus Delhi for game 1. Boo, no new civs. So... Actually, we haven't really seen any HRE since the DLC drop. And maybe I want the one loose hair, but I need it to be more curved because then it's like, then it looks intended, you know? I want to get the Cloud Strife hair from Final Fantasy. You guys know that one? I just don't know how I'd ever get it. It's such fake hair, man. No one has hair like that unless they're using like a whole bottle of hairspray per day. I want this. Damn, that would be cool. But that is a whole bottle of hairspray for sure. And that one's a little bit cray-cray. I'd say more like this one. I think that one's a tiny bit more tame. Too much hairspray. I can't afford a whole bottle of hairspray per day. Hair wax, not spray? Nah, it's both, mate. Take it for someone who uses wax. You need both. You wax it, and then you have to spray it in place. All right. Let's get ready to go. Game number 1. Mods, can we get predictions up? Welcome back to the channel for another caster game, and we are spoiling you this week. We've got top tier players, grand finalists in fact, as we've got Marine Lord versus Lucifer in a play all 5. Let's waste no time in getting into this absolute jam. Welcome back to the channel, folks. This is going to be a fun one. In fact, let me switch over the UI. This is not part of the KPMM. This is a show match that has been organized. And could you have asked for better players? Marine Lord and Lucifer, arguably number 1 and 2 in competitive play right now, based on the most recent S-tier tournament that featured all the top players. And Lucifer, man, he's been impressing me. His recovery arc this year of getting back into form to compete in AV4 has been a marvel to watch. And this should be exciting to see develop because, you know, you've got Marine Lord who didn't even touch the creator preview versus Lucifer, who's probably been going through rapid mutations with his brother, experimenting, testing new things. I'm freaking excited for this. And also, big shout out to TZTZ from the community that provided the $100 for this show match between the two players. Delhi versus HRE. And it is going to be a Spearman opening. This has been growing in popularity. It's such a weird play as well because it seems like a meme to do this against Delhi. Because Delhi have healing. So why would you ever do this against Delhi? Lol noob? No, that's the funny thing. Doing this against Delhi is effective because it stops them gathering gold. Once you're up to 3 or 4 spearmen, this healer boy can't save you. And you don't want to build more in the Dark Age because 135 gold each. So you're rushing Dome of Faith, sure. But now that means that I've delayed the value of your landmark, I've delayed your scaling, I'll also force your scholar to come out and heal you, which then delays your technological unlocks. Like, Wheelbarrow is now going to take almost 3 more minutes. Now, the key is, don't lose the Spearman early. And don't take too much damage, because then it's going to encourage the villagers to attack you. So, yeah. 2 Spear already in. This is so nice with H3 as well, because of the movement speed. And Marine looked just so on point. You see how quick he was to the micro? Like, start and click, and he realized, okay, not being attacked. Constant. And 3 Spearman is going to be breakpoint. Scholar cannot keep up on healing at that point. Remember, Spearman, it takes about 2 seconds to attack. They're going to be up to 21 damage. A Scholar can heal you for 3.5 per second when you're considered in combat. So 3 Spearman is the point where you just don't want to try to contest on gold anymore. Reload, unfortunately, did not get enough gold to build a second Scholar here. And Lord. Will he be convinced to the ways of the mine work? That is what I'm actually curious about. Mine work is an intriguing idea. And a few players have loved it, such as B, Anatan, like they've been big fans of it. With the nerfs towards Pro Scouts, it devalues Arhan a bit. At least for some players, like Lucifer would have been an example of this. If he had HRE, he used to always go Arhan into Pro Scouts, same as his brother. Let's find out. Marine Lord, he is a man who likes to maximize small advantages, and, well, Arhan is a slowly scaling advantage, so you can't resist it, especially with that spawn. He's going to set it up perfectly to start placing farms early, and in the meantime, buff his Golden's Wood. So we might be looking at a maybe semi-fast castle, which is an intriguing choice against Delhi. Normally, it would seem like a big no-no because of the way they can attack you in the Feudal Age and control the map. But I think the value for Marine Lord here is because of the Spearman early, Lucifer isn't necessarily going to have the tempo you normally would in Feudal Age. Like, he's going to be quite slow. Name of Faith. Is he trying to hide this? Like, the positioning was quite awkward, actually. Yeah, all the way at the back. In fairness, though, that's actually genius. Look at what it done. Marine Lord, he came all the way back for the berries. Then he finds the Dome of Faith and starts wasting time on it. So what does Lucifer do? Lucifer just goes straight onto the gold. Damn, that is actually a great usage of the Swan layout. Because if berries and gold had been close together like where the stone is, this would have been pretty bad for Lucifer. Marine Lord could have just camped here. Instead, he deposits enough gold to get himself an extra scholar. Only will be one extra, mind you. Is Pro Scout still a thing at the moment? For some civs. Some civs are still trying to do it. Some civs kind of feel like they need it. Like, I think Roos was probably over-nerfed, for example. They need Pro Scouts. And without it, they just feel like a non-existent civ. At least against the top-tier civs. Stable's coming through. And looks like Marine Lord is going to be going Pro Scouts. Okay, I guess it's a pretty good spawn for it. It gets back deer here, close deer front. I mean, he's got 4 on food, a lot on wood for production buildings, and maybe even a farm or 2. Yeah, there you go. With 3 on gold, it just seems inevitable. So Pro Scout's now queued up. Apparently, this build is not dead yet. Well. We will see. Because he did slow down Delhi, but they are now online. He has got the military efficiency in, so he's double producing out of the garrison buildings. And remember, although it's crippling to not have a lot of scholar spamming, he's now going to get that online on delay. And you only need 1 scholar really to ramp this up. Because let's say you need Ghazi, deposit him there. Now I need archers, ungarrison, regarrison. Never underestimate the power of that, folks. It just gives you so much ability to flex. Spears. Nicely microed Lucifer. Just peeling him back, sniping him down where he can. He's got archers coming out, but good horseman usage, Marine Lord. Now looking to move in towards the goal, but with only melee units, Lucifer does not panic. No, he feels safe. As a bank. Marine Lord, has he done this the best way? Does Lucifer know? I think he might be suspicious. Yeah, because he sees your scout, and did he see the pickup? I don't think he saw the pickup there, but he sees a second scout, and it makes it obvious. So he knows about Pro Scouts. He has Ghazi in position already. A reminder, messing around with these deer is bad. If you have to keep dropping them up constantly, you're just going to lose food. You just want to be able to pick them up, take them home, and smile about it. Because remember, with the recent expansion, they introduced decay to food that's being carried by scouts. So sheep, deer, whatever it's going to be. Every second, you're losing about, I think it's 1.1, 1.2 food. And you'll see the effect of that in a moment. So instead of getting 350 food here, it's going to be 305. He lost 45 food, and all he done is pulled it from here to here. It's pretty rough. Sheep also? I think so. I haven't seen anyone move sheep with Pro Scouts, but in theory, it should be any form of pickup causes decay. In fact, maybe it says... Okay, no, it's only deer. Okay, it's only deer. So sheep should still be fine. But to be honest, it's very, 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 very rare that you should need to move sheep. So the Pro Scouts nerf, has done what it needs to, basically. Interesting they didn't make it across the board. Because, I mean, my hopes was they would just make it across the board so that in future it doesn't complicate things if they were to start introducing new food types. But maybe I'm just living in La La Land and we're never getting new food types. Cry self to sleep. Sacred Site's now starting to be captured. Lucifer will at least get intercepted here, but he's already got piety. So I don't think he really cares. Yeah. I mean, oh no, I won't be able to gather this site for an extra 3 or 4 seconds. Anyway. It's so hard to kill a 140 HP unit at this stage. We've all been there. We've all tried it. And they always just mock us with their glorious beard. Seriously, like, how do you get a full beard like that? So does Marine Lord keep playing the Age or look for attack soon? I guess with Sacred Sites now starting to come into Lucifer's control, you start to feel pressured to do something about it. Especially with this spawn, actually. Like, double Sacred Site on the east side. Pretty condensed. They can introduce Meteorite. They can introduce new food sources. My point, though, is they haven't changed the wording on Pro Scout across the board. I feel like subconsciously you would have said that all food types get decay instead of specifying deer. You know? That's my fault. Because for years it said that, you know, you can carry animal carcasses. But that's to include sheep and deer. It's like tinfoil hat, maybe overreading into things. But considering we are now in the 4th year of Age of Empires 4, and we still haven't seen any new food types, I'm starting it off. Which is heartbreaking. Because I think it would be a great addition. You don't even need to add new food sources to all maps, by the way. Like, that's the other thing. Maybe that's like an argument against it. It's like, oh, we'd have to redo all the existing. No, it doesn't matter. You don't need to add everything to every map. That's actually, like, if you think about it, if you add new food types, that's an opportunity to create more new, unique maps. Like, you can just have one that's basically Dry Arabia, but not because you've added in 2 different food types. Nice to know the decap. So that's flank Sacred Sites controlled. Lucifer is starting to prep for castle. Marine Lord is holding some reserves, but he's not moving at the same pace currently. And he hasn't really been taking much deer from the enemy side, understandably. Which means Lucifer is now getting that for free via the Pro Scouts. Why would you ever Pro Scouts a sheep? If your opponent, for example, was like China and they had loose sheep on their mill, you might try and dive in and pick them up. Like, actually, China's the civ where you would do it, because China would not have their villages underneath the TC. They'd have them like a tile and a half away. So if you saw them not looking, you could walk in, pick up sheep or deer, whatever's going to be, and pull them away. Funny thing about that strategy, technically it would be better to pick up the sheep because the deer would lose food the longer you run. And you'd be running for a long time with that strat. Yeah, because most high-level Chinese players are going to try to put their mill on the opposite side of their base to where you should fear it to be. In the big horseman wave. It's kind of crazy, actually. 50% more ponies for him than the Delhi. Fight coming in. This is not great on the numbers, though. Lucifer outnumbered. He doesn't have the scholars here. And the spearmen are gone. Oh, Lucifer. It looked like he was expecting a tech up. Instead, he's going to get throttled. Marine Lord, just keep building. That's all he's thinking the whole time. More army, and go. And then blitzkriegs his way through the main engagement. Lucifer now outmassed. Map control about to be against him. And to make matters worse, Lucifer just reinvested in feudal, while Marine Lord is now ready for castle. A man who believes in earning a slight advantage to snowball it into a big lead just got a big advantage that can easily snowball from here. Lucy, his only hopes now is to try and catch him doing it. This is a ballsy maneuver, but it is just the cav, so easy in, easy out. At least that's the theory. Marine Lord, almost ready to start that tech up. Right here, maybe? I don't know. Would block the Aachen. Raid's going to come in. Wheelbarrow's already there, though, so Marine Lord will minimize the losses. He's going to try to cut more. Army is coming home as Marine Lord knows he has to defend the age up. So Lucifer, he does get a little bit of a state of execution slowing things down, but it's momentarily. Momentarily? Yes. Momentarily he'll get that slow down as Regnitz is now coming through. And Lucifer is not even thinking age up. Ooh. Marine Lord, is he going to have enough food? That might be his limiting factor slightly. He's got some farms coming in now. Decent sized army. Getting veterans and archers would be huge here as well. Considering that Lucifer only has 12 Ghazi to 15 horsemen. New food type, cheese. Yo, no, you just need giant cheese wheels on the map that you can either gather from or push. So when enemies come towards you, you push the cheese at them and it crushes them. There you go. Oh, what a play, man. What a timing. Because Lucifer on edge and make sure he has to send everything now towards the base. However, Marine Lord maybe a little bit of an overstep here. Went for a full decap. Gets dove in the main. Still somehow he's getting away with this. The villager formation shuffling. Allowing Marine Lord to dodge a critical hit there. No textiles either, which is wild. Lucifer now aging up. You will have the tech disadvantage upon age up though. Ghazi still forcing a lot of idle time, however. That is almost half of Marine Lord's economy not working. In fact, it's more than half. 25 plus the 13 inside. Whew. Cost him a few Ghazi, but worth it to stop Marine Lord from starting to install those heavy cav units into the formation. Ghazi taking fights while they're still good, because guess what? Marine Lord, he didn't go for veterancy on horsemen. No, he's rushing on archers. And Lucifer, I think he might be okay. Guys. He's almost got what he needs. Queues up veterancies. So he's not straight up going for an elephant. He's going to go for a knight. But in theory, an elephant solves all your problems on the defense. All it takes is one. And Lucifer already with 2 scholars in position. He's beating Marine Lord to the relics. Archery raid though. But marching drills, this is super effective. Formation shuffling. We'll pull him away quick enough to minimize the losses. 1 spearman versus the world. I mean, I'm impressed right now. I think Lucifer's position is not as tragic as it first seems. No, which is surprising considering the big L he took in that previous fight. Marine Lord is going to try to make it a lot worse for the Spaniard. Has got the additional farms now starting to get added in here. Remember, Lucifer, he's not really been mirroring that. He's got 0 farms. He's taken the berries close to his base. Now, he does have some down in the corner, which he and Marine Lord are both aware of. Lucifer, even now rushing stone. So, yeah, he realizes this is going to be a hunker down type game. The goal should be to try to pull relics off the map and then just greed. There's still a lot of relics up for grabs here, folks. Only 1 home for Lucifer. Marine Lord now trying to run 2 home. Yeah, 1 from the center. Has he got 1 coming from the back? No, it's from the center. So this is 3 relics from Marine Lord. Which is, I mean, that ticks the box. That's more than enough to justify your position in this game. Wait, you guys want to sell spices now? Only if I can get a ground thumper and bring in a sandworm. Fun fact, there is actually an RTS that allows that. I'm not thinking of OG Dune RTS. There was actually also a different Dune game. There was Dune, I think it was Emperor. Emperor Battle for Dune is what it was called. That one was a 3D Dune game. No, Spice Wars was years later. Emperor Battle for Dune was about 2004, 2005. Marine Lord. Squaring up again. I think he's trying to catch Lucifer on as he builds these castles. Because he did scout with the spearman, didn't he? Yeah, so he knows it's coming. Lucy has got that stone. I think you want on the tree lines. Double tree line. This is a great position for it. Protects the main as well. He's rushing down berries in the back. Did leave spearman back here. Castle drop. Marine Lord. If he sees it, he can just dive it. Before it's up anyway. Because his army is a lot scarier, I'd say, at this stage. Maybe he's a bit hesitant, though. I mean, he's only got, what, 3 knights? Yeah, he's 3 knights, 7 spears. So actually, the 6 lances is more problematic than you realize. That means Lucifer does get the safety of that castle. Marine Lord. He's going to discover it as well. Yeah, bad news comes in for him. Not a diveable area. However, that tree line is not completely safe. Yeah, if you stand here, you can start to snipe. First War Elephant coming out. Marine Lord now looking for that backberry spot that we talked about before. 10 Spearmen's not going to be enough, folks. That's 22 workers. If Marine Lord realizes, and he just scouted it. The Knight reveals it. The rest of the army's now moving. Steering away from the base. Archers do get intercepted. It's going to slow things down, but the workers, they need to get out of here now. Archers moving closer. The War Elephant starts to steer them. Marine Lord, he needed the archers there to get entry. Hence why the Lancers never just rode in ahead. So Lucifer does save himself. Marine Lord instead looks like he's going to be macroing up towards Imperial Age here. No surprise either. Your opponent now has got the castle drop, which means he's going to be scaling into town centers. Remember, with the village fortresses tech, the Delhi turned these castles into villager-producing buildings. Marine Lord farm count is reasonable at 14. Like, the interesting thing is it seems greedy to now go multi-TC until you remember that Pass of Swabia is actually just going to be an insanely cheap TC. Yeah, you only pay 33% of what you're meant to. So that extra burden of building workers isn't real. It's kind of a fallacy. Because the discount is so big that if a villager spawns, gathers once with wheelbarrow plus the extra pushcarts, they would have paid for themselves and then some. That's kind of crazy to say out loud, but it just means you can now very easily justify additional worker spam, building into farms alongside it. So this game's going to go a lot later then. Yeah, quite possibly actually, because Lucifer's going pretty hard into War Elephants, which means you don't really have an ability to rush across and raid. That's going to be tricky. All right, age up complete. What is Lucifer's response going to be? It looks like he's marching straight into action. Elite tech for archers just got queued. 45 seconds out. Additional knights being built. It's going to be elite knights as well. So Marine Lord, he is going to be building crossbowmen to deal with the War Elephants, but elite archers should be capable of killing everything else. Look at this. 17 food. 17, and in return, well, look, this villager here, 21 wood. So you get to do one gather, you've already paid for yourself entirely. Lucifer, now stepping up. Spiral Tower should be the obvious first target, just to get rid of the annoying defenses. Or at least force the E-repairs to be committed there. War Elephants reach it, Archers dive past. Marine Lord, trying to buy time. Veterancy into elite for knights just came through. Emergency repairs has been forced. Lucifer, the quality difference is going to matter here. Elite archers start to back off. The knights do come through. A nice body block. But the War Elephants have now arrived. And that's the problem. Even elite knights are going to struggle against these. Yeah, it's an Imperial Age unit in Castle Age, really is the way to think about it. And Marine Lord, he doesn't have crossbows to contest it directly, but he does have the assistance of the TC fire. Archer line is finning fast. War Elephants, they're going to be left carrying the torch on their own at this rate. Archer count down to just 19. War Elephants continue to dive in, but now starting to get counterplayed. Scholar Hill's going to be there to try and keep them sustained, but the Scholars themselves cannot hang around. No, it looks like the effort is going to be an L. Lucifer, he just doesn't have enough healers here. The Scholars go down. War Elephants are now eventually going to decline. And they are Congo lining in one by one. Marine Lord, a scary game for a moment there, but the elite archers play was the correct call. It will carry him through. Nah, man, this Palace of Swabia as well, just annihilating the archers one by one. It's been a game changer, really, just reducing the firepower that Lucifer had to contest these elite archers. Marine Lord's patience pays off perfectly. Lucifer now mass farming out into the open here. Yeah, he's going up to soon 30 farms. Marine Lord is a lot weaker there. He's only at 14 farms, but his strategy has been archers so far, so he doesn't need as much food. And that's going to be it. He calls it. Marine Lord, under pressure for a second there. We've seen plenty of games where a War Elephant would be your demise. But today, Dumbo is the one sleeping with the fishes. Good game to open it up. Great ad timing? Well, I mean, you know what we're going to say about that. You know how this one works, chat, when you see that comment? You remind them to subscribe. ML won? Yep, Marine Lord won. I mean, of course he did. There's no world in which Marine Lord is going to GG at that point. So, G1 on the board. Marine Lord with the W. HRE. OP. Kappa. So, game 2. Let's see where the boys are going to be taking us. Lucifer has Delhi and Dark Delhi. Ooh. I think he just wanted to save money on his graphical work, so he just copy and pasted his flag. With the money that he saved on getting one of those artists, he was able to afford the extra bandwidth on his ISP to download Opera GX this month. Very smart call by Lucifer. That's right, it made all the difference. Saving that money there allowed him to get his hands on a pristine browser designed for gamers, like you guys should as well. Exclamation mark Opera GX. Same bans? Yeah, it's almost like, imagine they were just like, yeah, let's just ban these and have some fun. All right, so game 2. Macedonians versus Ottomans. What map are they going to? I think they're loading in now, actually, because I don't have a game showing yet. Ah, are they going to... Wait, they're going to Sunken Lands? Wait, is that Sunken Lands? I assume Sunken Lands. Wait, or is it Cliffside? Oh, no, it's Cliffside. Cliffside. So Macedonians versus Ottomans is going to be interesting, considering Ottomans is looking like a very strong A-tier civ right now. And also, Ottomans is a civ that typically likes fighting in the feudal age. And I also think Macedonians is in particular weak against these type of civs. Healing civs. Healing civs are really good against Macedonians. Because Macedonians snowball off of getting kills with the Vikings, because then they get runestone charges. But if you can't kill anything, you can't get runestone charges. Historical matchup? Oh, yash. I think Marine Lord has just had to go to the toilet quickly because he has tiny bladder syndrome, but we should be good to go. There we go. Janissary? Nah, build Radari anyway. Always build Radari. Welcome back to the channel for a caster game and a historical matchup. A really cool one, in fact. We've got the new Macedonian dynasty up against the Ottomans and two of the best players to pick up the mouse and keyboard to show it off. Let's get to it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 2. Marine Lord with the early lead in this playoff 5, but we head into Cliffside for G number 2. And this matchup actually has me pretty excited. So the thing that's really cool to think about with this matchup is right now, Vikings sound really ridiculous for all-in pushers, especially on this map. But Ottomans is a civ that loves playing feudal aggro. So we might just get a game decided by non-stop Age 2 bloodbaths here. And I think this type of civ can be Macedonia's biggest weakness. Yeah, I'll have to see if it comes out. But in theory, the idea here, folks, is that Macedonians really start to ramp up when they get access to their runestones. And you can only get runestones if you get kills. You cannot get points for those runestones if you cannot finish a target. And Ottomans, as we know, love going into the early healer boys. Yeah, curious to see if it goes that way. Let's just get predictions up as well for this live game. Remember, guys, you can always catch these games live as well if you're watching recording later. Make sure to tune in on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays when we have plenty of Age of Empires 4 action. So Marine Lord, he did go for the early Varangian war camp. There we go. We had Anatan the other day arguing against this, but now the #1 player has built it. So that's conclusive, people. Build your war camp. I guess there's like, I could see, so I think there is one world in which you can justify not rushing the war camp over like a house. And it might be going for Varangian Stronghold. Just because it's like 5 seconds extra and every second counts when you're going for a Varangian Stronghold rush. Maybe. But we have got Hippodrome, and I'm a big fan of this. As is the man on the receiving end. Lucifer has also played this build a lot. It's been his go-to, his bread and butter. Grand Winery is the alternative for this civ, and remember, it gives them access to a 30% quicker gathering rate in range. That is incredible, but Hippodrome gives you a lot of tempo. You get 3 units for free across several minutes, and each of them provides unique buffs to a bunch of your nearby units. Yeah, first you get the Scout, which is better than a Malian Warrior Scout. Then you get the Horseman, which buffs all cavalry damage by +2. Now, what's interesting about this choice from Marine Lord, he's essentially playing this kind of like how you could with Byzantines into Ottomans, which is if you go mass Hippodrome Horseman, you can buff your damage to be better than the Sipahi from the Ottomans. Difference here, however, is it won't be better, but it can be equal or close to equal, definitely for the same investment. Yeah, because Sipahi costs more than Horseman. It's 160 versus 120. So you should end up having about 25% more ponies than Sipahi. And with +2 damage, it makes it a winnable fight. Pretty cool. All right, how do you guys predict? 50-50. Slight favorability towards Marine Lord by 5%. If Macedonians lose their villages, Charles is going to be a Janus. Wait, what? Oh, no. It is Varangian, is how it's pronounced. Because I think some people have been saying Varangian. Whereas, if we go to a Varangian pronunciation. Oh, you guys ready?
Varangian. Varangian.
All right, we'll forgive the bot for being a bit dumb with its statement. Varangian. I think some places pronounce it Jun and some pronounce it Gian. But basically, the beginning is Varangian instead of Gian. J, not G. And we have lots of other fun units where we had to pronounce, like the Bog Maffer. Yeah, so this is the Angry Archer Viking. Interesting unit, actually. Quite expensive. You pay 90 resources for this, but you do get 10 more HP than a standard archer. On top of that, you get some quality through runestones, because you can get an extra +1 range, as well as this unique ability to penetrate armor. Making Bogmaffer not as hard countered by horsemen as other civs. We have got horsemen on standby. The master's pretty interesting, actually, guys. If you have if you have 2 horsemen in this Hippodrome Scout, you kill a villager in 2 rounds of attacks. Because it's 18 damage between 2 horsemen on a strike, and then the Scout adds in an extra 7. So fun little detail there, folks. With this build, if you go double horseman, and then around that time you'll get the scout come out, you can snipe workers with 2 rounds of hits. Marine Lord even creeping out on Nadir now, which is ambitious against Sipahi, but I respect it. Yeah, because right now, his initial horseman has Lucifer on a defensive hold. So he's just exploiting that. If we're curious about pronunciation, Bog is a long O. So, yeah, it's more like Bugmaffa, right? Bugmaffa. But I just say Bogmaffa because it's quicker. That one is like the difference in completely enveloping yourself in like the dialects of Scandinavian countries. Like a perfect example is there is like that funny O and E that is attached together. And I remember in Dota, like there's a guy called Cinderin, and his name is T and that TR, then that O and the E, and then an L. And when I asked him how it's pronounced, he pointed out that like you have to actually pronounce it with a very strong accent to do it correctly. Because the way you pronounce that is tools. It'd be tools. Even though it's... So in English, I spelt like trolls. Dialects. They're confusing. Lucifer on Spy scaling now. He has got those imams we talked about, but it's a little bit tricky because Marine Lord is already starting to add in the Bogmuffer. Nice raid. Good connection here with the increased attack speed. Does get himself a worker kill. Yeah, good that he's idling out the gold, because remember, Marine Lord is on a delayed trigger point here. It's all about the arsenal. What's interesting is he hasn't seen value in mass gold rushing. No player has so far, which is surprising. The idea around mass gold rushing, guys, is to get upgrades quicker, because you get upgrades by gathering silver. You get some from gathering it, and then when you deposit, your arsenal will generate a certain amount of silver per minute based on the amount you've gathered in total. What's cool about this is if you go into mass gold rushing, you can build a marketplace and then sell the excess gold for food and other resources, allowing you to essentially get the silver quicker while not really losing out elsewhere. Villagers. Ay, ay, ay. Marine Lord is going to shift down the Sipahi, but that's another worker down. Nothing to spend gold on? There is. You build a marketplace. Do the maths. Quickly do the maths in your head. Look at this. Right? So for every 15 gold, he's getting 6 silver. So that's about 30%, 35% extra resource on top. And it's the only way you can get silver. If you build a marketplace, you could sell 100 gold for, let's say, 70 food. Or 130 gold for 100 food, whatever it's going to be. Usually the difference is 30. So the difference is equaled out there. You see how it gets very interesting? Is like, if you do it that way, you're padding the difference in excess silver gained. So you're not really losing resources. You're basically alchemying. You're one-to-oneing in resources gained, resource lost. Whereas normally a civ would be losing, you know, like 30% for each trade. These imams. The Bogmaffer is trying to snipe them down. What's interesting, we have got the Horseman buff in now, so he's doing 11 damage into the 12. Clash coming through. Spinman gonna get wiped. Is equal not better? Yeah, but that's the point. It might not be better, but it gets you more silver to get technologies quicker, which means you can snowball your tech lead into one direction quicker. That's the idea. And also, as long as you calm down the trade, it doesn't get crazy. So it's all about burst points. For example, it's the value timing of getting scale barding level 2, as opposed to waiting much slower to go into tier 2. And also, the other thing is that you have a lot of gold at the start. You don't have as much food. So, for example, if you're buying food with gold, there is an efficiency logic of you having to take risks on things like deer later in the game rather than sooner. If you genuinely think about like the abundancy of resources, you have a lot of gold at your base at the start. And, you know, as long as you're not trying this strategy on a map like Sunken Lands or Carmel. If you are trying them there, oh my god. Good luck. but on standard 4K maps, it's pretty powerful. I actually think it might become a pretty viable strategy on a map like Prairie, where you've got the 8K vein. Yeah, like actually on Prairie in particular, I think it could be really good. So like Grand Winery and Trading, because you just would harvest a lot of gold to buy some excess wood and food over time. And the wood can then be put into farms. We cooking. And so is Marine Lord. This is a big deal. The Hippodrome Ridari has arrived. Not only do you get a Castle Age Knight in the Feudal Age, but it now buffs the movement speed stats on all infantry. And this, by the way, scales with runestones. So your Adgir Maffa, your Bog Maffa, they can move as quick as Heavy Cav. It's pretty crazy. Assisting the first hill on the way. Lucifer on. I'm not liking the look of this. How do you say the spearman name? It's Adgir Maffa. So Adgir Maffa. I mean, Lord pulling back off the deer, but I mean, he already accessed all of it. And now we do have the gold rush. Because remember, he needs to get veterancies. Guy's going to come through, though. Luciferon, not looking to let him have this for free. That bar might look tiny, but it's only because it's condensed. He's got a long way to go to complete this age up. Luciferon, he has lost the meta already, though. No aura. Oh, boy, that's going to make this difficult. And we have got the unwavering focus, who's sniping down the forward line of Sipahi a bit quicker. But the spearman not dying quick enough here. He has still got the Ridari. And it's going to turn into an Arch exchange, but a few Sipahi still left alive, so Luciferon will look to punish them too. I mean, that Ridari is the biggest problem. He can beat a lot of units here, but what I'm seeing is a bigger idle issue. The TC fully garrisoned. The workers getting shivs out. He needs to create a front line just to protect the remaining Vikings. And talk about a clutch timing. Are you kidding me? The Adgir Maffa come out of the war camp at the perfect moment to wipe out the last Sipahi. Oh my god. Talk about a clutch building. All right, no debates about it. You should build this straight away so you don't forget about it later. Those extra Adgir Maffa made the clear a lot quicker on the remaining Sipahi, allowing Marine Lord to get back down to business. Now, he has lost several workers in the process, but he now finds himself an age ahead with a landmark that is going to provide a buffer. Yes, this is the interesting thing. This sits on the first hill. I'm just seeing where he's gulped, actually. He can increase the production rates of his buildings, or he can get resources extra. So a popular play at the moment is at the start of the age to add in free farms, and boom, there you go. Start buffing the farms to generate extra food. Sipahi are going to keep raiding, and Marine Lord does indeed not have wheelbarrow. Oops. Yeah, it's kind of wild, actually. He went out onto the mill, but didn't get wheelbarrow at all. Wait, no, he does have wheelbarrow. It's just bugged. What the... I was about to say, like, the villages are moving quick, and we're missing a tech here. So, no, Marine Lord does have wheelbarrow. He didn't forget it. I was going to say, I would have been surprised, because, like, wheelbarrow is a good gold sink to get extra silver early. Why does the wheelbarrow tech not show correctly? Huh? Wheelbarrow, but still slow. I think it's more that the formation shuffling like didn't help him as much there. He moves at 1.29. He's not slow. It's just obviously when you're being chased by Sipahi, you always look slow. Yeah, it's a weird bug. So there's another issue with the UI. It doesn't actually show you these techs. He has been getting arsenal techs. He's been upgrading cavalry. Because at this point in the game, like this is where Macedonians open up into a big old bowl of busted. Ridari. The Ridari spam is crazy strong right now. This unit, it is tankier than a Castle Age Knight. It has more sword damage than a Castle Age Knight. It attacks quicker than Castle Age Knight. And it moves quicker than a Castle Age Knight. And it also can be scaled further than a Castle Age Knight. It's pretty wild what this thing can do. Now, Lucifer does have a big, healthy worker lead. The challenge here is going to be teching up. Raid will come in on the outpost. He's keeping the archers around so you can try to snipe. If he drops if he actually just drops a runestone. Oh, wait, is he out of charges? No, he's got them. And there we go. Runestones now. That's smart, actually. The timing on that allows the Radari to get extra melee damage. Forces a hard commit. He's trying to keep the Bogmather alive so he can wipe out the last. But the raid comes in again. Lucifer! He actually might survive the Radari Scourge because the economy is just not there. Yeah, Marine Lord, I mean, he can win the direct fights, but at this rate, unless he can start finding some worker kills, he's going to get out-blobbed. Lucifer has a humongous wood issue, by the way. 1,300. The best part is he just built another lumber camp. There we go. Farms coming in behind this. Now, I know someone's going to look at the eco and go, this game's over, but guys, I'm telling you, Radari are the best Castle Age Knight in the game. The bang for buck on this unit is absurd, and the scale value is insane. He can buff this unit's armor and effective HP 4 times. 4 times in one age. Well, in Castle Age, rather. Same with his damage. And I think at this stage, he's probably going to start saving for Romfire, which is going to give him the +3 damage. I mean, they already win every sword battle, but why not go up to, almost 30 damage? Lucifron, I think this is a good effort, but is he not just out of resources? He's setting up farms to give permanence of food. The Radari count is kind of getting wild. Yeah, we're up to double-digit Radari. And nothing to defend the outpost anymore, so he's already getting ready to receive. Villager's going to come out, but nicely done. Lucifron, room for most people. Still, all that work, all that effort by Lucifron to bulk up, to build up, and still, it's just incredible what Radari can do. I mean, if there is a civ that goes castle, start spamming knights, and there's 20 workers behind that I believe in, it's Macedonians. That's the civ now. More than Japan, even. And you see, Lucifron's only option is to spam spears, but even spearmen will get erased by Radari. They can actually kick off the fights by stopping you from reaching them because of the axe throw. And then even when they get into a melee, it is incredible what these Vikings on horseback can do. Marine Lord, another raid. More worker kills. And yet still, it does not hold a candle to the raiding power of the Vikings. What a unit. This is like 15 workers down. What a civ. Marine Chad is now 2-0 up in this playoff 5. Yeah, we still get all 5 games, don't worry. Makes sense the Vikings excel at raiding. Yeah, but they excel at fighting as well. And they don't often seem to be outnumbered. You got to have upside downsides to balancing game. It is, in some ways, I don't want to say the wildest unit of the expansion, but it's the one that, like, after everything else has been, like, that is just abusable, has been nerfed. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. I don't want to say be the last one standing, because a lot of us have already flagged this to the devs that they're too good. But, like, if you didn't have devs yelling in the ears, players yelling in the ears of devs to fix it, it's the one that, like, would inherently not get smoothed out by default, you know what I mean? What's up, Fabio? Haven't seen a stream since whole release. What's new? Loads of new civs. Oopsie, I just clicked on the wrong game. Yeah, they're not, it's not a bug tech or anything. So, like, so healer elephants are the ones they clearly, like, overlooked very clearly. And then you got ones like Kipchaks that are literally bugged units. But Radari are just crazy. But yeah, in terms of what we've got, Fabio, there's a new cool PvE mode. There's 4 brand spanking new civs. It's a good time to hop back in Age of Empires 4. All right, we're just waiting for the boys to get in lobby. I guess we'll quickly do the push-ups while we do wait for that. One, two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Boyos are in lobby, so should be starting in a sec. Half set from you? I done 9, so. I had this instinct someone was going to press it. Gym channel coming out when? I mean, I thought about, like, actually streaming my, streaming when I go climbing each week. But the tricky part, like I've talked about this before, like when your income is mostly from Twitch, it like you're kind of reluctant to do different things than what you know you get views with. So yeah, maybe in the future if we YouTube and TikTok more. What am I doing? It's called push-ups, my friend. I know, as a gamer, it's a foreign concept. We just sit in front of PCs. But every once in a while, someone does like a good workout. Oh man, I'm hungry though. Holy crap. The hunger is actually setting in a lot quicker than I expected. I didn't have breakfast. I did have like lunch, but I didn't have breakfast. That's probably why. Alright, here we go, guys. French versus Mali. Is BC playing anymore? In tournaments, he's been taking a break. I think did he say he's coming back for EGC finals? Maybe. I haven't really followed his life story on that. I just know that he was taking a break. Well, he might be back. So we're heading into Boldland. Let me update the UI. And then where are we at? Oopsie, wrong UI. BO5, play 05. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for another game from our Play 05 show match between Marina Lord of Gentle Mates and Lucifer of Spain, I guess. So we've got French versus Mali on a Pro Scouts map. Boldland making its appearance in the new expansion pack after Pro Scouting just got nerfed, and yet the Civ choices seem to still tend to lean towards Pro Scouting it up. Yeah, but Malians aren't that way anymore, folks. Like, have you noticed this? That Malians have just been one of the biggest benefactors the more and more that Pro Scouts has been nerfed. Players already a few months ago were shifting away from Pro Scouting this Civ, and it's been looking strong. I think they're now full Kushki on the idea of not needing to play Pro Scout at all. And I can't blame them. They've looked really powerful from the games we've been seeing. For French, Pro Scouts are still going to be tempting, and I think I wouldn't be surprised to see it here because although French could pocket economy, the Malians have got a new build, and that's going to be the Sofa build. Sofas allow the Malians to raid, and it means that you can't as easily just walk out onto the map with the French. Is the New Japan good? It seems very slow to me. That's his weakness, is if you get Dark Age rushed. But with the Sengoku Daimyo, if you're up against someone that lets you be a bit greedy, like they're very, very powerful around, let's say, like 10, 15. Especially with the current format of Shinobi. The current Shinobi are a little bit wild. And will probably get dialed down a bit. I wouldn't say Sengoku's ban-worthy. Well, yeah, for these two, they saw it as ban-worthy. Which I'm curious, like, what the thought process is entirely. Considering they let Tuklak through, and a lot of people have moaned about Tuklak more. I guess they figured out the cheese in their mind. Let's get predictions up for game number 3. Marine Chad just looking a bit scary right now. It's a pretty good map for French, actually. This is the type of map that makes you feel pretty naked and exposed fast. We've all had that dream in high school where we're just in front of the class naked, so it doesn't feel nice, and it doesn't feel nice when you feel that way in game either. Yeah, because like the problem is on this map, if you guys remember Himeyama, anyone who's getting flashbacks to that, I think for most people Himeyama is a mixed memory of like, yeah, I got some good wins there, and then wow, I took some rough losses. Because the small tree lines made it easy to raid you, and it's the same with Boardland here. Look at the TC range, look at the tree lines. You can very quickly get exposed. Because if you were playing a standard Dry Arabia type spawn, you had a tree line this big, you know, it's like this size, you're eating into it. So you're creating this concave that means you can't be seen. But with these tree lines, it's very difficult to micromanage your villages to keep inside. And even if you do, it doesn't last very long. That's where picks like French become god tier on this map. Because they just keep building knights and building. And then the point where your economy becomes overexposed is a lot quicker here than on other maps. Trying to figure out when to pro scout? I think a lot of people are, including pros. It's not just a give and do it every game now, and I think that's good. I think the best case for Age of Empires 4 is when a variety of strategies are situational. Because when you have a meta where you have to do something, it just becomes obtuse and boring. You also end up in a very problematic world when it comes to the asymmetrical design of a game. If every civ is the same and pro scouts is dominant, it's like whatever, outskill. But when you have a situation where like every civ feels like it has to engage with pro scouts, but some are inherently better at it, what you do is you take the asymmetrical design of a game and you amplify it up to unbalanced and unfair degrees. You know, same with the TC meta. If you guys remember, there was a time where we had the 2 TC meta, and in that meta, certain civs were dominant and other civs just couldn't even exist. Like, something like an Ottoman pick would be like, how am I going to do the 2TC here with the old Ottomans? Whereas English had a freebie, Abbasids had some viability. So yeah, it's... The ideal balance point, and it's hard to achieve, is like you want a realm in which pro scouts can counter something, and 2TC counters something else, and all-in counters something else, and fast castle counters something else. It's not always guaranteed, but the closer you can get to that dial of like fingers being pointed at different people, the better it is. Like, you guys remember the Office meme? Where they're all pointing their fake guns at each other? That type of thing. And Lucifer, he is going for the double scout. Pretty popular because the thing that's interesting about Malians, they are one of the most effective anti-pro scouting civs in the game. Their warrior scouts are faster than standard scouts, and they have better stats. So you could go spearmen and technically hard counter scouts, but you can get kited, and it's hard to be everywhere you need to be. If you go with warrior scouts, you can easily chase down scouts, whether they're packing deer or not. These warrior scouts are going to be packing some heat. He moves across now. Gets eyeballs on. He confirms it's pro scouts. It's pretty obvious at this stage. Rainlord does have flock numbers on his side currently. So Lucifer's going to have to buy some time, as he has got the first sofa now marching across. Yo, pro scouts is going to begin. Rainlord will probably have to guard with 2 scouts. It's going to be a raid towards the workers. Shiv's come out to scare him off. Like, does give an edge to his own scouts, but remember, the damage is much higher with the Tamba than it is with the short sword. Sorry, axe. There's some use short swords, I think. Okay, so he has slowed things down. And really important here, Marine Law needs to avoid having his scouts get felled when they're carrying the deer. Because there's a current bug where if your scouts go down while they're carrying a deer, the decay that happens when a scout is carrying a deer doesn't stop. So this creates a little bit of a panic, self-fulfilling prophecy where you then have to rush to try and pick the deer up again. Otherwise, you're just burning food. First knight moving out. Did find the worker kill. Nicely played. Yeah, predictable move there. I'd say predictable, not necessarily. Some players go for the back goal, but Lucifer wanted the extra cheddar. Gets Chuck E. Cheesed on it. Marine Lord now with a decent number of knights. Imagine we're seeing an archery switch soon. Archers can be tricky sometimes on Borderland because of the lack of wood you have. And I believe Radari is already plural. I guess you could say Ridaris. Imagine if Ridaris. Ridaris. Nah, it's Radari. Scouts moving in again. Just a pain in the ass, really. And by the way, this version of Borderland has been changed since you would have last seen it. There's only 5 deer on the outskirt locations right now. Still the same 7 in the center. But it does mean that overall this map has lost 4 deer after also pro scouts being nerfed. Lucifer is going back for more Sofa now. So he's just going for melee blob commit. Marine Lord is just going to try to win the fights with micro and then scale into archers afterwards. Yeah, I like this. Marine Lord, I think if you just didn't do anything and you played to a big scale comp, Malians can be kind of spooky in some ways. But Knights are more scary individually right now. So he's just going to use that to play the flanks where Donzos will struggle to be. And if Lucifer slips up and loses a few Sofa here or there, all of a sudden you can just win a direct fight. Must have played Lucifer just dragging attention. Pulls the heat away, but unfortunately he's going to end up losing that scout as well. Is Lucifer really stopping pro scouts though? When people pronounce Lucifer as a French player, I just like doing it because it sounds so right. Lucifer? Lucifer? You know, it doesn't sound... It's not as much with bro, right? Like Vortex, like Vortex? Nah. But it's the front. It already just sounds incredibly French. Really, guys, there's a reason you've got the end at the end. You're meant to pronounce it Lucifer. Lucifer. Guys, talking about pronunciation today. You got to get it right. Oh, that would have been a perfect name as well if he became a Dota player. Lucifer. Meanwhile, back in. It's kind of problematic now. You've got 12 Donzos, but 12 Knights. And feudal healing only exists on one side. Wasn't N7 like a Mass Effect thing? I think it was. It was. There you go. Lucifer's secretly a Mass Effect fan. He didn't even realize it. Archer's starting to trade for the Donzos. Knights are going to commit in. Whoa, boy. Marine Lord, hesitant to give over the Archers. Won't have a choice, though. Ends up losing a Knight. Does snipe out 2 Donzos plus a Sofa. Go down there, Marine Lord. Slightly shaky ground right here. His Archer count actually not big enough to even remotely threaten. Because really where you want to be is about 10 Archers. If you have 10 Archers, then that's enough to one-hit kill a Donzo. The reason that's important is on approach, it means you can snipe out 3, 4, 5 of Lucifer's Donzos. Which at this stage is a third of the existing space. So that's the edge he's looking for. Yeah, that's the thing we talk about range, where range, especially when the numbers are low, can be quite scary. Melee blobs get crazy when you get the numbers high enough. Because your goal is to get enough troops that you can afford to lose 7, 8, 9 on entry to reach your target. Yeah, and then once you do, the idea is, well, my base damage is substantially higher than your archers. So though all archers will fire, all archers will do less damage. Interesting. So you think the 7's a T, so it's Lucifer front. Which is interesting, because right now he's busy protecting his back. Has got the walls up. So we talked about these tricky tree lines and how easy it is to raid. I love that Lucifer front done this. I've seen a lot of people think they can just get away with not walling against French on this map, and it backfires every time. I mean, I guess if you're Sofa are slaughtering more French villagers, you can get away with it. That's a big if, though. Who's winning this? Lucifer has got a tech up coming, but it's not great on the cow count. Only 6 to his name. And he's mostly spears, which is going to, I don't want to say lose value. It's still good against knights, but you would have preferred just have more Sofa here. Sofa have been surprising against mass knights, by the way. I've seen Sofa beating mass knights, but the idea is that you scale the same amount of resources in, and you've got more Sofas than there are knights. Ergo, I can just snipe you down and out-micro you. We're nowhere near there being more Sofa than knights here, though. So going for the raid. Hello, Lucifer. That is a great find. So this is a preview of what we're talking about. It's very obvious when you see it like this, but yes, Sofas can run down knights when they outnumber. He's not done yet. He's still raiding. While teching, remember. So tech up news comes in. Marine Lord's army is halfway to the enemy base, but with the speed at which Sofa and Donzo upgrades come in, I don't think you can do anything with this as Marine Lord. Snipe down some of the archers as well as the scouts. The rest of those archers are going to be marching towards the gold here, and Lucifer will see it. Hasn't reacted just yet, though. We'll end up losing some workers, so good find here. Marine Lord getting even closer. And Lucifer, he doesn't realize at all. Finally pulls away. That's going to be -5+. Accidental shivs out from the workers. Sofa now looking to defend. Donzos have been upgraded. Marine Lord. He may have had the wool pulled over his eyes with the tech up, but he reacts quickly and aggressively. Which Age of Empires 1 to 4 do you personally like yourself? I enjoy the crap out of 1 as a kid, and I enjoy watching 2 and 4. 3 never really latched onto me. Seemed like a quirky game, but yeah, it just didn't really get me. Sofa. Man, more raids. Lucifer not to be outshone here. Marine Lord. He just continues to scale. Was he looking for an age up, maybe? And wait, the village is running like this makes it even worse. We guess the shiv's out now, but these sofas. Lucifer trading blow for blow. Donzo's now trying to march forward. New sofa wave has been built up at home, and he does have the imported armors. Incredibly tanky. Marine Lord looks for the recharge. Let's get pinned. Loses 3 knights. With no tech up coming, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for M-Lord. The sofa count is low. In theory, archers can beat the Donzos, but it's a hell of a target to try and slay now. 120 HP. It's a lot to get through, and not to mention, every time you stagger these assaults, javelin throws come through. Sofas are getting access onto those archers with high base damage. Lucifer, has he got more cow yet? No, he's ejecting the cow. Okay, this has been a growing in popularity strategy. When things look a bit shaky, you don't scale the Fulani more, you sacrifice its scaling to stay alive. Marine Lord feeling confident, marches forward again. Donzos, recommit. Archibald's only 14 strong. The Sofa are getting good strikes in as well. It's a full commitment and clash now. Donzos into the fray. Marine Lord essentially frontlining with some of the archers to minimize the damage onto the knights, but it looks like that knight line is going to be made of paper. And Lucifer's the shredder. Ring, ring, ring. Just run it straight through. Archer count way too low now to have a real impact here. The Donzos are going to be able to full pushback. Lucifer now with a heavy cavalry lead. It's starting to look like the Spaniard. Maybe a slow riser, but he will be able to get on the board. What a clutch play as well. The Fulani ejection saving his bacon from getting cooked. Marine Lord, I think looking quite hard stuck here. He's starting to save resources now. It's coming at the cost of additional knights when you probably need them most. Sofa. We talked about the numbers. Double for Sofa. More than easy enough to take the win, even if the Donzos weren't here. Marine Lord just getting erased. He tries to recommit to knights, but it's too little too late. GG comes through. Lucifer showing you that the Malians continue stride to stride, becoming more powerful than you could ever have imagined. Woo-wee! Telling you guys, Malians, I mean, some players were already ahead of the curve here. They were banning it early on in drafts. You start to see why. So that is going to be, let me mark it in, French versus Mali. And a win for the right side. He does get on the board. 2 maps left. We're either going to Sunken Lands or Gorge next. And we've still got 2 brand spunkin new civs that can come. I've got the Tuklak as well as the Golden Horde. Love AoE4 so much for the little details mattering so much, like Sofa being fast and knights matters. Yeah, I mean, it's important. Movement speed is one of the best stats, full stop, in RTSs. Movement speed and range tend to be, I'd say, the best of all stats. because both of those dictate how and when and where you take fights. Jeez, someone going crazy on the likes. Love that. Welcome, welcome. Remember one and all, by the way, we have got more midweek muster. At this pacing, I don't know if we'll do more midweek musters today, but tomorrow we've still got a lot of sets to do, a lot of quarterfinals that will get done as well. So reminder that we do run weekly tournaments as well as having show matches like this occasionally hosted by other people and ourselves. So if you guys are enjoying the content, remember to always have follows turned on, subscribe on the YouTube side so you can get the recordings later, and make sure you got notifications on. That's a really big one people always forget about. If you want it easier though, !Discord. If you join my Discord, I always ping out when we go live. So we've got loads of ways so you guys can be kept in the loop. All right, boys are in lobby now. Let's see what the pick's going to be. Byzantines Rus. Is that Gorge? And what's up, Nox? Appreciate the Prime sub, you legend. I bet there's a lot of people that actually have a Prime sub that they haven't used this month because it does not auto-renew. So why not commit it to the place that has all the tournament games that you don't want to miss a moment of? Oh, did I mention we also have some really cool emotes? And a rewind function now on Twitch. Favorite civilization? OG civs. I was always a big French enjoyer. HRE, very, very, very early days. And then of newest civs, I've always been a big fan of Japan. But of the newest civs added to the game, I really, really enjoy Macedonians and the whole kind of like aggro and skill aggro. Sup, Macabre? Appreciate the Prime sub. There you go. Look at that. Legend. Smart cookie. You remember to use it. Keep smashing those Prime subs in. Reminder, you do have to do it manually each month, so don't forget to do it. Check at the start of the month each time to be safe. Because it does support us on our journey as a full-time content creator. And what does that get you? Like 120 hours of Age of Empires 4 esports every month. And it is going to be gorge. Our predictions were right. That leaves Sunken Lands as the final map. Yeah, wrong one. Yo, what's up? TZ1218. I appreciate the 5 gifted subs. Shout out to TZ, by the way. He's the one that provided the money for this show match. If people like TZ have an interest in more show matches, always feel free to bump me. I'm very easy to access on Discord, and we can figure some stuff out. But absolute legend. Appreciate you, mate, for bringing the money in to get these two on board to play this. All right. Here we go. Rumors of their demise have not been stated enough. Rus is in disaster mode. This Civ is struggling to function, to have an identity right now. So we head into a show match between two of the best to see if they can figure it out. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a caster game between Lucifer and Marine Lord. Player 5, and we are into game number 4. Marine Lord with the Byzantines. Honestly, feel like they should have been buffed by the changes. Pro Scouts being nerfed is a good thing for Biz, and it's good for their business because they never cared for it. One of the biggest civs to be negatively impacted by the Pro Scouts change has to, without a doubt, be the Rus, though. Rus. I mean, they kind of got crippled. This is rough, man. Like, you know, this is a civ that now does not have a lot of potency. They got nerfed on their hunting cabins. They generate less gold. And Pro Scouts itself got nerfed, so they have less food to work with. Out of all the civs in the game, this is quite easily the one that got crippled most with the recent expansions additions. What is up on the TikTok side? I see you sending the diamonds. Appreciate it as well. Not only that, but also horse archers. I mean, yeah, it's... If you're... I'll just say it quite simply. If you're a Rus main, it's a rough time. But in fairness, I'm going to call you out on this and say you probably deserve to have a bit of a rough time. People don't want to hear it, but think about it. You've had a good run. A really good run. So understandably, you probably needed a bit of a chill pill. The chill pill, probably a bit harder than most expected and a bit harder to swallow. Why is Japan banned? Japan's just a really good civ for tempo control. They have good options as well. They're good at Dark Age rushing. They have some decency in Feudal Age against certain civs. And the Castlades rush into Mountain Samurais is still as strong as it's always been. In some cases, arguably even stronger. So yeah, I think Japan is just a reliable civ on most maps in its current format. Something's probably going to have to change with that. Yeah, I know people don't want to hear that, but I think probably maybe some buffs towards the way that things like men-at-arms function, and maybe heavy cav needs to be dialed back a bit. Because currently heavy cavalry, like we're probably in one of the heaviest heavy cavalry metas we've ever had. Kremlin, never an option. I still get unbothered 2TC with Kremlin Rus. The problem is the timing's pretty rough on that, because if you're waiting for the Golden Gate trigger, you have to go and buy over 2 tickets. If you go for the Kremlin itself, you'll probably run out of food. I think it's the biggest issue that most Rus players encounter. It's like, you can do it, but there are many things in life you can do. And this is the thing, I think Byzantines actually is kind of a soft counter to 2TC play. Byzantines with system scaling can test 2TC play really well, because they can scale the castle freely while having a really good economy, or they can even in some matchups go for a Curious Siphon and end you. What is up, Kent and Brad? I see you with the sub. Thank you very much. Keep those subs rolling, you absolute legends. Yeah, just look at the system scaling. 4 minutes in, he's already going to have level 4 system, which is going to equate pretty damn healthy 22% buff to his economy, which at this stage in the game is going to be adding in like an extra 4 workers. Do you see why it's so good? Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for Lucifer getting the Rus pick here, actually, because most civs against Byzantines on this map would have Dark Age rushed, especially if they saw the spawn was this, like gold plus berries. But Rus aren't very good for Dark Age rushes, because for the Dark Age rush to be meaningful, you have to have an outpost to follow up. And it's not easy to outpost rush with this civ. But where do you think these 3 villages are going? Oh, that's so sick. Well, the Grand Winery's already been built, but unfortunately, it seems Marine Lord knows what's coming. He rushes an outpost. Sick read by the Frenchman. Aye, aye, aye. Well, it was a good idea while it cooked. But I think the ragu sauce has been overexposed. You know, it's... Soon, he will be marinating in his own ragu from his veins, because these villagers do not feel safe. Outpost is up. Tech up's complete. Marine Lord sees the threat. Also, it's too close, isn't it? No, he can go to the side. If Lucifer just... Wait. Could Marine Lord have rushed that? I guess not, but the archer there already is a bit scared. We have got arrow slits coming through. I mean, in fairness, I thought Marine Lord would just rush this down before the archers arrived to deny it once. Because if you can deny it once, he can contest it. And there you go. He's going to go for it. Akratoy activated. He's got the +2 armor. Scares the workers away. And guys, this is all just buying time. He's got level 4 system, meaning he's producing horsemen every 13 seconds. It's working. Injured villagers pull away. Shivs come out to keep scaring those workers off. He'll micro away the injured, the horseman, to eradicate the archers. He's got the outpost nearby to protect him. It will come in clutch. And the villagers go into panic mode, but the Shivs and the horsemen are going to take them down. That is exactly why we rarely see the Rus rush their opponent. It's a meaningful build. It's cool if you can get it up. But wooden fortresses ain't cheap. And you ain't doing this in the Dark Age, so it ain't going to work here. I mean, that was a punt and a half. A valiant effort, all the same. So, Marine Lord, 3rd win on the board. They are still going to play the final game. I know it's going to get asked. It's a play all 5, not a best of 5. So we do get the final one. I just realized I keep going back to the wrong scene. Sorry about that. So, in the meantime, let me mark it all in. Byzantines, and then Lucifer, of course, playing as the Rus that feel very sad right now. So sunken lands for the final game. New civs. New civs. Come on. And no, this isn't KPMM. This is a show match that was organized by TZTZ. And they asked me if I was interested in casting it. I said, of course. That sounds like fun. So we squared out a little bit of time in our day to do this. We already done, I think, three and a half series of KPMM today. Maybe we'll do more. I'm not sure if we'll do more. If we won't do more today, tomorrow we should have a nice stream with some round of 16s and all the quarterfinals at least. So most matches this week will be covered. All right, final matchup of the series. Sushi, come on, guys. Bro, you've got 2 new civs. Just do it. Do it for the fans. I'm sad now. Boring old civs, come on. How the new civs versus old civs doing? I feel like old civs are winning a lot. But that's to be expected because people know what to do with old civs and they're still figuring out what new civs do. So, it's not really the biggest shock, I think. Sorry, just double checking some in the background. Okay. Boys are in lobby now. Up in the game. Let's go. So not House of Lancaster case? No, and House of Lancaster is arguably now like top civ. I don't feel like House of Lancaster has been nerfed. The mass mana build has been nerfed, but the early manas have been buffed. Alright, you guys ready? Final game of the series. You could have made it epic. Instead, you take us to the past. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the channel. It is going to be no new civs for the final game of this show match between Lucifer and Marine Lord. But who knows? Maybe it'll be an interesting one. If it appears on the YouTube side later, something impactful would have happened. Because we've got a civ that is struggling to find their identity. And we've got a civ that I honestly think might be on the rise again. Guys, I think Iobids is another civ that benefited from the recent expansion. I think there's some matchups where I could see them doing very well against new civs. And on top of that, we have to remember that this civ benefits from the Pro Scout nerfs. Meanwhile, benefiting most definitely not from Pro Scout nerfs is Shushi. I think Roos and Shushi are probably the 2 civs that are going to have the biggest identity crisis after the nerf to Pro Scouts. You love my keyboard? Thank you, thank you. We're going to work on getting our discount code set up, if possible, with Logitech. So you guys can get this sexy-ass, perfect pink keyboard yourself. I'm certain of it now that I've been having it in my hands for a bit. Best keyboard in the Age of Empires 4 directory. I don't know if I'll ever use the wireless mode, though. It's cute that they added that feature, but I think most people will agree they have no use for a wireless mode on a keyboard. It was interesting. I was watching a video recently of like most useless things that you don't need, but people get anyway. Like RGB is an obvious one. Another one is like gaming headsets. Like there are some brands that are really good, but there are some that are just tack. But the funny one is like they mentioned wireless keyboards. Like, well, we're not going to mention this one on this list because no one's buying them anyway. This one, for the fact it's wired, is good. The only negative I'd say is I wish it had a hot pink cable. That's my one negative about it. Okay, so Logi Wing coming in. Marine Lord presumably is going to be going for Pro Scouts. Actually, no, on this map, you don't need to, do you? You've got deer really close to your base. The second pack is only 5. And there's not as much value from pulling from the corners anymore. I think on sunken lands, Pro Scouts is pretty dead. You just lose way too much food pulling the deer from back here. And the other deer is so close to your base, you shouldn't necessarily need it. But we'll see. Like, at the end of the day, you are still up against Culture Wing with probably Desert Raiders, so you're a little bit at risk there. So maybe it feels worth it just to have the safety. Should she still have a problem with Lancers? Yeah. So, well, it's very weird actually you say that. In some ways, Shushi has much less issue with Camel Lancers than other Sips. Because, although you lose 20% of your damage from Camelanese, you gain 20% attack speed, so you kind of balance it out in a long melee clash. For the initial charge-ins and things like that, though, yeah, it feels pretty rough. Wireless keyboards are legit. What's your use case for wireless keyboards, though? See, mice 100% makes sense for the wireless mode because, you know, a cable, especially if you're, like, very sensitive in terms of, like, you feel the slightest difference. When you're kind of, like, moving your mouse around, you'll kind of feel it a bit. That's why a lot of people use, like, that's why bungee cords became legit for a while. But for keyboard, a keyboard doesn't move at all. I guess, like, if the battery power is good enough and you have a system set up in mind where you'll just insta-charge it, it's not bad. Cleaner setup? You're just making the same arguments that people make for RGB. Is it cool and does it look pretty? Yes. So your argument is aesthetic, but there's no, outside of aesthetics, there's no argument at all. You know? It's an aesthetical. Whereas a wireless mouse is not only an aesthetical, there is logistical reasons why it's useful. You see what I mean? RGB affects FPS. It's simple physics. It's true. You guys think my camera is actually 240 hertz instead of 144 because of the colors in the background. Yeah, like even the headsets, I can kind of see it because it's the logistics of a wire getting in the way. But I don't feel like I've ever in my life had an issue of a keyboard wire getting in the way. Like I said, it's a nice thing and there might be a use for it to have. Like, I think the keyboard is worth it in itself. It's a really good keyboard. But the wireless is just like, I think it's just the extra detail on top that's like, whatever, it's cool, it's there. So we have got Chuk coming, which is the correct answer to what Lucifer's doing. Because he's going for the Dervish. You want enough Chuk to scare the Dervish away. And I love that, Lucifer. He just camps extra units in the meditation garden to disturb the peace. So less resources now being generated here from Marine Lord. Marine Lord, remember, has not gone Pro Scouts, which I think is the correct call. Your use case is you have a MacBook and a gaming rig. Okay, I mean, fair enough, but you are in the weird minority. Sorry, but... I don't know, like, most gamers don't necessarily own a MacBook. Depends, if you're doing, like, graphical work, I get it. Although, personally, I don't think there's actually any difference between Mac and Windows, and I'm just gonna die on that hill. Wait, if your argument is what percentage of software devs here, I'm a software dev, mate, and I've never used a MacBook in my life. I'd say your fairer argument around software devs isn't, around MacBook isn't software devs, it would be people in the graphical field. Adobe and art usage is much higher than, I'd say, programmers. Unix? Yeah, like, I could see the Unix side, like the Linux community. But that's not the MacBook community. This is so annoying with this strat. Feudal healing, guys. I'm curious, like, after people have watched the Tughlaq dynasty in recent times, are they looking at this any differently now? Like, looking back at what dervishes do? I think dervishes are still more tame. They're very ridiculous in some ways. Like, they're very hard to snipe. But at least you can't scale this. You know, if this was healer elephants, you could build as many as you can afford over time. But for Lucifer, he has to go age 3 before he can build more dervishes. And true, dervishes are more squishy. Nice snipe out here, though. This is where it can sometimes seem a bit ridiculous. Although I think Lucifer a bit too ambitious there. He got distracted in his base. The Chug dive from Marine Lord. Oh, what a catch! He goes Industry Wing with no gold. That was crazy. Lucifer thought he was being cheeky on the intercept, but Marine Lord may have just shut him out. Oh, that looks like a 4-1 to me. He has no gold. And all the gold options are forward. That is a brutal timing. What a sick read by M-Lord. Lucifer, yeah, he got distracted. He lost both dervishes because he looked back to move the villagers. Then he didn't move the dervish far enough away from the spearman. So now he has no landmark effect for Feudal Age. No immediate plane to pick up relics in Castle Age, which means he has no gold either. Yeah, you're going to need a marketplace. Golems is the correct call, but you're also going to need to marketplace to get them. At his current investment, he can afford one. One. Oh. That guy's name better be Salahaddin. Otherwise, he is Salahaddin. Damn, Marine Lord's a monster. Is this a Civ match counter maybe? Is what I'm wondering. Like, because we talked about the Dervish strat and how it forced Chug, but like, once you force Chug, what do you really want to do as Ibids? Like, most Ibid players just want to get castle. That's always the prerogative. So like, Chug massing can work here, which is, I think, unique. Like, Chug is still going to feel cheesy in some matchups, but I think the problem is in some matchups, due to the predictability, you feel bad about it. Like, if you're up against Ottomans, you don't really want to have to build Chug. But in this matchup, Marine Lord has managed to make Shushi not look weak. That's a destruction, Lucifer. He's going to get all this wood and then do what? Sell it? Like marketplace and then sell the stone maybe? I think you need to here. Wait, wait, what? He goes 2 TC? Because, you know, when your base is about to be destroyed, just build a new base, guys. Come on. Like, this is just logical. I was playing Anna recently, and, like, my third island started to get attacked. You know what I done? I was like, oh, I'll just build a fourth island. And then when he takes my third island, I have 3 islands still. It's fine. It's fine. Shut up. It's fine. You know, like, when someone's sieging down your last landmark, you're like, I'm going to build another one. We're fine. I'm not coping. Wait, I mean, I am coping, as in, like, I'm coping with the struggle of this. I'm fine. All right, so he does get the gold together. He did marketplace in the end. So Gulem's coming out. Marine Lord makes the right call. He just techs now. Because you can't beat Gulem with this comp. You could if it was only over 4, but you saw the marketplace, so you know there's more coming. And we have got a new temple being dropped. Chug are going to try to snipe in. Not quick enough, though. Veterancy for Chug could be rushed here. Hasn't currently been. Ibids are nomads? No, Ibids are just in denial. But maybe not in decline. He has at least now got 2 TC to inflate a work elite. And Lucifer, of course, now going back for the dervishes that were lost. Marine Lord spamming out the lancers. Now, remember what we said. Camel lancers are actually not as good against lancers as you think because of the Dali horse's tech that increases attack speed. So in a constant fight, that debuff gets offset by a better attack speed. And better health. And this is... What? Oh my god, he was not expecting the veterancy. Lucifer, he doesn't have the armor. Yeah, so Chug, do register some damage here. Once again, we are back to idling out that gold. That very tiny and not so good in the first place gold. Oh god, he's going to go for the burn. Reminder, Marine Lord's torch damage has been inflated. It goes up with age. Chug in the front line. Gulem are going to force the fight, but look at the damage. This is pretty good clearance. Villagers will have to migrate the area. He's going to lose another one there. He's also going to lose the Gulem. And I think he may have just lost the game. This is brutal. Lucifer is still spamming extra Gulem to recover. And Marine Lord's next wave hasn't even arrived. And when it does... Okay, he'll know. The scout sheep. Well, at least he now knows he's about to get destroyed. But guys, like, what do you do here? Do you build spearmen to die to Chug? Or do you build camel lancers you can't afford? Or do you build crossbowmen that you also cannot afford? The options are pretty bleak here. Yeah, and Marine Lord, he still has backups, right? He's still got the deer to play towards. The Camel Lancer did at least idle him out there. It looks like Lucifer was able to find a kill. Oh, that's right. Just wallow the army, of course. Because Marine Lord, like, you know, maybe he forgot to put his glasses on today. So then when he tries to click you with the Chuganu, he'll, like, click all the Gulems first. And then just, he'll get wallowed. I mean, Marine Lord wall lulls is auto wins, no? He'll probably see the wall law and be like, whoa, this must mean I auto-qualify through to the finals. Let me just stand in it. Wait a second. Oh, 2 relics home. 3rd will eventually get them. Greenlord has allowed a fair few relics to come through for this. But the argument now is, like, is that gold trickle enough? And the answer is no. Lucifer now creeping out with triple atlas. Nope, we're bailing on that idea, apparently. Well, wait, why? I guess maybe he just doesn't feel as safe. And, oh, God, he's going for the kill. Double ram. He just wants the House of Wisdom. And the lesson here, guys, is when you have Ibids or Tuklak, you pick Tuklak. He could have had so many healers now. Farms now for Lucifron. Oh, boy. Meanwhile, still harvesting the map, Marine Lord. Yeah, he's as happy as can be. Time to nerf Marine Lord? Yeah, we should just, like, artificially add 200 ping to any connection coming out of France. Sorry to Elyona, but, you know, it's only reasonable. Oh, no. I thought it was to the House of Wisdom, which felt ambitious, but this just makes 10 times more sense. It's going to be Moscon. Where are your gods now? On holiday, presumably. And the relic. You guys weren't picking it up. I thought anyone could. No. Marine Lord also has monks himself now, so he'll eventually come back for those. But Rams could just move over to the second TC anyway. The golden mark on the landmark, it tells you what landmark choice is made, but it's not going to matter. GG gets called. Oh, okay. Is Sushi back on the menu, or is this situational? I mean, Pro Scout seems to be dead. I don't think it's going to be that great in a lot of situations this Civ, but apparently good old Chugat New still does what it says on the tin. That is going to be a peace aus and a 4-1 victory from Marine Lord. GG's to him. He'll take 80 bucks. Lucifron will get 20 bucks from this show match. Oh, blimey. And also, once again, really big shout out to TZTZ1218. He was the one who actually provided the money to make this possible. So, tip the hat. Legend for that. But if we have people that are interested in hosting more show matches and they need somewhere for them to be covered, please reach out. Always happy to do so. A little bit gutted. I didn't know about the Lash show match when we hosted the other day. I was like, oh, damn. You got the bros plan? That would have been cool. So always let me know. If you guys have some money you want to have allocated towards show matches, also ping me across on Discord and we can figure that out and make that happen. As I'm always willing to host more of these, as it is good fun. And it just gives us more content to stack on top of the KPMM, more tournaments to run. $8 for an hour should work, not bad, right? Wait, was this an hour long? Maybe an hour and a half. Oh, sorry, I forgot to keep doing predictions. Fatlop, 5. What was game 3 win? Game 3 win was... That was actually a Lucifron win. That was Borderland, wasn't it? He went 2-0 down with Cliffside and Dry Arabia. Yeah. All right. I'm weighing up whether I say a good day, sir, and go eat with the fam. We could. Or we could do more KPMMs. I mean, we'll do KPMMs tomorrow anyway. Today was busy at work. Oh, hopefully not too stressful. I mean, we've already been live for almost 5 hours, so it's been a good amount of content today. Reminder, guys, if you have enjoyed this, always be sure to subscribe to the channel. It does help support us in what we do. And always engage with the sponsorships because that also helps us. Reminder, PC Specialist just had the Black Friday sales go live today. If you are in the market for a new PC, a laptop, all-in-one PC, I mean, we swear by them. You see this laptop over here. This is the PC Specialist laptop. It literally runs my entire production. Always recommend them. And if you use my code PIGEON40, you'll also get £40 off your purchases. They do ship to the UK and Europe. I think you can even actually ship to the USA. It will just be a little bit more price on the shipping. Might be worth exploring though, because it might end up still being cheaper. But be sure to check them out. They've been with us now since we originally started working with them in June. And then they re-upped in September all the way through to the end of 2025. So now's a good time to start pumping those numbers up and seeing if we can actually get them to come back in 2026. Because being a full-time content creator and getting regular sponsors and getting regular paying sponsors can be challenging. So I appreciate them for that. And I appreciate all you people that have been interacting with the sponsors every month. You guys are legends for that. But like I said, make sure you're also following us and also share around these. If you like, another big thing that helps a lot is when you guys see clips and funny moments or whatever, or like epic moments or something that you think is memorable, clip it and ship it. I'm trying to keep an eye now on the clip side so that we can start sending those through to TikTok, YouTube Shorts, etc. So that we have extra cool content coming out to help grow the game and help grow us, hopefully. That keyboard's awesome. Dude, I love this keyboard. It's so badass. Right? You know, real men use pink. Smash that like button. That too. Boom, boom. You need this keyboard, you'll be buying it 100%. Like, hold off a few days and I'll go through their form probably today. My person said that they'll get like the partner program set up. It just takes a little bit to get going, but they'll do it. And then my contact add me to the onboarding. So we will get that set up so that you guys can use one of my links to get your hands on it. I like the Logitech guys, though. We worked with them on the Gplay thing a little bit earlier. Actually, they sent me something else. It's a bit big. So this kind of got stuck. This got stuck in customs, and I can't imagine why. This was meant to be for the event we done in September. It arrived like 2 weeks ago. I almost forgot to tell you guys about it. So there's a lockbox. I haven't had a look inside. I just unlocked it, but I haven't. So let's have a look at what we get. All right. So. Oh, that's fancy. I like that. We got a nice little handbag, which is perfect for my pink keyboard. Oh, whoops, there's stuff inside. Oh, wait a second. Let's put it down. Alright, so we got stickers. Everyone loves stickers. And I like those. Look, we got some pins. We got some cute little pins. I'll tell you what, I'm a big fan of the headset one because I swear by Astros. Astros is sick. I've actually bumped my person about getting an Astro headset sent over. I think they do them in pink. I think we're just going to go full pink. That's a cute little bag though. I might actually use that. Nice little man bag. And then... what's this? Oh! Ooh! Dude, new mouse mat? Oh, it's the Logitech Gplay mouse mat. So this was because we had the co-stream before, but these got delayed in customs. That's cool. I don't know. Do we maybe replace our current mouse mat? I don't know. Like, our current mouse mat is pretty dope. And what's up? Oh, PPQ. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. You legend. What a giga chad. Appreciate it. Everyone who's been subbing. Keep those subs coming. It does keep helping us to do this type of stuff. I don't know. I might use this one. Because I was also, like, I don't know. This one that I use currently is from a Madrasil. It was the Race to World First event that I worked. So it's like, it's very unique. You see, you got the Madrasil World Tree. But what I want to get my hands on, I need to bump my contact about it, is like Logitech also has a wireless charging mouse pad for your keyboard and for your mouse. So instead of having to plug in your mouse occasionally, you sit on, like, you just use that mouse pad and it charges, which is really cool. Alright, so we'll put this back in for now. That's cool though. Yeah, so like basically, I don't want to say all gimmicky, but you know, like chiller things that they've given people as extras for doing G-Play. And then what's this? It says glow mode activated. What does that mean? Oh, I need to cut. Oh, one sec. Let me get my keys. I don't know what this is. Let's have a look. Okay. Oh, dude. Okay, that's cute. It's a little neon sign. So, where have I got USB 3? Let me just unravel a little bit. Now I've got literally got a USB hub in front of me. Like, oh, that's cute. You guys ready? Ugh. Blimey. Alright, it's bright. Ugh. It's a little bit... I don't know if that's... like, maybe it's the plastic. So if I take the plastic off, maybe you guys can see it more clearly. It might be the plastic doing that. So one sec. It's very bright. It's probably too bright, to be honest with you. But I guess that beats not being bright enough. But I like that. Like, we were talking earlier, Red Bull, how it's nice to have these quirky little things around their events. And you can see that Logitech likes having some fun with it as well. Like, when we were doing the watch party, you could tell that, like, that event was just as much for the people that work on the projects as it was for the community. Like, you could tell a lot of them were having fun with it. Oh my god, the blue on me. It's like, just cutting through this tape so I can... Ugh. Yeah, so we've got a rather cute little neon sign. Maybe I need to get one of these with pigeon on. Right. Oh my god, there's so much crap to get through. Ugh. There you go. That's cute. Don't know where I'm going to stick it. I mean, you got, like, the cord is fairly long. That looks pretty cool, though. I kind of want to, like, get a setup where I can put that inside my PC. Ugh. And now I'm struggling to get it unplugged. Ugh. Yeah. That's cool. Turn off the light? No, because I've got, like, lights behind which are a bit more awkward to turn off. Yeah. So that, I think, is that everything in there? I'm like, is that everything? Give me more. But that's pretty cool. I reckon that's what got them stuck in customs. Oh, and we have one more thing. Got a nice little Logitech seal on it. I don't want to break the seal now. Ugh. Oh. Well, this isn't really a me thing. But... I don't really do hands. Well, that's interesting though. Freya will love wearing that. And then I've also now just got a really cool box. That's cool. Thanks, Logitech. I'll put that back in for now. Might use the mouse mat regularly. Might try and find a way of setting up the RGB light as well. I.e. having some way of like putting it in the background. Oh wait, I forgot about this. Are those extra letters or something? I think it's way. It comes with a little stand thing, so you can have it freestanding. That's cool. Oh, that was cool. Are you gonna rank push? We always said like when we reached a certain viewership, we do like Road to Conk series, but I wasn't like crazy interested beforehand, so I don't know about that. KB's favorite civ is Macedonians. Yeah, but like I'm not using the Radari. I like it without them. Radari is broken. +1 to the man cave. Hell yeah. Now you start rap. Oh no. Yo, no. But that was pretty cool. I'm just trying to figure out when we're eating, so I know if we got time to do some more or not. Now. Oh, well, there you go. And it took you that long to respond? Send you a message, I don't get a response? Oh my god. You know what the favorite part is? Like in the past, been like, you didn't respond to me. Well, but you done it back. All right? You're just as bad. Shame on you. You were eating, so my food is actually not ready. It's cold. Is that what we're going with? That's just rude. Just microwave, dude. Do you know what microwaving does to like? Have you ever microwaved like a pasta meal and it just like you didn't realize what how microwaving works? Like most people don't actually. I didn't for years because it's like you're vaporizing the liquid, right? The moisture in something. Like microwaving is a sad solution. It's a depressing solution. 1 second. Woo! I might be able to get some Anno Pax Romana launch codes for you guys. A little bit good because we were originally talking to like an agency about maybe doing some sponsored content and they went with different people. But I guess I could take some keys to give you guys for free. That's not a bad idea. I'm going to keep doing the eyebrow thing until it gets really weird. All right. Do I go eat, come back, or do... I think we had a good day. I don't think we need to over push it. We've been live for now 5 hours. So I'll talk to my Logitech person and I'll see about getting a code or something set up so you guys can purchase your own sexy ass keyboard. I'll also then see about getting some Anno keys from Ubisoft. What else is there? I might ask them if they send out the Governor Edition as well. It'll arrive late, but the Governor Edition looks interesting. But yeah, I'll see about that. If you need background entertainment, go check the VODs, check the YouTube videos. We're uploading 2 videos a day. We've got loads of entertainment for you. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably be just as long, if not a longer stream. I should get a headphone sponsor. I mean, Logitech does those. So once we have the code set up, boom. I'm going to get them to send me some of the... Probably, I might be greedy and be like, I want A50s. But I think A40s, I think they have in Power Pink. I don't know if they have A50s. So we'll see. But yeah, guys, I think I'm going to call it. I'm not going to be greedy. We done a good 5 hours. We had a really cool show match. We had some really cool games. Be sure to check the VODs for those. And tomorrow, when we return, we should have probably all quarterfinals. All quarterfinals should be scheduled to be played for tomorrow. So I'll have those. We'll probably open up with like 1 or 2 round of 16s and then smash into quarterfinals. So that means potentially you're going to be getting 20 to 24 games maximum tomorrow, which is pretty... Well, technically you get up to like maybe 26. So it's going to be a long day full of action, which is why you want to make sure you got subscriptions turned on the YouTube, notifications turned on YouTube, Twitch, all those platforms, so you guys can be in the right place when we return for another day of Age of Empires 4 action. But thank you very much. Appreciate you all and everyone who's tuned in. Reminder, go share the streams around, clip any memorable moments you've seen every time you come back, and we'll keep shipping them and trying to grow AV4 to be bigger and better every single time. But now I'm going to end the stream on the other platforms, so YouTube, TikTok, etc.